There were times Debbie felt Elsie spoiled Piggy even more than she herself did. Before ending the video chat, she told Piggy over and over to be a good girl and not make too much trouble for Elsie. Lying on the bed, Debbie stared at the ceiling. She replayed memories of things that happened 3 years ago in her head, not to mention the events of the past few days. It was then that she hatched a plan. She wanted to carry out her plan right away, but she had spent a terrible restless night in her car the night before, so she decided to nap first. Debbie didn't wake up until well into the afternoon. Leaning on the headboard, she grabbed her phone from the nightstand and made a phone call. "Hi Bree, it's me, Debbie. Yeah. Listen, you know some private detectives in Y City, right? Any of them good? I know. Don't worry about the cash. I'm good for it, but they need to be discreet. Yeah, this needs to be kept secret. 'Kay, thanks. Next time dinner on me. Bye." The young mother had barely hung up before a notification came in on her phone. Bree texted Debbie a number, quicker than she thought. Debbie hesitated a little before dialing it. "Hi, Mr. Wu. I'm a friend of Bree's. Could you do a background check on James Huo? And what would that cost me?" She spent the whole afternoon calling people. She was on her phone even after the sun had set and dinner time was approaching. Finally, she called up Ivan. He was browsing advertisement opportunities, figuring out which ones were the best ones for his employees. "Hi, Ivan, you back in Z country?" Debbie asked. "Yeah. I stopped off to spend some time with Piggy. Now I'm on my way to the office. How are things with you?" Ivan asked. "A little dicey. Ever consider doing business in Y City?" Debbie asked. After she saw Carlos, she realized that things were way more difficult than she thought. It would take quite a bit of doing to win him back. Ivan stopped what he was doing. "You do know what could happen if you're recognized, right?" he asked Debbie. "Yeah, Ido. But, hey, I'm the boss of the company. It won't fall apart just because you're not here. I'll miss you, but I know you need time," he interrupted. Debbie was so moved her eyes reddened. "Thanks, Ivan. Don't thank me yet. I need a favor." Debbie was glad that she could be of any help. He'd done so much for her, and she felt the only thing she could do was try and crank out the hits. "What kind of favor?" "My mom's driving me crazy. Tell her I like you so that she'll get off my back." Debbie hesitated. Then she said, "But she knows I'm in Y City for Piggy's dad. It's okay as long as she doesn't know who I really like." "All right then," she agreed. The person Ivan really liked was someone special. "One more thing. If things between you and Carlos reach a dead end, I might need something else, a sham marriage. It's just for show, and we can divorce whenever you want," Ivan added. The other end of phone was silent for some time. "You're quiet. Doesn't sound like you want to," he mused. Debbie shook her head. No, it's just that. It's so sudden. Ivan, how long can you keep lying to your mom? You can't hide it forever." "As long as I can. I'll tell her the truth when it's time. My brother's older, so I don't have to worry about continuing the bloodline." Ivan's elder brother was 35 years old with a son and a daughter. Debbie admired Ivan's decisiveness. "Good. It's settled then. Don't worry, I won't keep bugging you about it. If you and Carlos get back together, I'll find someone else." "Okay," Debbie responded, still processing what he said. "I figure you need money to keep things going over there. I'll ask the accountant to debit your expense account. If it's not enough, let me know." "Thanks, Ivan." Her voice was hoarse. She was on the verge of tears. Ivan smiled and joked. "Carlos isn't the easiest guy to deal with, and he has a girlfriend now. Hang in there. If you can get him to fall for you again, then you can pay me back. He used to be the head of a multinational group, even richer than some countries. If Carlos were once a lion, the king of the forest, after the accident he was a caged animal, powerless. One day, if he escaped, he would be a mighty king once more." "You make it sound like you're short on money," Debbie joked back. "When it comes to money, the more the merrier. That's true for everyone. Carlos was rich, but he never stopped working hard." Debbie agreed. "Yeah, he always worked hard. He didn't want things to go south for him. So you should work hard too. Since you're like a sister to me, if you and Carlos get back together, I will be like a brother-in-law to him.
Imagine Carlos Huo calling me brother.
I look forward to that day. Ivan felt good at that thought. Like that would happen. Okay. I've arrived at my office. Call me if you need anything. Will do. Bye. After they hung up, Debbie looked at her phone with a smile, thinking that she was the luckiest person in the world to have so many loyal friends. The next day, she and Casey and Jared went to the cemetery to visit Emmett's. Then they went to spend some time with Emmett's parents. His mom's hair had turned shock white. She cried all day, seemingly endlessly. Mark seemed to handle the stress better. He tried everything to console Emmett's mom, but nothing worked. To distract her, Mark adopted a little girl from the orphanage. The girl was 5 years old. She was perky and lovely and brought a lot of joy to the family. She filled a hole that had been dug by Emmett's death. Emmett's mom liked her a lot, and she finally had something to keep her mind occupied. She lavished attention and affection on the girl. A young girl requires a lot more of one's time than a grown man, so she had lots to do. Mark had retired. When he saw Debbie and her friends at the door, he asked Emmett's mom to prepare a big meal for them. At the dinner table, they talked about school and the future. Tacitly, no one said a word about Emmett or Carlos so that the atmosphere of the dinner wouldn't be so heavy. They were touchy subjects for all involved. Debbie stayed in a hotel. When they said their goodbyes to Emmett's parents, it was quite late. Casey insisted that Debbie crash at her place. Failing to turn her down, Debbie asked Jared to drive them to Casey's place. She went back to the hotel to pack her things. When she got out of the hotel with her luggage, Jared lugged her suitcase out to the car and into the trunk. Then the office called him saying he needed to be there. Seeing that Jared was busy, Debbie hefted her suitcase out of the trunk of his car and said to him, "You should go. It's cool. Casey and I will take a cab." She and Casey had drunk a little wine with Mark, so they couldn't drive. Taking a cab was the only option left. "Okay, I'll hail a taxi for you." "No thanks. We'll get a cab ourselves." "Go," Debbie urged, pushing Jared towards his car. "Tell me when Sasha gets back." "Okay. Bye then." After Jared drove off, Debbie and Casey stood by the side of the road waiting for a taxi. Debbie's phone rang before they could get one.
Ivan.
"Debbie, if you're not busy, could you attend a dinner at Glory Hotel?" "A dinner? Now?" Debbie checked the time. It was already 9:20 p.m. "Yes. Many advertising agencies are unhappy about you leaving Z Country all of a sudden. Milo will be there too. You can apologize to him so we won't lose his business." "All right then," Debbie said. She gave her suitcase to Casey. Casey already knew where she was going, thanks to what she overheard of the phone conversation. "Want me to go with you?" she asked Debbie. "No, just wait for me at home." "Okay. Call me when it's all over. I'll ask the driver to pick you up." "Okay." It was nearly 10 p.m. when she arrived at Glory Hotel. In the sumptuous hotel, she followed a waiter. They turned one corner after another and finally were at the booth Ivan had reserved. Before the waiter pushed the door open, Debbie put on some lipstick to make herself look a little more vibrant. There were more than 10 people sitting in the booth. Debbie frowned at the thick smell of alcohol and cigarettes wafting in the air. The atmosphere was smoky, stinging eyes and lungs. But before she could get used to the strong smell, a sonorous voice said to her, "Hey, look who's here. Debbie Nian, the superstar. It's a great thing to see you in Y City." The voice sounded firm and sonorous. Debbie knew the owner. It was Milo Yu, the boss of a media company based in Z Country. Debbie had met him twice already. He had a forthright manner. So far they had gotten on okay. She had to be wary though. She wasn't comfortable with him announcing her presence like that. She smiled at him in return. The host led her to the table. "Mr. Yu," she greeted the man as soon as she took her seat. But when she raised her head, she saw who was in the seat of honor. She was so shocked that the rest of her words wouldn't come. Why is he here?" she thought. For a moment Debbie was lost in thought. Seeing Carlos threw her for a loop. Then she realized her improper behavior. She adjusted her mood quickly and put on a smile. Nice to see you again, Mr. Yu. It's been a while. A toast to your health. Debbie remembered that she had come to apologize to the man, so she raised the full glass of liquor in front of her. However, she could still see the man in the seat of honor out of the corner of her eye. He'd been silent, cold as ever. Her heart raced and she tried her best to remain calm. Then, not allowing herself to think about anything else, she drained the glass. Milo laughed. Excellent. Debbie, don't bail on me again, he said. She drank some water to wash away the spicy taste of the liquor lingering on her tongue. Of course not. But this time it was a family emergency. Mr. Wen didn't want my absence to affect your business, so he decided to find someone else to fill in for me. Milo nodded. I understand, but I won't be so understanding next time. You'll need a lot of money to cover our losses. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Another toast. To show her sincerity, Debbie gulped down 2 more glasses of liquor. Milo didn't want to offend Ivan, so he dropped it. Then he started introducing the guests. Debbie, allow me to introduce Mr. Carlos Huo, General Manager of ZL Group. Mr. Huo, Debbie Nian, a popular singer in Z country. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths, because the people who had been in Y City a while recognized Debbie. They knew exactly who she was and who Carlos was to her. It was awkward and embarrassing. Debbie took a deep breath. Since Carlos had amnesia and had no clue who she was, she decided to pretend that they had never met before. It's an honor, Mr. Huo. Carlos glanced at her and nodded without a word. Everyone at the table knew this was how Carlos was, so his response was nothing unusual. During the meal, Debbie tried to act normal, but in fact she was so nervous around Carlos. She tried to collect herself, not act flustered, and even figured out some things she could say by rote if someone tried to talk to her. Later, Carlos got a call. He nodded at the others and stepped outside the booth to answer it. A plan occurred to Debbie just then, so after a minute, she left the table too. She looked around outside the booth, but Carlos was nowhere to be seen, as if he had vanished into thin air. Debbie was disappointed and had to give up. To camouflage her embarrassment from failing to find Carlos, she walked towards the bathroom. On her way back, she saw Carlos walk out of another booth. But his phone rang again, so he walked back inside. Debbie trotted over and looked around. There was no one else in the hallway, so she pushed the door of the booth and followed him in. There was only a dim light on in the booth. Carlos was standing by the window talking on the phone. Though his attention was on his mystery caller, he still figured out someone had entered the room. Soon. Talk to you about it tomorrow, he said on the phone as he turned around. When he saw Debbie, he paused and then continued talking. Debbie walked around the dining table and stood in front of him. She was now alone with him in a darkened room. Under different circumstances, this would be romantic, even erotic. While talking on the phone, Carlos hadn't taken his eyes off Debbie since the moment she walked in. Debbie smiled malevolently, took a single step forward and wrapped her arms around Carlos. She held him tight. She felt his body freeze. To make her point, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. It was a light kiss, but somehow Carlos felt it was special. He had kissed Stephanie before much like this. It felt different. It hadn't felt so beautiful. Debbie was a smart girl. Before Carlos pushed her away, she took one step back and said with a smile, "Old man, kissing you is just as beautiful as it ever was." Her gentle voice tugged at his heartstrings. She turned to leave, but a hand grabbed her wrist. She turned her head back. Carlos still held her fast. "Want more, old man?" He was merciless with his attention before. Now it was payback time. From now on, she would do exactly what he did to her. Carlos ended the call and put his phone away. "What do you want?" he asked, staring at her. Debbie was interested in the question. She grasped the hand holding hers and caressed it. Being groped by a woman, Carlos was stunned. Then it occurred to him that they were just strangers. He released her hand and stepped further away from her. "Say it. What do I want?" Debbie put on that malevolent smile again. I asked you that a lot in the past. You know how you answered me. Carlos looked at her in confusion. She walked closer to him and whispered in his ear. I want you. Carlos was surprised by her flirtatious manner. He turned beet red behind his ears. But it wasn't too long before his embarrassment turned to rage. Wow, you're kind of a slut, aren't you, Miss Nian? Debbie didn't mind his insult. She dusted off the collar of his well-tailored suit and said, That's not what you used to say. You told me you liked it when I flirted with you. Then she straightened his tie intimately, running her fingers seductively along its length. I've tied this for you ever since we were together. Where is the burgundy-colored tie I bought you? You thought the color and pattern were too loud, and said it was more Damon's style. You wouldn't wear it. But I insisted. So you wore it a lot afterwards. So did you keep it? Burgundy tie? Of course he had one. He saw it every time he opened the walk-in closet of his manor. But he couldn't remember wearing it. Ever. He got a weird feeling just then. He found himself liking this woman. She fit him like a comfortable sweater. But he just couldn't remember. He shot her a cold glance and warned, Stay away from me. He was going to be engaged to Stephanie. He shouldn't hang around strange women, particularly one as forward as this one. Debbie wasn't scared at all. She propped one hand against her chin and responded, Normally, if a strange woman kissed you, she would have been dead by now. But I'm different. I'm your one true love, and we're meant to be together. But you've forgotten about me. But you haven't forgotten my kiss, right? Shut up. Carlos snapped. His face darkened. But he knew what she said was true. When Stephanie had kissed him for the first time, he didn't pull away, but he didn't feel good afterwards. However, when Debbie had kissed him a moment ago, he had never had such a wonderful kiss. She wasn't afraid and she was aggressive. He found that intriguing and it scared him. Damn her. And damn me. She's been flirting with me, and I barely even tried to stop it. With that thought in mind, Carlos turned around coldly and walked towards the door, his eyes betraying no emotion. Debbie watched him leave, but she didn't follow him. To keep away from too much drama, she waited about 5 minutes and then returned to the booth. Little did she know that while she and Carlos weren't there, someone told Milo about them. They had been discussing it furtively, but as soon as Carlos came back, they stopped and changed the subject. It wouldn't do to be heard discussing the guest of honor right in front of him. Milo used to like Debbie, but the things they told him painted a picture of a hateful woman. Carlos never stayed until the end of a party. When the others were talking enthusiastically among themselves, his assistant walked in and whispered something in his ear. Carlos stood up and bade his goodbyes. He was a creature of habit, and he wasn't about to change now. He wasn't the CEO of ZL Group anymore. But he had lost no respect because they knew that ZL Group would be his sooner or later. So when Carlos left the table, everyone else stood up too. Debbie, who had been eating heartily, wiped her mouth quickly and walked out of the room with everyone else. His business partners escorted him out of the hotel, but there were too many of them for Debbie to get close. She was pushed to the back. When Carlos' car rolled up to the entrance of the hotel, the driver opened the back door for him. Milo stayed at his side wearing a big smile until Carlos got in the car. The driver closed the door and sat back in the driver's seat. He fastened the seatbelt and started the engine. The car was about to drive off. The window was down, and it was Debbie's only chance. She was anxious. She walked around the crowd in her stilettos and was ready to call Carlos. But then a robust man beside her derailed everything. The man hadn't seen Debbie. In his rush to the car, he was heedless of anyone else. He barreled into Debbie and knocked her to the ground. Ah! She screamed as she fell. It all happened so fast everyone was surprised. All eyes were drawn to the fallen woman. Embarrassed, Debbie pulled her dress down in a fluster. The man who had knocked her down walked back to help her to her feet. I'm so sorry, Mississippi. I didn't mean it. Debbie stood up slowly. Her right knee was bleeding. Oh man, that's a nasty scrape, someone cried. The crowd all shifted their gaze to her knee. The stinging pain made her wince. She endured it and used the hem of her dress to cover the broken skin of her knee. The dress acquired a crimson stain fairly quickly. Sorry everyone. I'm just a klutz, I guess. She smiled at the crowd awkwardly. A woman manager looked her way. You all right, Miss Nian? Debbie answered with a smile. I'm good, thanks. Really? Everyone turned their attention back to Carlos. Before long, the car window rose, and the people inside were obscured once more. The car drove off. Debbie was deeply disappointed. She had been hoping to get a ride back with Carlos. Now her chance was gone. Some gentlemen were kind enough to ask her if she needed a hospital, or at least a ride there. But since Carlos left, nothing else mattered. She shook her head dejectedly. Thanks everyone. I'll manage. The young mother had been desperate for an excuse to leave the dinner earlier. Now she had a good one. Debbie turned down everyone's offers of help and watched them make their way back into the hotel. She took a deep breath and pulled out a pack of tissue from her purse to wipe the blood off her leg. Then she limped towards the roadside. She winced at every step. The injured knee was a bright red, not only from the laceration but also the bruise. She knew in a couple hours that color would be purple. Some taxis passed her in the next few minutes, but all of them were full. Just when Debbie was starting to get frustrated, a familiar car came into view. Her eyes glittered with joy. I thought he left. Why is he here? Did he come back for me? She was so thrilled the pain was forgotten and she started to wave at the roaring emperor. The driver saw her. He slowed down the car and informed Carlos. Mr. Huo, Miss Nian is here. She's waving at the car. Carlos didn't respond. The driver wondered if he should stop the car. Unexpectedly, when she saw that the car wasn't stopping, Debbie stepped into the road, right in the path of the oncoming car. The car roared toward her and Debbie squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable impact. The tires squealed on the asphalt as the car skidded to a stop, just centimeters away from Debbie. Luckily, the driver was a top-notch circuit driver, and he knew the limits of machine and man, and he was quick enough to step on the brake when she jumped out in the middle of the road. Or else she would have been hit. After the car stopped, Debbie limped to the back door. Still thinking that Carlos had come back for her, she tapped the car window excitedly. She couldn't wait to see him, to kiss him, to have him hold her in his arms once more. That same faint buzzing sound came to her ears again as the window descended, revealing the passengers inside. Debbie was smiling. Carlos looked gloomy. He gave her a cold sideways glance and remained silent. His silence made her heart ache. Didn't he come back for me? Her blood froze in her veins. What if he didn't? Carlos seemed to have lost all patience. Debbie said hurriedly, Mr. Huo, could you? No. He refused even before she could finish her sentence. Her heart tightened into a knot, but she wouldn't give up. My leg was hurt, and I can't get a taxi. Could you please drop me off at a hospital before heading home? I won't be passing near a hospital. With that, he rolled up the window. The car drove off, leaving her with a sick feeling. Debbie raised her head to look at the starry night as she tried to force back her tears. 3 years ago, they lied to her and made her believe he was dead. Every year on the anniversary of his death, she'd cry her eyes out. Sometimes she would watch her daughter sleeping, watching her tender chest rise and fall, and think about him. When it hurt too much, she would hold Piggy tightly and sob endlessly. Piggy was the last thing of his that she had, the only living reminder. But no matter how hard those days had been, she never cried so much as now. Now she knew he was alive. Inside the Emperor, Carlos' phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he answered simply, On my way. Sorry. They gave me overtime. The doc that is supposed to be working the night shift is stalled on the side of the road. Come to the hospital and wait for me, a young voice said on the phone. Carlos' eyebrows knitted tightly. Since he said nothing, the young voice giggled awkwardly. It's not my fault. Look, if you don't want to come to the hospital, why not go to Orchid Private Club? He could sense Carlos was unhappy about this, because Carlos was on his way home when he called, and now he told him he had to work late. Without a word, Carlos hung up. In the hospital, Debbie got out of the cab and signed in at the ER. Outside the doctor's office, what she saw ripped her heart apart all over again. In the hallway, a familiar figure was smoking by the window. As if sensing her stare, he turned his head slowly. His eyes were void of feeling. 2 seconds later he turned around again. So much for, I won't be passing near a hospital. He sure knows how to break my heart. It was late. There were few patients in the hospital. Thankfully this late there were almost no lines. Soon, a nurse called out Debbie's number. In the doctor's office she gave the doctor her receipt and told him in a hoarse voice, I fell and hurt my leg. The young doctor was in his 20s, energetic looking. Underneath his uniform he wore an azure shirt. He took her receipt and said, Okay, have a seat. I'll have a look. We'll need to clean the wound. Debbie sat opposite the doctor and pulled up the hem of her dress to reveal her injured knee. The doctor examined the knee and injury and remarked, Good. Nothing serious. According to his instructions, a nurse squirted it with some antibiotic spray, applied some ointment to it and dressed it. And she was all done. Just then, another doctor in uniform came bounding in hastily. Damn it, Niles. I'm sorry. Car trouble. Nilesley stood up and removed his mask. It's cool. You came on time. My friend's waiting outside. Debbie took a look at him. He looked familiar but she couldn't say from where. Okay, thanks. Next time dinner's on me. You're welcome. Nilesley noticed Debbie, who was about to leave, as he was taking off his uniform. Your leg will be fine soon. Just don't get it wet. Call us if there's anything wrong, he reminded her. They walked out of the office together. Thank you, doctor, Debbie nodded. When Carlos saw Nilesley come out of the office, he put out the cigarette and walked over to him. Debbie spotted him as she was thanking the doctor. He took his suit jacket off and hung it on his arm. He loosened his tie, and it hung around his neck casually. Right now he looked sluggish and much less serious. Nilesley wrapped his arm around Carlos' shoulder and said, Dude, I'm off duty. Give me 2 minutes to change. Carlos ignored him. He looked at Debbie's leg and offered, Where do you live? I'll get a driver to take you home. It was his way of saying sorry for not giving her a lift just now. His words drew Nilesley's attention. He looked to and fro between Debbie and Carlos. You two know each other? He asked, intrigued. Besides Stephanie and Megan, he had never heard Carlos do this for any other woman. Debbie bit her lower lip. She looked up at Carlos and said, No, thank you, Mr. Huo. It was not that she couldn't use a ride. But if Carlos wasn't bringing her home, she wasn't interested. She had to be patient. If she rushed things, she'd screw things up. He might even hate her. That was not what she wanted. Carlos was taken aback. His face darkened. Turned me down? Is she mad? She looks young, but she sure has a temper. Since Carlos didn't say anything in return, Debbie nodded to Nilesley, who was observing them with interest, and made her way to the entrance. It was almost midnight, and clouds were starting to gather to choke the moon. There were very few taxis passing by the hospital at this point. Debbie waited by the green belt at the roadside. At this point Casey called her. Where are you? Done with dinner? She asked. Yeah, I'm on my way back. Where are you? I'll ask the driver to pick you up. Debbie lied so Casey wouldn't worry. Don't sweat it. I'll get a cab. Casey thought about it. Okay. You know martial arts anyway. I'm not worried. Call me before you get out of the cab. I'll meet you downstairs. Okay, bye. When she hung up, a Mercedes SUV stopped in front of her. The window by the passenger seat was rolled down. Nilesley was in the driver's seat. Hi, Miss Nian, we meet again so soon. It's not easy to get a cab at this hour. Do you need a ride? Debbie looked at the back seat. Another man was sitting back there. After some consideration, she shook her head and replied stubbornly, Thank you, but I'll take a cab. Raising his eyebrows, Niles was left utterly dumbfounded. A wealthy and good-looking man, he had rarely been turned down by women. But in that very moment, a gorgeous woman just refused his offer. That being said, He couldn't help himself from taking a good hard look at her once more. Truly as pretty as a picture. She was wearing a white-waisted blouse matched with a latte ankle-length skirt, and sporting a pair of stilettos. It was such a sight to see. She just appeared so fashionable and elegant. The way she carried herself gave Niles a good impression of her. He promptly stepped out of the car, opened the passenger door for her, giving her a soft smile. "Don't mention it. We're friends, aren't we? And friends should lend each other a helping hand. Isn't that right, Miss Nian? Since when have we been such good friends? When did Carlos find a friend like this? So cheerful and kind." Debbie pondered to herself for a second there. "It would be totally fine for you to sit in the passenger seat." "I'm not taken," Niles went on. Upon hearing that, Debbie was amused. "I'll take you up on that offer then," she replied. Since Niles had been quite insistent, Debbie stepped foot into the car and proceeded to sit in the passenger seat. After asking Debbie where she was going to be heading, he drove over to the place she mentioned. For a little while, none of them said anything to each other as they were on their way. Some relaxing music was being played on the speakers, and one of the songs caught Debbie by surprise. "By any chance, do you like this song?" she asked Niles the second the song started. Glancing over at the video player, Niles answered, "Yes. I've actually been listening to it for a couple of days now. Unfortunately, the artist's name isn't indicated anywhere in that video. It's just so heartbreaking. Whenever I listen to it, I feel like crying, as though I'd just broken up with my girlfriend. But truth be told, I've never fallen in love before." That last part cracked Debbie up. "Maybe you should give Irene's songs a listen then. They are uplifting and energetic, much like the style you prefer. I think you might like them." "I've heard of Irene. She is a well-known singer in Z country, isn't she?" Debbie quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed she is. And on top of that, she is a really nice person as well." As she told him things about one of her closest friends, she had a smile on her face. "Do you know her personally?" Niles asked, looking at her with curiosity written all over his face. "Yeah, I sure do. She's a friend of mine," Debbie told him straight away. For some reason, she felt at ease being around Niles, so she learned to trust him. "Really? The two of you are friends? Then what is your line of work?" Niles wasn't expecting that at all. Pointing at the title of the track that was currently playing, Debbie replied, "The song you've been listening to, Loner of the City. I'm the singer." "Wow," Niles blurted out. "So you are a superstar. I never would have thought of that. You just seem so modest. Your name is Debbie. Debbie Nian, am I right?" At that point, Niles suddenly recalled that there was a singer who went by that name. "I'm pleased that you've heard of me." A smile crept onto Debbie's face. She enjoyed having this conversation with Niles. The man sitting quietly in the back seat didn't utter a single word throughout the ride as he leaned back into the seat with his eyes shut. However, his face turned pitch black as the two in the front seats continued chatting. "She is definitely one promiscuous woman. Just a minute ago, she was claiming that she loved me, and here she is now, getting all over another man." The conversation had been going on so well that Niles thought of asking Debbie out to grab a drink or two. "There's no need for you to hurry. We're going to meet up with a few close friends. There aren't going to be any outsiders. I can assure you of that. I would truly appreciate it if you could come and join us." Having such a good time talking to Debbie, Niles completely forgot about the fact that there was actually someone else riding along with them in the back of the car. As they waited for the traffic light to turn green, he looked back at Carlos and asked him, "Carlos, you wouldn't mind if I asked Debbie to tag along with us, right?" Hearing such an atrocious question, Carlos quickly opened his eyes and stared at him intently. "I actually do mind," he frigidly answered. Both Debbie and Niles were lost for words at his terse statement. The air inside the car suddenly thickened, filled with so much awkwardness. Debbie tried to break the silence by saying, "I'm grateful for the invitation, Dr. Lee. But there's someone waiting for me at her place right now. Maybe some other time." It totally slipped Niles' mind that Debbie and Carlos actually knew each other. In a low voice, he tried his best to explain. "That's too bad. Okay then. Please don't mind my friend. Carlos just doesn't like interacting with strangers, especially women. Strangers. A bitter smile was embedded onto Debbie's face after hearing that word. I'm aware of that. I know Carlos Huo well, she told Niles. This time it was the two men who were caught off guard. Knowing full well that Carlos would never tell him anything about it, Niles thought it would be best to ask his two other friends about this mysterious woman and Carlos when they got together later. Carlos had never gotten himself involved in any kind of gossip, to avoid being the talk of the town. Be that as it might, his relationship with Debbie probably wasn't as simple as it appeared to be. Niles was such a gentleman. As soon as they got to Casey's building, Niles immediately opened the door for Debbie and lent her a hand in getting out of the car. Thank you for dropping me off, Dr. Lee. And good night, old man. Both of them were taken aback by the way Debbie addressed Carlos before she left. Her way of saying it felt so personal and sounded so intimate. Those words became the last straw for Niles. He just couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. The second Debbie stepped foot inside the doorway to the apartment, he quickly contacted his brother Wesley. Wesley, do you know of a girl named Debbie Nian? Some time had passed and yet, there was only silence on the other end of the line. When Wesley finally opened his mouth to answer him, he said, Where have you heard that name from? Niles was so certain that there was a bit of displeasure in Wesley's voice. Since the phone call had been made through the car's LED screen, every person inside the car could hear the conversation. Niles could easily tell there was something going on. Through the rearview mirror, he shifted his gaze over to Carlos, who was still silently leaning against the seat with his eyes closed. What? I just wanted to know. Niles grinned much like a Cheshire cat. Did you bump into her somewhere? Wesley was showing no intentions of dropping the topic. Yes, I was with her at the hospital just a while ago, Niles told him right away. Did Carlos come into contact with her? Where is he right now? He is right here with me in my car. Let's just discuss this when you get to the club. Okay? Wesley told him. The other two felt how serious he was about this. At Orchid Private Club. The moment Carlos and Niles finally reached the club, Damon and Wesley had already been waiting for about an hour. Damon had never been the patient type. You finally showed up. What took you so long? I thought the two of you eloped or something, he grumbled. Awkwardly trying to explain the situation, Niles replied. Something came up at the hospital. I had no choice but to work a bit of overtime. Carlos dropped by the hospital. Pouring them a glass of wine each, Damon fixated his gaze at Niles and asked him, Do you enjoy being a doctor? Shaking his head, Niles protested. Not a single bit. Patients would always be coming in left and right. To make matters worse, more and more medical records are piling up on top of all the operations. Looking at Niles unsympathetically, Wesley remarked, You're the one who chose that. Wesley already lost count of how many times he had talked to Niles about this, hoping that his younger brother would enlist in the army alongside him. But much to his dismay, Niles had always dreamt of being a doctor. Brushing his hair, Niles retorted, It might be tiresome, but I still think it's much better than being in the army. The rigorous training the soldiers have to go through just isn't for me. He had always wondered how the soldiers made it through such harsh conditions. Wesley is such a brutal and relentless leader. Don't they ever get worried that they might meet their end through his hands one day? Resting his hand on Niles' shoulder and patting him, Damon commented, It takes an uncompromising commander to build up a strong army. You should realize that it's your brother's toughness that's helping those people to turn into remarkable soldiers. All of them are considered elites. When they go on a mission, every single one of those men would be capable of fighting several enemies. And I've always tried my best to become a good doctor. Eventually, I'll become the hospital's attending physician, and then finally the director. That day will come, I'm sure of that. And I'll groom the next ones into becoming a remarkable team of doctors as well, Niles proudly said. He truly had faith that he would become a successful doctor in time. Damon simply bobbed his head along to all of that. That's right. Niles is certainly a good doctor. Of course. Definitely. Niles replied quite proudly, as he raised his glass to have a toast with Damon. At that moment, Niles appeared as though something came to his mind. What has Curtis been doing these days? And what about Megan? Has she been busy with school activities? It's been so long since the last time I saw those two. The other men listening to him gave each other some suspicious glances. Damon, feeling quite irritated, then answered, Curtis has changed significantly. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Niles had only been staying in Y City for 2 years now. Taking that into consideration, he didn't really know much about the group's past. For Debbie's sake Damon. Wesley abruptly, and quite harshly, interrupted Damon as he was talking. He mentioned Debbie. Despite the interruption, Niles heard Damon say her name clear as day. And it wasn't just him. Carlos, who had been silently sitting there, was left completely dumbfounded by how furiously Wesley reacted. Are Debbie and Curtis somehow acquainted? Niles curiously asked. Nodding along, Damon replied. Curtis is actually Debbie's uncle. Oh, is that so? That was all Niles said, but in reality he ended up having a lot more questions to ask. Wesley, has Debbie done anything? Why do you get so worked up every time someone mentions her name? If I didn't know that you'd been in a relationship with Blair for years now, I would have assumed that Debbie broke up with you or something, making you despise her to that extent. After saying this, Wesley glanced at Carlos, who had confusion written all over his face, much like Niles. Have the two of you met already? He asked him. Carlos had no intention of denying it. It would be best for you to steer clear of that sort of woman, Wesley remarked, visibly getting infuriated. This just made Niles' curiosity grow even stronger. From my impression of her, Debbie seems like such a nice person. Damon, would you please tell me what really happened? Please don't take this the wrong way. I'm asking this for Carlos' sake. It's easy to tell that he's just as perplexed as I am. All of them knew that Carlos suffered from amnesia. For that reason, Niles got the idea that Carlos probably was more interested in finding out the truth than he did. Was I really that easy to read? Carlos wondered upon hearing Niles' remarks. The truth was that he had been under the assumption that he was doing a good job acting like he couldn't care less about the topic. Seeing how Wesley appeared to be fuming with anger, Damon tried to clear things up very carefully. In a nutshell, wherever that woman goes, trouble seems to follow. During the time Carlos brought her along to New York, she made a mess out of the Huo family. And back when she was in Y City, she caused a lot of problems here. He tried his best to make Niles understand, but he still failed to do so. It was the details that the young doctor was eager to hear. Niles had a lot more questions up his sleeve, but Wesley already lost his cool. Say that wretched woman's name one more time, I dare you, and I'll transfer you to the army and turn you into a military surgeon. Make no doubt about it. The military surgeons who belonged to his troops had undergone such harsh conditions to make sure they could serve their purpose to the best of their abilities. And with that statement he finally managed to shut Niles up. Niles shot Carlos a quick glance, but to his astonishment, as the person directly involved in the matter, he didn't look like he was showing any interest in finding out the answer anymore. With that, Niles had no other choice but to cease asking further. Considering the fact that Carlos himself didn't really care that much about knowing his past, he wasn't in any position to be sticking his nose into his business. All right, I won't be prying into it anymore. But at the moment, she is quite a well-known singer in Z country. People say that her songs seem so heartbreaking. Whenever she performs, the fans as well as the artist herself tear up. It's possible that she has a tragic past. Listening to him prattle, Damon took a sip of wine, sneering at him. She has done some detestable things, but the worst of them all is when she ran off with another man. What kind of sad past do you think she could possibly have? That woman is one manipulative bitch. You shouldn't let her make a fool out of you. She ran off with another man. At that point, Niles and Carlos' personal opinions of Debbie probably couldn't get any lower. It was around 2 in the morning by the time their group left Orchid Private Club. Niles climbed into Wesley's military vehicle and told him, "Since you live alone anyway, I'm just going to crash at your place tonight." Simply giving him a cold stare, Wesley didn't say anything. The two of them immediately drove off to Wesley's apartment. After making sure that Carlos was already out of sight, Niles began asking again. Wesley, just between the two of us, what's Debbie's relationship with Carlos? Kicking his leg, Wesley yelled at him. Your curiosity is going to get you in an awful lot of trouble sooner or later. Niles screamed painfully and answered. I just really wanted to find out. Truth be told, he was actually beginning to regret poking his nose into it. But at that point he was already much too invested in the topic to drop it. If Wesley still wouldn't tell him anything else about those two, Niles was sure that he would be having a hard time sleeping. Carlos and Debbie used to be married. Wesley finally gave in and spilled the beans. Niles' jaw almost dropped at those words. Wesley went on. We don't want Carlos to remember such a miserable past. So, it would be best for you to watch your tongue whenever he's around. My God. So, she used to be Carlos' wife. Niles was aware that Carlos had been married. But during that time, he wasn't around as he had been studying abroad. For that reason, he had no idea whom Carlos had gotten married to or the state of their married life. Niles scratched his head, feeling so bewildered. But to me, Debbie doesn't look like the type of person you're making her out to be. Being unfaithful and eloping with some other guy? I don't see her as someone capable of doing something like that. That's why I've been trying to tell you not to be swayed by her acting. Carlos got seriously injured. That's why he lost his memory. And all of that was because he put himself in harm's way to protect her. Not once had Wesley ever uttered Debbie's name after that terrible accident. Still, Niles asked again. Did the police say anything about the accident? Seemingly deep in thought for a while, Wesley then answered. Uncle James wouldn't allow us to get involved. He asked some people to update him about how the investigation was going. In the end, they were able to confirm that the driver had been driving under extreme exhaustion and died on the spot. He didn't have a wife or any kids. All he had was an old disabled mother. James had informed them that the poor driver's mother was a pitiable old lady, who was over 80 years of age. Their family was quite impoverished. If you could see their house, you wouldn't be able to find a single piece of decent furniture, so asking her to pay for the hospitalization was out of the question. After all, the old lady had also been so devastated after finding out that his son had died. So, ultimately they had no choice but to drop the issue. For a while the air was filled with deafening silence. Before stepping out of the vehicle, Niles suddenly asked Wesley, By the way, where is Blair? I haven't seen her in such a long time. Have the two of you broken up or something? Giving him an intense glare, Wesley responded, You should just stay out of adult matters. As a commander of the army, you couldn't do anything to make your relationship with a woman work out, even after 4 years of being together. Big deal. Niles pondered to himself. It should go without saying that Debbie had no clue about what those men had been talking about. She kept on reminding herself that just because Carlos was being so distant with her, she shouldn't be giving up hope that they could still turn their relationship back to the way it used to be. For 2 days straight she stayed over at Casey's place. Originally, she was planning to acquire an apartment right next to Carlos at Building 2 of the Champs Bay Apartments. Unfortunately, the unit had a steep cost of $100,000 per square meter, so she had to think of something else. Getting a bit of help from a realtor, she managed to get the apartment right above Carlos on a lease. As she was moving her stuff, she chanced upon Stephanie walking a dog along the road. With this, Debbie came up with a plan. After a while, she headed over to the pet shop and purchased a Bichon Frise, the exact same breed as Stephanie's pet dog. There was just one thing different about them, though. Stephanie's dog was female, while Debbie, on the other hand, had gotten herself a male one. After carefully observing Carlos' routine for several days, Debbie had become familiar with his pattern. When it was time, Debbie would come downstairs with her dog just at the time when Carlos would walk his dog. Moreover, each of their chance encounters took place when Stephanie wasn't home. It was the same today. Carlos was walking his white Bichon Frise Millie as usual when all of a sudden, he heard another dog barking behind him. The barking came nearer and nearer. Then a woman called, Harley, slow down. Harley was the name of Debbie's dog. When Harley saw Millie, he quickened his pace towards her and jumped excitedly around her. Debbie quickly picked Harley up before Carlos became angry. She turned to Carlos apologizing. "I'm sorry he got off the leash. He breaks off the leash every day?" Carlos said bluntly. "Humph. This man isn't nice at all," Debbie thought to herself. She ruffled Harley's fur playfully and retorted, "That's right. Opposite sexes attract each other. It's normal for him to behave that way." "Mr. Huo, why would you be angry at a dog?" Carlos' face darkened. He ignored Debbie and continued walking with Millie. While holding Harley in her arms, Debbie quickened her pace and caught up to him. "Mr. Huo, I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been?" she asked with a fawning grin. "On a business trip," Carlos answered abruptly. He didn't want to talk to her, but through past encounters with her, he had learned that this woman wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. To shut her up, he had decided to answer her question. "Oh, a business trip. I've missed you so much," Debbie thought to herself. "Did your girlfriend go with you?" she asked. Carlos shot her a cold glare. "Is there something you want to say?" "Of course." Debbie stood in front of him with the dog in her arms. "I can go on a business trip with you. You'll be lonely on your own. I can eat with you and keep you entertained. If you want, I can even sleep with you." Unfortunately, given their current relationship, it would be too bold to say that out loud. Carlos sneered scornfully. "How much for one night?" Debbie's feelings were hurt. However, since it was Carlos, she took a deep breath and replied, "If it's with you, then it'll be free of charge. I'm willing to pay you instead. Don't be too expensive, though." She wouldn't do that with anybody else. If someone else were to hear their conversation, they would be forgiven for thinking that Debbie and Carlos were both escorts. Carlos furrowed his brows into a gloomy expression and kept walking. "If you're lonely, I can send you to a place where you belong." Debbie knew what he was referring to, and yet again she didn't get angry. "Old man." Debbie seemed to realize something. She stepped closer to Carlos, and as she did, Harley got excited and jumped out of her arms and began to play with Millie. "Have you slept with your girlfriend?" she asked in a low voice while ignoring the dogs. Carlos' expression suddenly turned very dark at her provocative question. "This woman is pushing my buttons. I'm warning you for the last time. Get out of my sight." Debbie smiled awkwardly. "Are you embarrassed? You don't need to be. I was only asking. Can your girlfriend satisfy you? You used to be so." Carlos grabbed her by the throat. "Ugh, murder. Are you going to go away or not?" It was only then that Debbie realized that it was too frivolous of her to ask Carlos that kind of question since they weren't that close anymore. Debbie glared at him with panicked wide eyes and shook her head, but then she remembered his question and nodded. Yum. As soon as he released his grip on her throat, Debbie gasped for air. However, while they were distracted, Harley had made the situation even worse for her. He was humping Millie, and Millie wasn't happy about it. When Carlos realized what was going on, his face twisted with rage. Debbie quickly ran over to pick Harley up, but the dog tried to resist. He wasn't pleased about someone interrupting him at this moment, even if it was his owner. "Harley, be a good boy. Gotta run or we'll both be dead," she said to the dog in a low and desperate voice. Debbie knew that Carlos was seething at her and Harley right now. She had finally managed to pry Harley off of Millie, and was about to take off when Carlos grabbed her wrist and stopped her. His grip was so tight that she began to fret. "Crap. He's furious. What shall I do? What shall I do?" Debbie thought with her mind racing. Then she got a brilliant idea. Before Carlos could say anything else, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. "Old man, don't be mad. I'll keep Harley on the leash from now on," she appeased him in a soft voice. Playing hardball never worked on Carlos, while appeasing him in a coquettish way worked every time. At this critical juncture, it was Debbie's last resort. She had to try. "You," Carlos fumed with daggers in his eyes. But before he could say anything else, Debbie interrupted and said, "If you snap at me, I'll kiss you again." You what? If you don't keep your mouth shut, I'll get Harley to hump Millie again. Damn it. Carlos was determined that this time he was going to teach this woman a lesson the hard way. He released his grip on her wrist and began to move his hand to her throat again. However, Debbie took the opportunity to twist herself out of his grip. With Harley, the troublemaker, in her arms, she ran away as fast as she could. She left Carlos behind, feeling as though she had molested him, and her dog had humped his bitch. Both stood glaring at them with discontent. Debbie went back to Z Country to see their daughter shortly after that episode to avoid any more confrontations with Carlos. She had only spent one day with her daughter, when Ruby, her agent, put her on an entertainment program. Fortunately, she only needed to sing one song at the beginning of the show, and then do some activities with the other celebrities. The show went well, and it was late when she had left the TV station. Debbie started her car when suddenly Decker showed up on a motorbike in front of her vehicle. She hadn't seen him in quite a while. "Decker," she greeted him while getting out of the car. Decker had yellow hair and wore huge stud earrings. There were big holes in his jeans, and he had a brand new motorcycle. On the back seat was a woman with flaming red curls. One only had to look at them to know that neither of them was a decent person. Debbie felt an instant headache when she looked at her older brother. "I told you not to hit bars anymore." Decker got off his motorcycle and stood in front of her like a scumbag. "It's none of your business. Why were you gone for so long? Are you avoiding me? You wouldn't see me again if I hadn't come here to bust you, would you? I'll tell the press how ungrateful and cold you are. You don't even bother to take care of your brother." Debbie's head was about to explode. She closed her eyes in disappointment as she took a deep breath. She said nonchalantly, "You're a healthy man. Why should I take care of you? I've been busy lately, and I will be out of Z Country for a few days. Get yourself a job." "I'm too busy to get a job." "So you're working, hey? Well, okay, I get it. Then give me 50 grand, and I'll stay out of your way." 50 grand. Debbie realized she didn't have a brother. She was keeping a leech. Ruby looked around vigilantly, afraid that someone was hiding around a corner or in the bushes. Some paparazzo trying to get a good candid shot of Debbie. "Decker, I can't. I'm all tapped out and hurting for cash," Debbie snapped, turning down her brother's request. It wasn't an excuse. She'd already spent a ton of money on the detectives, and she was closing in on the limits of her expense account. She'd even withdrawn the money saved in her fixed deposit account. Decker wasn't angry. He dragged the woman standing behind him forward. "We're getting married soon. I could use some cash to start my new life, you know? You're my sis, after all." "Getting married?" Debbie was shocked. She sized the girl up. She'd barely reached 20, but she sure dressed like an adult. Debbie suppressed the shock in her heart and asked the girl, "You sure about him? He's a parasite. You want to marry a man who lives off his sister." Angered by her remarks, Decker stepped in between them and glared at Debbie. "Hey, I resent that. What are you trying to do, anyway?" Ignoring him, Debbie kept her eyes on the young girl, awaiting her answer. The girl had already retreated behind him. She leaned out and replied, "He treats me well. I want to marry him." Her tone was timid, halting, hushed. Debbie could tell she was afraid of offending him. Debbie didn't expect a stupid answer like that. It seemed rehearsed, almost. A smug smile crept across Decker's face. "You heard her. Now the money. Fine. I'll give you $50,000. But you'll have to get a job first to support this fine young lady. No job, no money." She couldn't bear to see her brother just doing nothing like that. If he didn't find a good job, his future would be bleak. Debbie was done talking, so she turned on her heel and started walking back to her car. Decker wanted to run up to her and stop Debbie in her tracks. He wanted the money now, but Ruby got in his way. "You know your sister no taekwondo, right? She could beat you to a pulp if she wanted. She hasn't done that so far because you're her brother. Don't push it." Reminded of Debbie's top-notch martial arts, Decker immediately chickened out. He shouted all sorts of insults as he watched, helpless as the car drove away. He kicked his leg in the direction of the leaving car as if venting his anger. After that, he hopped on his motorbike. Just then, a woman wearing a baseball cap and a mask sprang up from nowhere and stopped in Decker's way. "Are you Decker Liu?" she asked. Decker turned the key and stopped the engine. In an impatient voice he asked, "Who are you? Are you? Yes or no?" "Yeah." "What? You know me." The woman took an envelope from her handbag and held it in front of his face. "Inside this envelope is a bank card with $1 million. Take it and don't bother Debbie again." "$1 million?" Decker's facial expression changed dramatically. He jumped off his motorbike and grabbed the envelope. He opened the envelope slowly, as if he expected this to be a trick. Once he realized she wasn't lying, he asked curiously, "Who are you? Why cover your face? And why are you giving this to me?" "It doesn't matter who I am. Just don't bug her for money anymore. You could start a small business with this, maybe open a store. Do something useful for once." Decker's eyes lit up with excitement. He promised her outright, Okay, no problem. So what's the passcode?" "The last 6 numbers of the bank card number." "Lady, with this kind of cash I can do all sorts of stuff. It's a deal," he exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. A dash of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes, hidden under a pair of sunglasses. After the mysterious woman left, Decker rode the motorbike to a nearby bank and found an ATM. He checked the balance and there was indeed $1 million in it. He jumped for joy as he counted the number again and again to make sure of it. He even pinched himself hard, but he still hadn't awakened. This was no dream. So he took out $50,000 and grabbed his girlfriend to get some quality time. Debbie, on the other hand, was still worried about Decker. How would she ever get him to go to work? She had tried everything, using both hard and soft tactics, to get a leash on Decker, but nothing worked. After a shower, she sat on the bed and turned on her laptop. While she waited for it to boot, she texted Ivan, "Hey, I'm back in Z country now. Meet you in the office tomorrow." "Okay, see you then." Ivan sent back a message. "Okay, bye." In Y City, Carlos was lost in thought as he walked to his apartment. He was consumed with thoughts of Debbie. He hadn't walked his dog in a week, thinking that he might bump into Debbie walking around the neighborhood, but not this time. He hadn't seen her walking her dog, nor did he find her hanging out at the places they used to meet up. He opened the door to his apartment, confusion flooding his mind. When he came in, he saw that Stephanie was already at home, talking on the phone. Seeing Carlos come in, Stephanie quickly ended the call and greeted him. "Hey Carlos. You're back late." "Hum." He took off his suit jacket. She took it from him and hung it up. "I'll get you a glass of water," she said. "Thanks. I'm headed to the study now." When Stephanie fetched him a glass, Carlos was diligently working on his company files. After a few moments' hesitation, she asked, "Carlos, your father called me today. He asked when we were going to throw the engagement ceremony. Last time he promised it would be soon, but he hadn't said a thing about it after that." Stephanie grew worried. "Is it because of that woman?" she wondered, anxiety growing in her heart. Carlos' fingers froze on his laptop. He explained calmly, "Stephanie, you know I'm really busy now. I need to go on a business trip tomorrow. There's a problem regarding a contract we signed. And what's more, I have to personally negotiate a contract with Mr. One. So we'll talk about it when I'm back." Stephanie walked behind him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "Okay, I'll wait." As long as he'd marry her, she would quit her career and stay at home to be a good wife and a kind mother. Carlos patted her hand. "You're tired. You should go to bed," he advised. But she didn't take off. Instead, she sat on his lap, putting her face close to his. "I've been thinking. We've been together a while now, and we'll be engaged soon. So, how about we have a kid first?" She tried to beat around the bush to hint at him, but then she thought the direct approach might be better. "A kid?" Carlos frowned. Myriad complicated feelings stirred in his heart. After a while, he simply pecked her lips and comforted. No hurry. We're both busy. Wait until we're married. Disappointed, Stephanie had no choice but to agree. Okay. Then she drew in closer and pressed her lips to his. But in a split second, Carlos pushed her away. Look, it's late. I need to reply to this email. Get some sleep like I asked. So she was frustrated again. Carlos never bugged her for sex. She was the one that had to get the ball rolling. But he turned her down every time. There were times where she wondered if he were impotent. Now she felt an urge to get it checked out at the hospital. What if he really can't get it up? What would I do? She wondered worriedly. In Z country, before Debbie could spend any time with her daughter, she was asked to shoot a public service announcement. Left with no choice, she gave Piggy to Ivan for a day. You're having dinner with a client, right? So you can drive Piggy back home before dinner, Debbie told Ivan worriedly. Ivan waved his hand at Debbie. No, that's okay. I'll take Piggy with me. She can charm my client over dinner. Debbie was surprised. Charm your client over dinner? She wondered.
No, no.
She's a kid. Kids are cute, but… Never mind. Just leave everything to me. You have enough to worry about, Ivan assured her as he patted her shoulder. Since he insisted, Debbie nodded and said a warm maternal goodbye to her daughter before leaving the office with Ruby. Luckily, her daughter was easy to manage. She did what she was told and wasn't very clingy. Otherwise, it would be hard for Debbie to balance family and career. In the evening, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the entrance to a five-star restaurant downtown. The driver got out of the car and opened the backseat door. A man dressed in an expensive gray suit got out and straightened his clothing. Then he poked his head into the car, and when he emerged, he was carrying a little girl wearing a pink bubble skirt. Her black hair was braided fashionably. Holding a limited edition doll in her hands, she curiously scanned her new digs. Expensive restaurants were nothing if not opulent, and that applied to the outside as well. She took in everything with a pair of big bright eyes. Wow, what a beautiful little princess! Someone passing by on the street was moved to remark.
Yeah, no kidding.
That bubble skirt is designer threads. Over 30,000. I sure can't afford that, said another. I just want to hug that girl. Her face is so cute. As people were eagerly commenting on her beauty, they saw the man whisper something in the girl's ear, making her giggle. The group of people erupted in audible wonder with gasps, oohs and ahs. The smile on the girl's face was like a blossom flower in spring, healing everyone's heart. She's so cute. I'm her fan now. Is that guy her dad? I don't see the family resemblance. Still, he's a good-looking guy. Ivan kept a calm face as he heard everyone talking. He was used to it. This little girl always attracted so much attention each time they went out. He wasn't surprised because he was fond of this lovely girl. He still didn't want kids, but he had to admit it was nice to carry her. Quickly enough, the manager of the restaurant came out and ushered Ivan inside. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated. Piggy ran her big eyes over the whole place to see if there was anything interesting. There was, but not necessarily to a child. There was a very serious-looking bar area, with colorful bottles aesthetically arranged. She could see works of art in wood and iron. There were lamps that were made to look like vines hanging from the ceiling. They were polished to a fine sheen, and had abstract leaves as a motif. The colors were red and gold. Then the manager led them to a shiny carved black table next to a window. A man dressed in a dark-colored designer suit was already sitting there, waiting for his business partner. This well-appointed gentleman was on his phone when Ivan arrived. Hearing footsteps from behind, Carlos turned around and saw a man coming nearer with a little girl in his arms. He was a little taken aback when he noticed the little one. He had never talked important business with a client who would bring a kid along. That was certainly out of the ordinary, but he wasn't sure if it was a deal-breaker. But when he carefully studied the girl's face, he felt she looked quite familiar. He had the oddest feeling he knew her. Carlos was so lost in her large eyes that he totally forgot his phone call. Ivan reached out his right hand to shake, but he didn't even notice it. His full attention was drawn to the little girl. "Hello," Piggy suddenly said in a cute voice, snapping Carlos back to his senses. Realizing his impropriety, Carlos let out a light cough and quickly ended the call. "Are you Mr. One?" "I'm sorry. Please have a seat." Ivan didn't mind at all. He sat Piggy down in the baby chair that the manager had brought out to him. As they were all seated, Carlos regained his composure and greeted Piggy politely. "Hello." Wearing a lovely smile, Piggy asked, "Uncle, what's your name?" "Carlos Huo." "And yours?" Carlos said as tenderly as he could muster. He had next to no experience talking with kids, so he wasn't sure how he should talk to her. Ivan silently watched this scene without cutting in. He gestured to the manager and asked him to arrange a French Michelin 3-star chef to prepare some specialty dishes. After the manager left, Carlos shifted his eyes to Ivan and asked, "Your daughter?" Ivan shook his head. "She's my goddaughter." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Huo. Sorry I was late." In fact, this was the first meeting between the two men. But all of Carlos' attention had been focused on the little girl, so the niceties had to wait until both men were focused on the meeting. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. One. I was just a minute earlier." As Carlos finished his sentence, his eyes fell on the little girl again. Making eye contact with the handsome uncle, Piggy grinned happily, revealing her neat and white teeth. She suddenly thrust out her hands towards him and said, "Hug, hug." Carlos froze, unsure of what to do. Before he came here, Ivan had imagined that the father and daughter might naturally feel close to each other since they were bound by blood. But he was still shocked by how much enthusiasm Piggy had shown around Carlos. The little girl never liked to play with strangers, yet she was actively engaged with Carlos. Bonds of blood are truly amazing, Ivan thought in his mind. Seeing Carlos in bewilderment, Ivan explained, "Seems like Piggy is fond of Mr. Huo. She never does this. We always wonder how a 2-year-old kid could be this cold. I never imagined she'd warm up to you like this. Do you want to give her a hug?" Carlos was nonplussed. He almost never interacted with kids, certainly never hugged them. Even when he was around Damon's son, he would merely give the boy a thin smile. That was all. But now he was asked to hug a little girl. This was something more difficult than negotiating a $100 million contract. He wanted to refuse, but he found himself irresistibly drawn to the expectant look in her sparkling eyes. The next second he took a piece of wet tissue from the bowl and wiped his hands clean. When Ivan gave up the idea and Piggy was about to drop her hands, Carlos suddenly stood up from his seat, came close to her and carefully pulled her up from the baby chair. He pulled her close, lingering there for a moment, with her head on his shoulder. Glowing with happiness, Piggy threw the doll to one side and wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Unbelievably, the soft kiss touched his heart, and touched something deep inside of him. Something he didn't even know was there, buried deep under layers of ice. A warm feeling now coursed throughout his body. "Your name is Piggy?" he asked. The workaholic man put aside his work and tried to connect with this little vision of heaven. Piggy sat on Carlos' lap, raised her head to look into his eyes and answered with seriousness. "Evening. Mom calls me Piggy." "Piggy? Evening. Maybe she means Evelyn." Carlos was amused by her names. He wondered what kind of strange parents would name their cute daughter Piggy. What was going through their minds? As Ivan was filling 2 glasses of red wine, he chipped in. Normally, a 2-year-old kid can only say a few simple words. But Piggy can speak in full sentences when she wants to. She even knows several English words. Her IQ is remarkable. Probably her dad's good genes. Of course, it had to be Carlos' genes. Ivan didn't think that Piggy's high intelligence had anything to do with Debbie. Carlos raised his eyebrows. And he remembered that Damon's son wasn't able to speak so fluently at the age of 2. So he praised her. "I'm impressed, Piggy. But why would your parents call you Piggy? Certainly a nickname like Sugar or Bunny would be more suitable for this cute girl." Piggy's cheeks bulged up as she complained. Mommy said I didn't like eating meat. I was thin. She wanted me like a fat pig. So she called me Piggy. Her words came with great difficulty. It seemed that she still needed to pause and think when it came to longer sentences. After all, no matter how smart she was still a kid who wasn't even in kindergarten yet. After hearing Piggy explain her name, Carlos chuckled under his breath. He couldn't help it. He thought the girl's mom was kind of silly. Why did she think just by naming the kid Piggy the girl would fatten up and start enjoying meat? The manager of the restaurant began serving the meal. Carlos caught a glimpse of the first 3 dishes that had been placed on the table. 2 of them were vegetarian. Those dishes were specifically ordered for Piggy. Ivan was a wonderful godfather. After chatting a while longer with Piggy, Carlos lifted her off his lap and put her back in the high chair. He grabbed a wet napkin and carefully wiped her hands. His heart softened as he looked at Piggy's tiny and chubby hands. All of a sudden, he was overwhelmed by the desire to raise a cute daughter just like her. He thought of all the laughter and joy of raising a tiny child to be a self-sufficient adult, and he felt warm inside. The ever-proud Carlos had never envied anyone in his life. But now, he was jealous of Piggy's parents. They had such a lovely daughter, which was more valuable than all his wealth. He'd give anything to be able to have such a daughter. Meanwhile, Carlos had been observing how Ivan looked after Piggy. He could tell that Ivan must have spent a lot of time with her. He even knew how to prepare a bottle of formula, which was highly unusual for a single man. When Ivan went to get some hot water to dissolve the formula powder, Carlos grabbed a pair of clean chopsticks and picked up a slice of fish. He knew that Piggy just disliked meat, not necessarily because she couldn't eat it. So he tried asking, "Would you like some fish? It's fresh and yummy." Piggy looked at the slice of fish with curious eyes. She was drooling. She jumped up and down as much as the seat would let her and clapped her hands. She didn't like eating meat normally, but now she felt like eating the fish that this handsome uncle had picked up for her. Noting her approval, Carlos put the fish on her spoon. Then he quickly grabbed her spoon with the other hand and held it up to her mouth. "I'll feed you," he said gently. Piggy obediently opened her mouth and ate the fish. "Good job." He flashed a thin smile and looked at Piggy, his eyes full of tenderness. From a distance, Ivan looked at the warm scene of father and daughter. He couldn't help smiling. The saying is true. A daughter is like a lover from a father's past life. Even a tough and cold man like Carlos became tender and soft in front of his daughter, even though he didn't know that she was indeed his daughter. While Piggy was quietly sucking from her bottle of formula, the 2 men decided to turn the conversation where it was supposed to go: negotiations. A few moments later, Piggy set the bottle on the built-in tray in the high chair. It rolled around aimlessly. She looked at Carlos and asked in a soft voice, "Uncle, sleepy?" Her big eyes were filled with expectation. At a loss at what to do, Carlos turned to Ivan for help. "What do you do when she wants to sleep?" Ivan smiled. "She seems to like you, Mr. Huo. She can go to sleep in your arms. I think it's better to ask the manager for a baby cot. What do you think?" Carlos suggested. He was worried that Piggy wouldn't sleep comfortably in his arms. "That's okay. Here, I'll do it." And with that, Ivan lifted Piggy out of the high chair. He looked at Piggy with tender eyes. "Uncle, please." Piggy didn't listen to Ivan but instead stretched out her arms to Carlos. Carlos didn't have the heart to turn down the cute girl's request. So he stood up and took her from Ivan. With Ivan's aid, he helped the girl rest comfortably in his arms. Piggy leaned against his chest and began sucking from the bottle again. She closed her eyes, slowly drifting off. Piggy herself could detect a faint scent. In her dream, she wondered if this was the scent of a father. Holding Piggy's soft body in his arms and looking at her lovely sleeping face, Carlos felt that his heart melt the way butter melts when close to the fire. Now, he began to suspect Ivan's real purpose of bringing this girl here. Is he using the cute Piggy to cheat me into signing a contract? He wondered. After Piggy fell sound asleep, the two men continued to talk business, albeit in a low voice. Later that night, Debbie finished her work and picked up Piggy from the one family's residence. After they finished bathing, Debbie began to apply some diaper cream to prevent rashes. Suddenly Piggy whispered in her mom's ear, "Mommy, I saw an uncle." "Good uncle?" Debbie asked casually. "Sounds like you had a good time today." "Uh-huh. Mommy, could uncle be my daddy?" Debbie's fingers froze. She made the girl look her straight in the eye. "Baby, I'll get your daddy back very soon." "Okay. Yay." Piggy laughed happily and clapped her hands. But thinking of something, she looked baffled and said, "But I like the uncle today." "Mommy." She really wanted that uncle to be her daddy. Debbie was intrigued. She wondered who exactly Piggy met today. Piggy was always cold to strangers, but she seemed to like that man very much. "Where did you see that uncle?" Debbie asked curiously. "At dinner." "An uncle waiting," Piggy answered honestly. Debbie smiled when she heard that. "That must have been the client Ivan met tonight," Debbie guessed. "Trust me, Piggy. I'm sure you'll love your daddy more than the uncle you met tonight," she assured her daughter. But it suddenly dawned on her that Carlos wanted a son, not a daughter. She froze and her happy mood changed suddenly. Piggy is a girl. Will he love her? She wondered. But then she shook her head. Forget it. It's still early to worry about such an issue. Carlos hasn't regained his memory yet. I'm still pursuing him. Mommy. Piggy's voice interrupted her train of thoughts. Debbie closed the lid of the diaper cream. What? Mommy, you told me Daddy worked far away. Is Daddy rich? A while ago, Piggy started to understand more and asked Debbie about her daddy. She asked where her daddy was and why he didn't live with them. At that time, Debbie didn't know Carlos was alive, so she made up a story, one based on internet rumors. She had told Piggy, "Your daddy works in a place far away. He's working hard to earn money to buy us new clothes. He'll come back someday." Piggy asked her if he would come back by plane. Debbie told her yes, but it would be a long flight. What Debbie didn't expect was that Piggy remembered what she was told. Now sitting on the edge of the bed, Debbie held her daughter in her arms and replied sadly, "He doesn't need to take a long flight now, but Daddy hasn't earned enough money yet. When he has enough cash to buy a big villa like your daddy Ivan's, he'll come back." Don't want a big villa. Why? It's good to live in a big villa. You can have a big bedroom with lots of toys. I want Daddy. Daddy. No big villa. Daddy doesn't want me. He wants money, Piggy thought angrily. Debbie looked at her daughter's pure and bright eyes, tears threatening to come out of her eyes. She said with a sob, "Okay, I'll tell Daddy. I'll try to make him see." Her voice choked, the lump in her throat getting bigger, and her vision was blurred by tears. She wondered how she could make Carlos remember everything about her. "Do you know, Carlos? While you're in the arms of another woman, your wife and daughter are missing you so much," she thought sadly. Piggy fell asleep soon, but Debbie tossed and turned. She took out her phone and called Ivan. "Hey Ivan, did I wake you?"
No.
"What's up?" Ivan asked from the other end. "Well, you have a lot of business connections. Could you help me get Carlos' phone number?" Debbie asked, embarrassed by her own request. She had asked Carlos for his number when she had met him in Y City, but he had refused to tell her. Unbelievable, Ivan thought. Are you telling me that you don't have his number? She had moved back to Y City to reclaim her ex-husband, yet she didn't even have his contact number. He changed his number, she said, her voice feeble. Debbie had tried to contact him through his old number, but it was answered by a worker in ZL Group. "Okay, I'm sending you his number." "What? You have his number?" Debbie was shocked. She wasn't expecting that. "Yes. Our branch company is doing a project in cooperation with ZL Group. His phone number is on the company contract," Ivan replied. hiding from her that he had met Carlos just that night. He had never met Carlos before that night. Now that his company had become bigger, he finally had the chance to meet him face to face. "Thank you, Ivan," Debbie said, excitement clear in her tone. She was truly grateful to him. In no time she received a WeChat message from Ivan. It was Carlos' number. She looked at the time. It was about 10 o'clock at night. Is Carlos holding his soon-to-be fiancé in his arms right now? She wondered with an ache in her heart. It pained her to imagine him being intimate with Stephanie that way. She couldn't breathe at the thought of it. On an impulse, she dialed the number which Ivan had sent her. The call got through very soon. "Hello." Her heart missed a beat when she heard his husky voice. She smiled and glanced at her daughter, who was sleeping beside her. "Baby, I'm gonna get your daddy back," she said in her mind. She touched her daughter's forehead gently and then walked out to the balcony. As she overlooked the night sky of Z Country, she said in a chirpy voice, "Hey, Mr. Handsome." Carlos was a little taken aback. He removed the phone from his ear and looked at the number. So, this is that woman's number. He memorized it so that he wouldn't accidentally answer her call the next time. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. Debbie was hurt by how much he hated hearing her voice. But she cheered herself up and asked, "Are you in bed?"
I'm busy.
"If you don't have anything important to." "Yes, I do." She interrupted him quickly to stop him from hanging up. "I haven't been pestering you for the past few days and you haven't seen me walk the dog either. Are you curious about what I am doing now?" "No," he replied bluntly, refusing to admit that he had indeed wondered about it. "Oh, okay," she said, sounding disappointed. "I came back to Z Country. I can't fall asleep. I miss you so much. What should I do?" "She's in Z Country? No wonder I haven't seen her in a while," Carlos thought. "What does this have to do with me?" "It has everything to do with you, Carlos. I really miss you. I miss the times when we were together. I miss your hugs, your kisses, and Debbie Nian," Carlos roared. "Yes, that's my name, all right. But you'd better keep your voice down or your soon-to-be fiancé might not like it." She joked casually even though her insides hurt as she said it. Carlos managed to suppress his anger and spat out, "She's not here." He stopped mid-sentence. "Why am I telling her this?" he sulked, touching the frown on his forehead. He quickly corrected himself. "I'm on a business trip." "Hold on. What am I doing? Why am I telling her all this?" Carlos felt annoyed by how much his words were contradicting his thoughts. A smile appeared on Debbie's face. "So she's not with you right now? How about this? Give me your location and I'll fly to your place to keep you company. I know that you must be lonely right now." "I'm not lonely," Carlos said very slowly. He was running out of patience with her. "Yes, you are. Are you incapable of comprehending my words? I just said I'm not." "I don't believe you, Carlos. I know about you, your cravings at night. You must be pretty lonely right now." She remembered about their nights together. They used to have sex every night, except on the days of her periods. She knew he was a man of strong sexual drive. There was only silence on the other end. Hearing no response from him, Debbie blushed and said in a hushed voice, "You always said that you loved sleeping by my side." "Oh my God. Am I seducing Carlos now?" She laid her hand on her chest, which was all but ready to explode. She continued to flirt with him. Carlos closed his eyes tightly as she went on to describe their nights together. His mind kept telling him to hang up on the woman right away. But his body disagreed. He couldn't move his finger to cut the call. He could do nothing but listen to her flirtatious words, painfully suppressing the burning lust she was triggering in him. "All right, that's enough for today," Debbie thought, feeling hot from her own flirting. She touched her red face, unable to carry on. She changed the subject and said softly, "Carlos, although we have been apart for 3 years, I still love you. I have a lot of things to tell you. I haven't thought of another man in all these years. I've been waiting for you. Even when I thought you were dead, I was still waiting for you. I didn't know why I was waiting. I just did." I hoped every night that you would at least appear in my dream." She began to sob lightly. Carlos let out a sigh of relief. He had gotten hard from her seductive words. Thank God she changed the subject, he thought. He would rather hear her story than her flirting. "If you still don't believe me, I can add your WeChat account and send you some pictures of us together. Okay. Give me a chance, Carlos. Let me help you recover our beautiful memories from 3 years ago. Please. Mr. Handsome, please." Debbie pleaded, breaking into tears. Carlos remained silent. He gauged the credibility of her words. After all, his best friends had warned him to stay away from this woman. "You are not engaged yet, right? Please put it off for a while. Just give me a month. I will help you regain your memory of me within that time." Okay. Debbie didn't mind begging him, pleading for his time. She had to get him back somehow.
Carlos lit a cigarette.
He couldn't understand his behavior tonight. He had a mountain of unfinished work, but he was wasting his time talking to this woman. Moreover, he would be engaged to Stephanie soon. It wouldn't be proper for him to keep in touch with this woman. He wondered if he had become a philandering man because of Damon's bad influence on him. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he refused her ruthlessly. "No need to do that, Miss Nian. I believe I have always kept a high standard. I'm sure that I wouldn't have chosen to be with such a shameless woman like you in the past." Debbie's heart constricted in her chest. She felt hot tears running down her cheeks. She was realizing just how much Carlos really hated her now. But she kept pressing him without giving up. "Let me make this clear to you. You were much more brazen than me in the past. You know why I have the courage to keep pestering you now? It's because you did the same to me in the past. You taught me to never give up," Debbie retorted. More importantly, he had treated her so well. That was why she wouldn't give up on him that easily, even if she had to act shamelessly and swallow all her pride. "I did the same to her?" Carlos knitted his brows. He couldn't even imagine himself pestering a woman. Why would he ever do that? "You don't believe it, right? It doesn't matter. Just don't stop me from approaching you. I will surely make you love me again, Carlos." Whether he had lost his memory or not, she would make him fall for her all over again. "Done?" he asked coldly. "Yes," Debbie nodded helplessly. "Ugh, this man is such a handful," she thought to herself. "Then go to bed." "No!" she exclaimed in her mind. She had managed to keep him talking for a while somehow. She didn't want her effort to go in vain. However, before she could utter one more word, the call was disconnected. Debbie sighed when she heard the beep sound on the phone. Nonetheless, she couldn't give up. She copied his phone number into the WeChat app and found the WeChat account named CH. The profile photo was the logo of ZL Group. Debbie laughed lightly. This had to be Carlos' WeChat account. He was so easy for her to understand. She sent him a friend request. Debbie stared at the phone screen, waiting patiently. After a long while, she finally got the notification that her friend request was agreed by the other end. A big smile crept across her face. "I know Carlos can't be that heartless to me. It's just his ego playing tricks here," she thought happily. She quickly sent a WeChat message to that account. "Hi, Mr. Handsome. It's me." As she waited for his reply, she tapped his WeChat moments to browse his posts. The big smile on her face froze all of a sudden when she saw one of the posts. Like his old habits, he seldom updated his moments. And on the few occasions when he did update, it was all about the ZL Group. Except for one odd post with a picture of Stephanie. Quite unusual for the man that Debbie knew. The picture was posted last month, and even though there were no words to caption it, the picture itself was enough to make Debbie sad. Obviously, they were showing off their affection. On the assumption that she shared no common friends with Carlos on WeChat, she decided to leave a comment since nobody else would see it. "Mr. Handsome, can you delete this post? It pains my heart seeing the picture. My stomach churns too. My head throbs and my whole body aches," she wrote. It took longer for Carlos to reply. But just when she decided he wasn't going to write back, an indifferent response popped up under her comment. Keep on with your feelings. They no longer mean anything to me. Debbie was incensed. What a heartless man. Carlos Huo, keep on snubbing me. One of these days I'll teach you a lesson. Pray that you don't ever come back to me. She swore in her mind. Then, she sent Carlos 10 odd pictures from 3 years ago when they were still an item. She typed a message in the end. I have a few more of our intimate pics on my phone, but I'm not sending you now. Should you come back into my life, those are absolutely the best pics that I'm saving for last. For the time being, I don't see the need for sending them. Looking at the photos, Carlos frowned. That woman didn't lie to him. 5 of those pictures were their romantic selfies. 3 of them showed their affectionate kisses in different places, and another 3 of them were taken in New York. In all those photos, he looked at the woman with eyes full of tenderness while she sweetly smiled back. The affection in their eyes was so evident that anyone could easily tell they were a couple, in deep love. As Carlos pored over those pictures, his phone beeped several times, receiving more intimate photos. Of course, the male lead was him and the female lead was Debbie, and the background was on a bed. More surprisingly, it seemed he was the one taking provocative selfies. Had they even lived together? Were they so close to each other in the past? At first, Debbie wasn't planning to send those intimate photos. But after hesitating for a few moments, she made up her mind. Sending them all would be more convincing to prove their relationship. Mischievously, she added a love emoticon with the caption, "Sizzling hot it was. Anyway, for my privacy, don't leak any of these. I need some respect, you know." Generally, Debbie was a well-behaved girl, but she wouldn't mind sending nudes to him. When he saw her message, a question popped up in Carlos' mind. Does she mean that I don't want my privacy? I'm the male lead in the pics. That night, Debbie couldn't fall asleep. She was grateful to have finally found his phone number and WeChat account. But she worried that in her excitement she might turn him off with much talk. Had she bugged him too much today? After turning and tossing on bed for several hours, Debbie couldn't bear it anymore. To kill boredom, she sent him one more message, even though he hadn't replied to her previous one yet. Mr. Handsome, where have you gone for your business trip? Please tell me and I'll come see you. I promise I won't disturb your work. Knowing that Stephanie wasn't staying by his side now, Debbie thought it would be a golden chance for her to chase him. After sending the message, she checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. She guessed Carlos might have already slept. Frustrated, Debbie gloomily locked her phone screen and held her daughter in her arms. All was quiet in the dead of night. The only comforting thing for her was the warmth of her daughter. Little angel, you're my strength. Let's pray and hope to get your daddy back to us soonest, okay? She talked to Piggy in her mind. As the night rolled away, Debbie slowly drifted off at around 3 o'clock. The next day, much to her surprise, she received Carlos' reply in the afternoon, while she worked at the recording studio. Didn't you want to help me recover my memory? I'm at Star Trade Building now. I'm free tonight. You can come and show me around, he wrote. As soon as she saw the message, she hurriedly left the studio, putting off her unfinished project of the song she was recording. In the driver's seat before she drove off, she constrained herself from the excitement and texted him back. Wait for me. Hurrying back home, she took out all her clothes in the wardrobe and tried on everything. At one point, she considered a modest pink evening dress. For all practical reasons, this would count for their first date after 3 years. But then she hesitated again. She would have to wear high heels to match with the dress if she wanted to carry herself like a respectable lady. However, she thought he might want to take her for a walk, and heels wouldn't be a good idea. Eventually, she settled for something casual. The best part was that she knew any style for her would still tick with Carlos. When she finally dressed herself and freshened up, it was already dusk. I'm ready now. She texted Carlos. Address. I'll pick you up ASAP, Carlos promptly replied. On second thoughts, Debbie replied, better if I come find you at whichever place you choose. As soon as they agreed on a venue, Debbie hailed a cab and headed for the place. On her way, she called Decker. Where have you been these 2 days? Why didn't you come back home? Decker was behaving unusually these days. Debbie didn't think that he had gone to look for a job. Thoughtless as ever, Decker rudely answered. I'll move out very soon. I don't want to look like I'm invading the little space that you and your illegitimate child call home. Debbie closed her eyes in anger, clenching her fist tightly. Decker, she is not. She held her tongue as she caught a glimpse of the taxi driver. In a lower voice she warned, mind your words from now on. I'm losing my patience for you. You can hurt me as you please but not Piggy. If you dare speak ill of her, I'll not take that shit lying down. Decker wasn't scared. Go ahead. Bye now. He hung up bluntly. It ticked her off. Remorse filled her heart. She regretted having come to Z Country to find her brother 3 years ago. How stupid of her. When the taxi arrived at their venue, Debbie put on a pair of sunglasses and a white stylish bucket hat before getting out of the taxi. She clutched her big canvas bag, pulled down the hat over her eyes and walked towards a hotel. Keeping a low profile, she went to the underground parking lot of the hotel, where she found a modest black Maybach. Carlos was talking on the phone in the driver's seat. When he saw the woman who had wrapped herself tight and covered her face, he got out of the car, walked around to the other side and opened the passenger door for her. He signaled to her with his eyes. Debbie walked up to him, tiptoed and gave him a peck on the lips. With a triumphant smile, she sat in the passenger's seat. Watching her closely, Carlos was impressed by Debbie's courage. The only woman bold enough to flirt with him where and when she chose. He was still on the phone but he lost his voice by her sudden kiss. After giving Debbie a warning glance, he closed the door for her and went on to speak. Talk about it later, Stephanie. You know I'm usually a very busy man. All the same, send my regards and apologies to your parents. As he sat in the driver's seat, Debbie heard him say on the phone, I have something to handle now. Call you back later. The mention of the name Stephanie made Debbie feel out of place. So he was having a phone call with his soon-to-be fiancé? She wondered. While he slowly drove the car out, she tilted her head to look at him and asked, Mr. Handsome, is your soon-to-be fiancé coming with us? Nope, said Carlos, stealing a quick glance at her, before focusing his gaze on the road ahead. Debbie didn't mind his cold attitude. She knew his personality. Previously, before they fell in love, he had been quite uptight. Then, do you love her? Carlos dropped into silence. Carlos suddenly remembered the moment he finally regained consciousness after being in a coma for so long. All of the people around him told him that he had gotten involved in a tragic car accident and had been in a vegetative state for over 2 years. And they also let him know that Stephanie, his childhood friend, was the one who had been staying right by his side and taking care of him in those 2 years. James had told him about how he and Stephanie had been deeply in love with each other, and given that he had already woken up, he should then be responsible for her. From that moment onwards, Stephanie had started reducing the workload she had and devoted most of her time to looking after him as his girlfriend. Regarding the issue of whether he truly loved Stephanie or not, for some reason, it had never really crossed his mind. There would be times where deep down his heart, he would feel that she wasn't the woman he longed to be with. And it was not like he hated her or anything. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He never really felt sick of her. Because if that had been the case, then there was no way they could have stayed friends since childhood. He would always tend to reflect about who on earth could the woman he desired possibly be. Where could he find her? What was going on with her life? To be precise, he had second thoughts whether such a woman even existed in the first place. It was also possible that he was just getting so worked up over nothing. Debbie was so pleased to see how Carlos had been at such a loss for words after hearing her question. Were he to have flatly answered that he loved Stephanie, then she probably would have been left with no choice but to give up on trying to win him back. But fortunately, he didn't say anything like that. He had been reluctant to give her an answer for about 2 minutes now, and still, she was yet to receive any response out of him. That period of silence helped her keep her hopes up. Debbie's eyes became bloodshot and began welling up with tears. Leaning over and resting her cheek over his shoulder, she told him, Mr. Handsome, I know you won't fall in love with her, Because you promised me that you would love me for the rest of your life. And even though you might be suffering from memory loss at this moment, I can feel that I'm still there somewhere deep inside your heart. After all, I'm the one you love the most. It should go without saying that she loved him just as much. Despite the fact that she had been deceived into thinking that he was already dead, the love she had for him never faltered one bit even after the past 3 years. As time passed by, the love she had been keeping within never faded away, and rather it actually even became much stronger than it ever was. She sincerely loved Carlos with her heart and soul. Pursing his lips intensely, Carlos had been so astounded by the way her words kindled his heart. He had been so deeply moved. At that moment he realized that she might have been telling the truth when she said that they had been so in love with each other in the past. The car then pulled over close to one of the most well-known places in Z country, always brimming with activity due to its breathtaking views. And as soon as Carlos made sure that the car was locked, Debbie went closer to him, hooking her arms around his. He tried to refuse her, but Debbie wasn't budging at all, not wanting to take no for an answer. Back when we were still together, every time we would argue about something, I wouldn't let you touch me but you still wouldn't listen. There were even times where you just went ahead and hugged me and kissed me. And right now all I'm doing is holding onto your arm. I'm not asking for a lot. So please let me do at least this much, she asked him earnestly. We should keep a safe distance between us, he said coldly. Keep a distance? Having a bit of a hard time believing what he just said, Debbie furrowed her eyebrows a little. You've already asked me out. Why should there be a need for us to keep some distance? The truth is that we have never really visited Z country together before. I actually enjoyed going on trips back then, but sadly you've always had your hands full with lots of other things. At one point you planned a trip to Maldives with just the two of us, but we got in a fight so the trip had to be cancelled. Later after that I had to go to England, and we lost any opportunities to go traveling. As they took a stroll by the lake, Debbie gave him an account of all the things that happened in the past before the accident. The handsome man was attracting a couple of stares from the women they passed by. Be that as it may, as soon as they saw the woman walking right beside him and holding his arm, they got frustrated and lost any interest they might have had in trying to approach him. England? What business did you have there? Carlos asked, giving her a baffled look. A smile crept onto Debbie's face. She began to reminisce about all those memorable moments that they had been through as if it were just yesterday. If I may say so, you've treated me quite well back then. In all honesty, you did all of that for my sake. That's what pushes me to keep going after you right now. Would you believe that you even wanted me to stop practicing Taekwondo, saying that you would be the one who would protect me? You had me learn how to dance, practice yoga, and you were the one who personally taught me how to speak English. You had everything laid out for me and had me all set to study abroad. But for a number of different reasons, I had to go to England and study there before the intended schedule you had arranged. Carlos didn't feel a hint of doubt as he listened to this bit of her story. All the things that were coming out of her mouth sounded and felt so very real. Everything seemed to be making complete sense that there was no way she could have just been making things up. Oh right. Something came to her mind, so Debbie suddenly stopped in her tracks. Peering straight into his eyes, she intently said, There was something I forgot to tell you. As a matter of fact, I'm actually your ex-wife. Ex-wife? Carlos was caught completely off guard. A trace of astonishment visibly glimmered through his deep eyes. All this while, he had been wondering what his relationship with Debbie could have really been. He had an idea that they might have been dating in the past, or maybe they used to live together as lovers. But he never would have thought that they had ever gotten married at all. Are you interested in finding out the reason why we had to get divorced? She frankly asked. Without delay, Carlos nodded his head along. Indeed, his curiosity got piqued even more. With a bit of playful look in her eyes, she teased him. If you give me a kiss, I will gladly tell you all about it. All Carlos could do was roll his eyes at her as he felt so irritated. Rather than kiss her as she requested, he tugged his arm away from her grasp and walked ahead of her. Looking at her empty hand, Debbie felt a tinge of pain in her heart. but she was able to instantly shake away the heartache and scurried to catch up with him. Swiftly getting a hold of his hand once more, she told him, all right. That was just a joke. Please don't get upset." Carlos glared at her with his eyebrows deeply knitted. And in a somber tone he gave her a warning. "Until I regain my memories, it would be best for you to get your act together." "Gotcha. I understand how you feel, but Mr. Huo, you shouldn't be so harsh with me. You might end up scaring your lovely ex-wife away. Once before, you told that if I were to leave and go someplace far away, you wouldn't be able to find someone as charming as me no matter how hard you looked," Debbie remarked while swinging his arm around like such a spoiled girlfriend. The way she was being so intrepid and daring made Carlos wonder whether he had truly been treating Debbie like she was his queen in the past. Any person around him would be scared to death once they saw him starting to get upset. But she wasn't like that in any way. The look on her face was telling him that she wasn't afraid of him at all. Prior to telling him what caused them to get a divorce, Debbie had to ask him one vital piece of information. "Tell me, how are you getting along with your dad now?" "How am I getting along with my dad? Why would she be interested in that?" Carlos was a bit perplexed after being asked such a weird question out of the blue. But in spite of that, he still gave her a straightforward answer. "We've been on good terms from the moment I regained consciousness." The two of them are actually on good terms right now? Debbie wasn't really expecting to hear something like that. But she immediately realized that James might have done a good job acting like such a good father in front of Carlos while he suffered from an amnesia. If that was how things had been recently, she knew that right now probably wouldn't be the best time to unveil the truth to him. "The main cause of our divorce was that a bad guy actually got me backed into a corner and pressured me into doing it while you were still in a coma. And because he knew my weakness, he got in the palm of his hands. I have one big weakness, and it's something I hold quite dear, so I had been left with no choice but to make a deal with him. After that, the bad guy informed me that you didn't make it. That shattered my heart into a million pieces, and I even went to your supposed funeral." A contemptuous smile slithered onto her face as she recalled that so-called funeral. She couldn't stop herself and ended up asking, "Was I really that foolish? It's just now that I realize how foolish I had been back then. I was the most stupid person in the world. He managed to deceive me. And who might that guy be?" Carlos' heart began pounding quite hard the moment he came up with a possible answer. Debbie didn't have it in her to tell him the bad guy was James, because in his eyes, James had been such a good father to him now after the accident. If she said something that could displease him, Carlos might take it the wrong way and think that she intended to drive a wedge between the father and son. For that reason, she just casually said, "For now, it doesn't really matter who that guy is. It wouldn't make a difference if you find out about it or not. I'll just tell you some other time." Given that it seemed as though she really had no intentions of spilling the beans, Carlos decided to just let it go for the time being. That being said, he asked her a different question. "So what was that weakness you mentioned?" No, that's not right. I shouldn't be telling him anything about that now. If Carlos doesn't get his memory back and finds out that Piggy is actually his daughter, we will probably end up having a battle for her custody. What am I going to do if that happens?" Debbie panicked, feeling so anxious. "Why are you suddenly so hesitant to give me an answer?" Carlos had his keen eyes deeply fixated on her face, looking closely at every little shift in her expression. "No, it's not like that. I'm just worried because you're suffering from memory loss right now, so you might have a hard time taking all of this information in. Once you finally get better, I'm going to tell you all about the truth. All right? I promise you I won't be keeping anything from you by then. Okay." Loosening her grip, Debbie intently looked right into his eyes. Recognizing the sincerity and truthfulness written in her eyes, Carlos decided to just let go of the topic for now and simply continued walking forward. A gust of cool wind blew over from the lake. Debbie grinned, staring at Carlos' tall figure. "Carlos, my love, remember me and come back to me soon," she prayed. They walked towards a crowded night market a short distance away. Food stands were lined up on each side of the street. Looking around the various food stalls as a foodie, Debbie felt her mouth water. "Carlos, I'm starving," she yelled excitedly. Carlos knitted his brows tightly as he looked at the food stands. He couldn't even muster up an appetite at that place. "Find a restaurant," he demanded. Debbie shook her head vigorously. "Trust me, you will never be able to taste the authentic flavor of Z country in any top-class restaurants. The genuine gourmet food of this country is right here, in these streets. Don't look down on them. Come, I'll find you some delicious snacks. You're gonna love them." Carlos was baffled. Massaging his aching temples, he refused again. "No, thank you. I'll wait for you here." "Don't. Come on, Mr. Handsome. You used to accompany me all the time to buy these street snacks. Sometimes you even stood in queues to buy this food while I waited in the car," she said with a smile, as she remembered those times when Carlos cared so much for her. "That was then, this is now," he insisted. He really couldn't afford to get sick. Debbie pursed her lips. "Please, let's go buy them together." "No way. Debbie ignored his refusal and dragged him into the crowd before he could even finish his sentence. She jumped happily from one food stand to the next. In no time she had bought some fried squid, octopus balls, oyster omelets, fish balls, egg waffle. Carlos was lost for words. She blissfully savored every bite of the snacks. When both of her hands were filled with food, she made Carlos hold the skewer of fried squid and the egg waffle for her. Debbie had seldom been to a food street like this since she had given birth to her baby. Even if she had occasionally passed by, she couldn't walk around and enjoy the food because she would be holding the baby in her arms. All she could do then was walk through the street, her mouth watering the whole time. But right now it was a golden chance for her to enjoy all her favorite foods. There was no way she was going to hold back on her pangs. Moreover, she didn't need to hold a good image in front of Carlos. She could just be herself and eat as much as she wanted. Frowning, Carlos stared at all the strange food that was stuffed into his hands, his eyes filled with disdain. On top of that, he was confused when he saw how happily Debbie was enjoying these cheap snacks. He was sure that food sold in such crowded and open environment was unhygienic. Wouldn't she get diarrhea after eating them? He wondered. Debbie was almost done, and when there was only one last octopus ball left in the disposable box, she picked it up with the toothpick in her hand and placed it in front of Carlos' lips. "Take a bite. You used to fight with me for the octopus balls." That was a blatant lie. The truth was that she used to force him to eat the last octopus ball every time. It was sort of their thing. Carlos furrowed his eyebrows deeply. "That was impossible," he said, moving his mouth away from the food. Debbie wasn't embarrassed that her little lie was seen through. She sighed. "Yes, you're right. You never liked it, but I do. And for my sake, however reluctant you were, you would always take a bite. Come on. What are you worried about? Diarrhea? Rest assured, darling. If you fall sick, I'll rush you to the hospital and take good care of you. Okay." Carlos just stared at her as she continued chattering in his ear. It only added to his confusion as to why he had fallen in love with such a noisy and troublesome woman. Nevertheless, without even knowing why, he opened his mouth. He just couldn't refuse her. No sooner had he opened up than she stuffed the octopus ball into his mouth. Bursting into laughter, she joked, "Oh, Mr. Handsome, I have always loved this side of you. You do anything for me." Carlos almost gagged, but he somehow managed to chew the food and gulp it down. He felt his mouth being filled with an odd flavor. Again, he wondered why he had been in a relationship with this woman. Why had he put himself through all this? Debbie quickly trotted towards the convenience store next to them and bought a bottle of water. She habitually picked up a low-budget bottle, but then she remembered the rich germaphobe waiting outside. She replaced it with the most expensive one in the store. After rinsing his mouth with the water she had bought, Carlos could finally breathe easy. The stench in his mouth from the octopus ball was killing him. He was determined to not take another bite of anything Debbie bought from that street. However, just as he had made up his mind, Debbie magically brought a scoop of ice cream to his lips. "Try this. It's really delicious. You won't regret." Carlos quickly strode ahead without saying a word. Debbie pushed her sunglasses up the bridge of her nose and caught up with him. I know you are a clean freak, so I specially asked the shopkeeper to give me 2 spoons. Here, take this new spoon. I'm not lying, this ice cream is really good. She scooped the ice cream with the new spoon and placed it near his lips, winking mischievously at him. Carlos cast her a cold glance. 1 bite, 1 kiss, he scoffed. Goodbye, help yourself.
Okay, fine. No kiss.
Come on, just 1 spoon. Please. Debbie patiently coaxed him the same way she talked Piggy into eating her food. All Carlos wanted to do was turn around and leave. But as he sensed the expectation in her eyes through her sunglasses, his heart somehow softened again. It was so weird for him that he had absolutely no control over this woman in front of him. He slowly opened his mouth, and Debbie put the spoon of ice cream into his mouth gently this time. Indeed, the ice cream tasted much better than the octopus ball. At least it was easier for him to swallow it down. Before he knew it, the ice cream had melted in his mouth. Debbie figured that it was enough for tonight. She couldn't push him too hard, lest he decided to turn his back on her again. She was content after successfully making him eat the street food. As they left the night market, Debbie wrapped her arm around his and suggested, Carlos, let's go for dinner. For dinner? His eyes opened wide in shock. She had already hogged on at least 7 different types of snacks. Were they not enough for her? As far as he knew, women tended to eat like birds. He had seen them peck on their foods trying to watch their diets. But this woman was different. She had the biggest appetite, even he couldn't eat so much. Eventually they went to a fine restaurant, and Debbie proved to him just how big her appetite was. Although she had already eaten so much food from the night market, she was still able to eat as much as Carlos had at the restaurant. He was very impressed. A shadow of a smile had appeared on his face as he watched her gulp down her favorite foods. After the meal, he had planned to drive her back home. But Debbie groaned, touching her full round belly. She demanded a walk with him. As they slowly walked around the lake, Debbie talked fervently as usual, while he listened silently. She talked a lot about their old days together. From time to time, she would confess her love for him and tell him how much she missed him. Each time she looked at him, the deep affection in her eyes touched his heart, like a leaf falling into a silent river, gently causing ripples on its surface. When they finally got into Carlos' Maybach, it was already past 10. Debbie gave him an address that was near her house and then leaned back in her seat to take a nap. When they reached the address, Carlos glanced sideways at the sleeping woman without waking her up. He turned off the engine, rolled down his window and lit a cigarette. Unwittingly, his gaze kept going back to her face. After a few minutes, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and texted Damon. Do I love Debbie Nian? Damon was surprised when he received Carlos' text. He replied, Are you with her now? Carlos ignored his text. After waiting a while, Damon knew that Carlos wasn't going to answer. He replied honestly, You did once. After getting the answer he needed, Carlos put away his phone and put out the cigarette. He drew closer to Debbie, intending to wake her up, but his dark eyes were fixed on her beautiful sleeping face. Since Debbie was a celebrity in Z country, she had been wearing sunglasses and a bucket hat all the while. At the night market, Carlos had heard many people gossip among themselves, wondering whether the woman beside him was Debbie Nian. But at that moment inside the car, she was not wearing her sunglasses. She wasn't wearing any makeup either. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes long and beautiful. She had a delicate nose and plump red lips. He felt like he was being bewitched as he slowly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. The air in the car became thick with romance. Debbie felt his kiss. She was familiar with his scent. The smell of tobacco in his mouth was the same as before. She was filled with nostalgia. She slowly lifted her hands and cradled his neck, kissing him back passionately without opening her eyes. Carlos did not stop her. He could not. Every time Stephanie had tried to make out with him, Carlos would refuse her. He had even doubted himself, wondering if he was impotent. But the fire raging in his belly at this moment proved that he was perfectly normal. He had a very strong sexual desire, but it was just not aimed at Stephanie. A few minutes later, the two broke apart, gasping for air. Their foreheads were still against each other and Carlos' arms were wrapped tightly around her waist. He demanded in a hoarse voice, "Get out." Debbie rolled her eyes. "You are still holding me in your arms. How am I supposed to get out? Besides, she didn't want to leave yet." Before she could finish speaking, her lips were being devoured once again, fervently. Breaking apart from her once again, Carlos tried to calm down. He let go of her and leaned forward to open the passenger door for her. "Get out." Biting her swollen lips, Debbie held onto his waist tightly and said, "Carlos Huo, I have only ever slept with you in my life, and I will never sleep with another man. We will." Carlos couldn't stop himself. He had no control over his own body as he flung himself onto her again, kissing her with a passion he didn't know was inside him. He was burning for this woman. "Why?" he screamed in his head as he pulled her towards his body. She responded and let him devour her. A few minutes later, he pulled away from her and let her go. He leaned against his seat and closed his eyes without saying a word. Knowing what was going through his mind, Debbie sighed helplessly and straightened her dress. She leaned towards him to give a kiss on his cheek before saying, "Good night, old man." Carlos didn't reply. Debbie got out and walked into a housing estate. When she was finally out of sight, Carlos heaved a sigh and his expression changed. He was exasperated. "Damn woman!" He cursed inwardly and hit the steering wheel in frustration. A few days later they met again. Debbie stood in front of the housing estate, Champs Bay Apartments, with her luggage. She had just flown in from Z country. At the same time she arrived, Carlos' car rolled into the apartment complex. When he got out, she gave him her broadest smile and greeted him. "Hi, old man. What a coincidence." Carlos raised his brows slightly in surprise. He nodded at her and walked towards the elevator. Debbie's smile froze on her face. They had kissed so passionately last time that they had almost slept together. But he was still acting so cold towards her. Typical Carlos, she thought, shaking her head. Ding! The elevator reached the ground floor. Debbie was still in a daze when Carlos' cold voice reached her. "Are you coming or not?" She came back to her senses and trotted towards him with her luggage. When she entered, she noticed that Carlos had been holding the open button for her. He released it after she got in, and pressed the button to go to the 6th floor. He cast a sideways glance at her and asked, "Which floor?" Debbie was glad that he had actually waited for her. She was even happier when he spoke to her again. "7th. Right above yours." Carlos pressed the button for the 7th floor. As the elevator started to ascend, she said in a whisper, "By the way, I'm currently single. If you feel lonely at night, come over to my apartment." Carlos' face darkened at her words. "Are you always so welcoming towards any man?" Debbie gritted her teeth but stayed calm. The elevator reached the 6th floor. When the doors opened, she said in a firm voice, "You are the only man who is allowed in my apartment and in my life." Carlos didn't respond. He got out and left without looking back. Debbie sighed as the doors closed again. She got out on the 7th floor and went into her apartment. She put her luggage aside and quickly dialed a number with a serious look in her eyes. When the call connected, she said, "I just arrived in Y City. How's it going?" The person on the other end answered, "James Huo is a very cautious man and he's hard to follow. His men almost caught me several times, but I still managed to find something. One night, he went to a woman's villa and didn't leave until the next day." "What about ZL Group?" she asked, clenching her teeth in anger. "How dare James take away Carlos' company? I swear I'll get it back from him." Debbie swore to herself. "It's even harder to investigate ZL Group. But one of my men has wormed his way into it to watch James' every move. He will report to me in a few days." James wore the face of an amiable man at the company, but that was not his real face. Debbie was mentally prepared for his attacks. James was an old cunning fox. and it would not be easy to bring him down. All right. Don't worry about money. If you are running out of it, just let me know. I need everything you can get against James. The more evidence you can gather, the better. Got it. We are not lacking in money yet, Miss Nian. Thanks a lot. Bye. Debbie gripped her phone tight. Hatred filled her eyes. She swore to herself that she would destroy James at all costs. She unlocked her phone again and found the pictures that had been released by James 3 years ago. In one photo, she was sleeping in the arms of a man who was not Carlos. In another, some doctors were walking out of the ward where they had helped James coerce her into signing the divorce papers. She sent the photos to a guy along with a text message saying, "Find these men as soon as possible. Keep it quiet." James' dirty secrets were tough to dig out, but Debbie could not just sit and wait. The next day she went to ZL Group. The receptionists were not the same people from 3 years ago. They were all strangers to Debbie. "May I help you?" one of them asked politely. Debbie adjusted her sunglasses and answered with a smile. "Yes. I would like to meet Tristan." "Thank you." Tristan. The receptionist seemed confused. Obviously, she didn't recognize that name. The other receptionist, who was a little older than her, cast a sharp glance at Debbie and said, "Tristan has long left ZL Group." "You didn't know." Debbie was stunned. "Tristan has left? Fine, I would like to meet Ashley then." "Ashley is not working in ZL Group either." Debbie continued in shock. "What about Zelda? They all left the company 3 years ago." Debbie just stared at the receptionist. What was going on? "Do you know where they are now?" she asked. The receptionist shook her head. "I heard that Tristan had gone abroad, but I never heard anything about Ashley and Zelda." Debbie was rendered speechless for a while. Why did all of Carlos' assistants leave the company at the same time? Did James drive them away to strengthen his position in the company? Were they a threat to him? After leaving ZL Group, Debbie got into her car and stared blankly at the company building. Her phone rang and she quickly picked it up. Ivan. "Debbie, do you want to hold a concert in Y City?" Debbie's eyes widened. "Why?" Ivan stared at Debbie's contract and said into his phone, "Your contract is going to expire soon. You plan to settle in Y City, don't you? Now you can go anywhere else to explore new horizons for your music. With your potential, I believe you will make an international star." "But," Debbie stammered. Ivan knew what was on her mind, so he coaxed, "We can hold your concert in a month. If no company wants to sign you, then you can still go back to the one group, while we wait for some large company to come knocking for your signature." "Absolutely not. Ivan, I won't do that. Even if I'm going to work outside the Z country, I will still sign with the one group." Through the years, Ivan and Irene had helped her a lot. If she chose to leave the one group at this moment, she would be the most ungrateful woman in the world. "Debbie, relax. Listen to me. The Star Empire under the ZL Group is one of the leading companies in the entertainment industry. If you can sign with the Star Empire, it will add to your popularity. A contract with them will benefit you a lot. You've been working day and night all these years. Have you forgotten what you've always wanted to be?" Ivan asked. "What do I want?" "I want to be powerful enough to avenge myself," Debbie thought. After a short pause, she said, "My answer is the same. I want to stay with the one group for life." Ivan burst into laughter. "I admire your firmness. But, come on. We have many popular stars, and your absence will make no difference. The only reason why I'm asking you to sign with the Star Empire is that they have Carlos as their boss. You came back to Y City for him, didn't you?" "What? Carlos is in charge of the Star Empire. That means if I sign with the company, Carlos will be my boss." The very thought excited Debbie. Sensing that she hesitated, Ivan continued, "I believe you and Carlos will eventually get back together. Then you will settle in Y City. Isn't that something you'd fancy?" Ivan's words made sense. But the Star Empire has more established stars. "I'm afraid." Ivan interrupted her. "Don't think too much. You are different from them. Unique in your own special way. How about this? If you sign with the Star Empire, you can stay in Y City. And if something is off, you can always come back to the one group. Okay. In a choked voice, Debbie asked, Ivan, why are you always so nice to me? Because I love Piggy so much. She is so adorable. I want her to have her dad's company. I did all of this for her, not for you. Ivan joked. Thanks a million, Ivan, she said, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. No problem. I'll release the news that you are going to hold a concert in Y City. The concert tickets will be available for booking soon. They discussed work for quite a while before hanging up. What Ivan had done for her reminded Debbie of Curtis. She stared at her phone, lost in thought. Curtis is always so nice to me too. Thinking of this, she sent Jared a text message. Send me Mr. Liu's phone number. Thanks, she wrote. Instead of replying to the message, Jared called her. Did you come back to Y City? Ungrateful woman. Why didn't you contact me and Casey as soon as you arrived? You must be a fake friend. Debbie giggled and explained patiently. I just arrived. I want to find Mr. Liu because he's always nice to me. Compared to my own brother, Mr. Liu is more like family to me. Oops. Got it wrong. He is my family. I need to treat him to dinner and thank him in person. Lately, Mr. Liu has been a busy dad. Taking care of his child has changed him in many ways. All the same, I'll send you his number shortly. And hey, why not hang out with us when you're available? You think of nothing but your man. There are still other men in the world. Jared teased with a laugh. Men like me, he added, gauging her response. Really? I better call Sasha and tell her that her boyfriend is thinking of another woman. Debbie decided to play along. Are you kidding me? Sasha would skin me alive. While you were away, she has changed a lot. She's no longer the soft girl you knew. Bossy and willful would describe her better. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Please talk to her, if you know what she means to me. Amused, Debbie teased him all the more. You used to dislike Sasha. I suspect you must be reaping what you sowed. Karma, you may say, right? Scratching his head, Jared said softly. Well then, forget about it. But tell me, are you going to stay and work in the city? We cherish having you back, Debbie. He paused and waited for her response. Hopefully, Debbie stammered. When she couldn't finish her sentence, he nudged on. Sasha has had several ads recently. Looks like she has real prospects in branding and showbiz, which I think might work to your advantage as well. Together, the two of you might take the industry by storm. That's cool, said Debbie. I'm planning to work in Y City, but I'm not keen on acting. Singing is all I want, she added. Awesome. How are things with you and Mr. Huo? Is there a way I can help? Asked Jared. Your old crew in town, me, Cassie and Sasha would gladly assist. Debbie was moved by his kind offer. That's very nice of you, but I'm good. Just be nice to Sasha. If I really need your help, I won't hesitate. It was good she had Jared for a friend. I got to go. I have a client to meet with. See you. With that, Jared hung up and sent her Curtis' phone number. Staring at the number, Debbie hesitated for a long time. She didn't know what to say to Curtis. Ugh, I better just apologize to him. After all, I owe him a lot. The call was connected soon. Hello? Came a woman's voice. Debbie asked timidly. Is this Colleen? Yes, ma'am. Who am I talking to? Colleen sounded somewhat drowsy at first, but she quickly recognized Debbie's voice. Gee! She exclaimed. Debbie, is this really you? Debbie's eyes turned teary as she answered. Yes. Colleen, I. Ain't fair, Deb. You just went MIA for a whole 3 years. Colleen complained. Girl, I even came to Z Country a couple of times, but you were nowhere to be seen. What's up? Yeah, I know. And for that reason, I'm reaching out to invite you and Mr. Liu for dinner. Sure. Wait a second. Colleen called out. Honey. Honey. Curtis' voice came from the other end of the line, gentle as ever. What's up? The call's for me. Guess who? Colleen handed the phone to Curtis. A strange number. Curtis passed the baby in his arms to Colleen and answered the phone in confusion. Hello, who am I talking to, please? Uncle Curtis, it's me, Debbie. Curtis was lost for words. Debbie's voice alone was surprising enough. Yet she called him uncle. The first time. He couldn't help but smile. A real ear-to-ear smile. Stubborn girl, he thought. Are you back in the city? Yes, uncle, she replied, her voice choking on tears. Curtis asked with concern. Good to know that. How have you been all these years? Pretty good. Uncle Curtis, I want to invite you and Aunt Colleen to dinner and apologize to you face to face, Debbie explained. Apologize? For what? Curtis was confused. He casually glanced at his wife and son before answering. We'd love to. What do you want to eat? When will you be available? How about lunch tomorrow? Would you be able to reserve a table for us? I haven't been here for years, Debbie said. No problem. Is this your number? I'll call you tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow, Uncle Curtis. See you. Excited, Colleen asked Curtis. How's it going? Debbie wants to treat us to dinner, huh? Curtis nodded with a smile and sat on the edge of the bed. She said she wanted to apologize to us face to face. She asked me to bring Aunt Colleen along. Apologize? What did she do wrong? Colleen was also confused. Curtis shrugged. I don't know what's on her mind. Let's see what she's going to say tomorrow. Then he pinched his son's chubby face and told him, Boy, Daddy will take you to meet Debbie tomorrow. The boy was more than 12 months old and was just learning to speak. Upon hearing that, he stuttered, Bye. Colleen kissed him on the cheek and said cheerfully, Honey, you're so smart. I love you. Curtis pulled her into his arms and said, When we see Debbie, don't tell her that Carlos is going to get engaged to Stephanie. Okay. Debbie's already been here. She must have already heard the news. What I can't understand is why she had insisted that Carlos was dead. And all the news posts about her 3 years ago. Were they true? Curtis sighed helplessly and said, I know. James lied to Debbie, telling her Carlos was dead. He said it was to test her integrity. Before Debbie went missing, she called me and told me that all the scandals about her were true. Nonetheless, I still don't know exactly what happened, and I don't think things were necessarily what they seemed. I think Debbie was hiding something back then. Damon and Wesley, who didn't know Debbie as well as Curtis did, believed what James had said, and they hated her very much. They even blamed Curtis for protecting her. Colleen asked worriedly, Did Debbie really betray Carlos? First, I don't think she would even dare. Second, she loved Carlos too much to do that. And what about her baby? Did she really get an abortion? Yes. She told me she did. Honey, don't ask her about this tomorrow. There is no point in opening up old wounds. We now have our own kid, and we know how painful it is for a woman to lose her child. And I don't think Debbie would betray Carlos either. Even though Debbie had told him herself that she had cheated on Carlos, Curtis still didn't believe it. Colleen rested her head on his shoulder and said softly, Got it. Don't worry. I won't say anything inappropriate tomorrow. Meanwhile, Debbie had already taken a shower and video chatted with Piggy. When Piggy fell asleep, Debbie had nothing else to do. She went on to toss about in her bed. She then decided to send Carlos a message on WeChat. Old man, what are you doing? Carlos had just left his study when his phone beeped. He picked it up from the nightstand to take a look. Stephanie saw it and asked casually, Who is it? Need to work. He locked his phone. Nothing. I'm going back to my bedroom. You should go to sleep. Stephanie nodded and watched his figure disappear. She lingered for a while, deep in thought, before returning to her bedroom. In his bedroom, Carlos unlocked his phone and replied to Debbie's message. I'm going to take a bath. Debbie replied right away. Want to take a bath together? I have a tub that can fit us both. Carlos was at a loss for words when he saw Debbie's message. He recalled that he and Debbie had almost slept together in Z Country. He was a bit irked. He headed to the bathroom, ignoring her message. Debbie knew that Carlos wouldn't respond to that kind of flirting, yet that didn't stop her from doing it anyway. She waited and waited for his reply before sighing helplessly. She sent him another message saying, Old man, don't get angry. I'm all alone in my apartment while you are with your girlfriend. Alas, I'm so pitiful. She waited for a while, but still there was no response. So she added, let's walk our dogs together tomorrow evening. See you. Before she had gone back to Z country, she had sent Harley to a pet shop for fostering. She decided to take it back home after having lunch with Curtis and Colleen the next day. The next morning she got up early. Carlos used to jog at 6 a.m. every day, but Debbie liked jogging at night. So he had shifted his jogging at night too. Maybe he jogs in the mornings again after he's lost his memory, she thought to herself. She didn't even wash her face before she went downstairs. She wandered around and found that a lot of people here jogged in the morning. But still no sight of Carlos. So does he jog at night? She thought. She was just about to turn around and head back home when she spotted a familiar figure. The man was wearing a gray sweatshirt and black shorts. Beads of sweat could be seen rolling down his face like he'd been jogging since 5 a.m. It was Carlos. Debbie's eyes lit up as she ran towards him. Old man, what a coincidence. Debbie greeted him and jogged with him. Carlos cast a sideways glance at her and said ironically, it is a coincidence. She smiled sweetly, completely ignoring the irony in his voice. What time did you start jogging? Where's your girlfriend? Isn't she jogging with you? I love jogging too. I can jog with you every morning. Debbie was never good at keeping her feelings to herself. I'm good. I don't always stay here. It was James who had insisted that Carlos live with Stephanie. James wanted Carlos and Stephanie to have a baby, and Carlos, for the life of him, couldn't figure out how to turn James down. During Carlos' first night staying with Stephanie, they had slept in the same bed together. He realized that he wasn't remotely attracted to her, most especially not physically. By midnight, he had already transferred to another room. Debbie was a little disappointed at Carlos' answer. She then offered, where else do you live then? I can move there. East District Manor. So you plan to build a manor there too? He taunted. Debbie was silenced. She couldn't afford to build a manor there. They had already gone around and back twice. Carlos wondered to himself, she seems strong. We've probably already run 1,000 meters and she doesn't even look tired. Old man, why are you jogging? To lose weight? She asked. No, he answered coldly. Then you must want to be fit. She approached him and said excitedly, I have a way to help you lose 1 kilogram instantly. Give it a try. Debbie's ideas weren't exactly reliable. Carlos knew this, so he simply snorted and ignored her. Debbie knew that Carlos had always been a man of few words, so when he didn't say anything she pressed on. Are you not curious? Nope, Carlos answered coldly. He was not the type to be curious about everything. Despite his answer, Debbie still chose to continue. While jogging along with him, she said, the easiest way to lose weight is to give your heart to me. Debbie herself burst out laughing at her joke as if Carlos was ready to give her his heart and soul. Her breathing rhythm disrupted by laughter, she began to pant. But she still laughed some more. Maybe it was to conceal her embarrassment. By the look of it, Carlos was impassive. Unknown to her, he was thoroughly enjoying her lively company. Her smile was a ray of sunlight, working its way through his hitherto cold heart. He slowed down and then came to a halt, staring at her with unrelenting, lustful eyes. Debbie stopped as well. His intense gaze made her feel awkward. She scratched the back of her head and stammered, I'm going back home. All of a sudden he took a step forward. Startled, Debbie instinctively stepped backward. They repeated it a few times until her back bumped into a big tree. She had to walk past the tree if she needed to avoid him. So she turned right in an attempt to walk past the tree, but he stretched out his arm to press on the tree and blocked her way. Left with no choice, she turned left. Then again she was blocked by him. Is this a Cape Dawn? Her mind flashed back to the study at his manor, where among other books, there were also a couple of Japanese poetry works. In wistfulness, she wondered how much better they'd have done together for all the 3 years she was away. Gradually her heart began to race, her cheeks flushing with love. She raised her head to look at him. I. She was lost for words. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. An intense, passionate kiss from a man long starved of love. He kissed me again. She savored the moment, feeling electrified in his warm embrace. Oh my God. We are in public and there are many people passing by, she thought to herself. What's rush with young people nowadays? Don't they find it improper making out in public, when they could as well go home and do all they want? Do you know them? They must be from around here. This is so. Passers-by pointed at them in disgust with revulsion. Debbie's face was flushed both from pleasure and embarrassment. She tried to push him away, but to no avail. Debbie protested, trying to say something, but her lips were sealed by his. When he finally let go, he teased in a hoarse voice. Stop moaning. What? I'm not moaning. I'm protesting, she thought. She then stuttered. I need to go. Let me go. Please. She was so apprehensive of their public display of affection, even though she loved him from the bottom of her heart. Let you go, Carlos said with a raised eyebrow. Seeing her red face, he decided to tease. How about we go home together and either to my apartment or yours, wherever you prefer. To his surprise, Debbie's eyes lit up at his words. She said with a hopeful expression, Really? My apartment it is then. Let's go. Now. Words failed Carlos. He withdrew his arms and stepped backward. Debbie's next move caught him off guard. Without saying goodbye, she ran past him and dashed towards the apartment building. Is she playing cat and mouse? Carlos thought to himself as he watched her receding figure. He licked the corner of his mouth, where he could still smell her scent. He hated to admit that he was turned on. Stepping into the elevator, Debbie rubbed her red cheeks, burning with embarrassment. As the doors closed, she heaved a deep sigh of relief. Geez, I was such a coward. Just the thought of making out with him in public gave her goosebumps. If she hadn't run away, she didn't know how far he would take things. Her heart raced, her mind running wild with imaginations. She longed for more and badly wished it had all happened in the privacy of a room. They would have set that house on fire. Debbie Nian, go for it. He kissed you twice. This means he has a thing for you. Go get it, girl. The chemistry is just perfect, she told herself. Later, Curtis sent her a message saying that he had already made a reservation on the 5th floor of the Audiobook building. When she met Colleen, they hugged and cried a river. Those 3 years apart had seemed like an eternity. Neither of them could believe they'd end up reuniting, right here in Y City again. That would have been the stuff of fantasies. Realizing that they both cried, the two women burst into laughter together. Curtis shook his head helplessly as he didn't understand their emotions. Aunt Colleen, Debbie called out playfully. Although Debbie and Colleen hadn't hung around each other often, they were pretty close. Maybe that was because they were both sincere and they both hated Megan. Women's friendship was a mystery of its own. Colleen rolled her eyes and retorted, Come on, just by name. Else you'll make me feel half a century older. They both laughed their hearts out at her quip. Debbie held her arm and said, Curtis is my uncle, so you are my aunt. But if you don't like it, I can still call you Colleen like before and call him uncle. I don't think he will mind me calling him that. Will you, Uncle Curtis? Curtis sighed with profound resignation. No, I don't mind you calling me uncle. But you have to call her aunt as well. Otherwise, people will mistake her for my niece as well. Seeing sense in what he said, Debbie protested. That's not gonna happen. With a playful touch, Colleen pinched his arm, to which he smiled pleasantly. Watching the peaceful couple, Debbie envied their love and commitment to each other. After so many years, Colleen and Curtis were still head over heels in love. Debbie had never seen them have a disagreement. In contrast, she and Carlos had disagreed almost every day. Shaking off her thoughts, Debbie let go of Colleen and walked up to Curtis, who was holding a little boy. Who is this handsome boy? She asked. She lightly pinched his chubby face and smiled broadly. It was the first time that she had seen her little cousin, who was even younger than her daughter. She reached into her clutch bag and took out a chocolate bar for him. The boy happily grabbed the bar and put it into his mouth, trying to bite, with the wrapping paper still on. Debbie scooped him into her arms, unwrapped the bar for him and played with him, enjoying his excited gurgling sounds. "Sweetie, what's your name?" she asked. "He is Justice Liu," Colleen answered. "Justice. Sounds good." Curtis held the chair for Debbie as she sat down with the boy in her arms. Curtis said in a soft voice, "The name Justice means upright and just. I don't expect him to be perfect. All I'm hoping for is that he will be a man of integrity." As he spoke, he fixed his eyes on his son, his eyes full of affection. Upon hearing that, Debbie gave him a thumbs up. "Wow, you're such a good father." Most parents would put all their expectations on their children. They want the world for their children, high-paying jobs and being CEO of a company. But you're not like that. As if Colleen had thought of something, she rolled her eyes and said, "Debbie, I actually wanted to name him Leonardo after Leonardo DiCaprio since I'm a huge fan. But your Uncle Curtis didn't want me to." Debbie burst into laughter. "I can understand Uncle Curtis. He's so possessive of you." While listening to their conversation, Curtis just smiled softly. He dismissed the waiter in the private booth so that they could talk freely. He poured the two women each a glass of juice. Colleen held her son's hand and told him, "Just this beautiful girl is your cousin. This is Debbie." Looking at Debbie with his round eyes, Justice called out in a small voice, "Debbie." Debbie pinched his face and said playfully, "Jus, you're so handsome. I think I'm in love with you." Colleen guessed that Debbie wasn't used to holding babies, so she took Justice over. "Jus, do you like Debbie? She's so pretty, huh?" Debbie straightened Justice's clothes and said to Colleen, "Why did you take Jus? I still want to play with him. How about this? I'm available in a few days. Let me take care of him for a couple of days so that you and Uncle Curtis can have a few days just to yourselves." Colleen answered with a smile, "Come on. You must be kidding. You don't know how to take care of babies." Debbie's smile froze. It was not until then that she realized that she had told Curtis she had aborted her baby 3 years ago. Colleen sensed that something was off. She was reminded of Debbie's abortion, so she apologized. "I'm so sorry, Debbie. I shouldn't."
No.
"It's not like that." Debbie held the glass tighter. She took a deep breath and said apologetically, "Uncle Curtis, Aunt Colleen, I'm sorry. I lied to you before. But I had no other choice back then. Actually, I didn't cheat on Carlos, I didn't abort the baby, and I didn't elope with another man." Debbie believed that she had to clear her name, whether they would believe her or not. This didn't come as a surprise to the couple. Curtis turned to his wife and said, "See? I told you. Debbie didn't do any of those things." Colleen nodded, held Debbie's hand and asked with concern, "Debbie, can you please tell us what had happened back then? Why did you take all the blame? And where is the baby?" "The baby is in Z country now. It's a long story. Nevertheless, I came back to Y City this time for 2 reasons. The first is to get back with Carlos. The second is to take reprisals against James. He destroyed my marriage and ruined me. I must avenge myself." As Debbie spoke of James, it was like she was suddenly a different girl. A cold aura seemed to sweep over her and her eyes had seemingly dimmed. Curtis furrowed his eyebrows. James must have really hurt Debbie. "What? I thought Uncle James was a nice man," Colleen said in confusion. Maybe Debbie was the one who understood James the most. "He's just like Megan. They are all hypocrites. He looks like a loving father, but all he wants is control and he'll stop at nothing to get it. You know what? The thing I regret the most is not that I believed him when he said Carlos was dead, but that I interceded for him because of Valerie's call when Carlos was about to put him behind bars. If she hadn't interceded for James with Carlos, James would have been in jail and she wouldn't have to suffer these past 3 years." Silence reigned in the room. Only the sound of Justice playing with his toy could be heard. Curtis was deep in thought. He was thinking how James used to be, and how he hadn't expected James to be such a scheming man. Then he realized that maybe his 3 friends were hostile to him because they'd already been deceived by James. The major issue was Carlos personally believed in James and thought he was a good man. "What are you planning to do?" Curtis asked. "I must help Carlos get his memory back. And I have to find evidence that could tie James to the crimes. I'll put him behind bars and make sure that he spends the rest of his life there." During the past 3 years, she had tried to get acquainted with various people, including detectives, lawyers, CEOs of large groups. She believed this would help her get her revenge. She had consulted a lawyer before, and he had told her that if she had proof that James committed the crimes, he had to spend the rest of his life in prison. After a while, Colleen asked, "Since you didn't abort the baby, where is it now? Who is taking care of it? A boy or a girl? How is it?" At the mention of Piggy, Debbie's eyes softened. She held Justice's hand and said, "It's a girl and she's more than 2 years old. Her nickname is Piggy. A friend's mom is taking care of her for me. I cannot let Carlos know she exists. I will take her back to Y City after he gets his memory back." "Piggy? Come on. She's a girl. How could you name her Piggy?" Colleen looked at Debbie in disbelief. Debbie sighed helplessly. "She doesn't like meat. I started calling her Piggy because I wanted her to eat some meat and gain some weight. She still doesn't eat meat, but the name stuck. Don't worry. Her real name's Evelyn Nian." "Thank God. But why don't you tell Carlos about Piggy? Maybe he'll get back together with you if he knows you have a baby with him." Colleen thought it wasn't wise of Debbie to keep Piggy a secret from Carlos. Piggy was Carlos' daughter, and he might get back together with Debbie for the sake of their child. Debbie shook her head. "I don't think Carlos will want to get back together with me just because we have a child together. Besides, James is still in the picture. He'll try whatever he can to break us up. If Carlos and I fail to get back together and James gets a hold of Piggy, I'll never forgive myself. Piggy is my daughter. These past 3 years I've leaned on Piggy for support and love. I can't afford to lose her." Debbie is right. If James is determined to separate her and Carlos, he will probably threaten her with Piggy. She can't take the risk. "Debbie, you must think thrice before acting. After all, James is an old fox. Not only do Wesley and Damon trust him, but Carlos is also loyal to him," said Curtis. He had seen with his own eyes how loyal Carlos was to James. He didn't think Debbie could win against James. "I know, Uncle Curtis. I've hired a private detective to look for the evidence of the crimes he had committed. Besides, I have to clear my name. I don't want Piggy to be laughed at because she has a notorious mother," said Debbie firmly. She was not the old Debbie anymore. She wouldn't go soft on those who dared to hurt her and her family again. The 3 of them had a nice lunch, chatting and laughing. During the lunch, Curtis suggested, "It's not appropriate to have your friend's mom take care of Piggy all the time. How about this? Why not take her back and let her live with Jess? We have 2 babysitters. I believe Jess will like Piggy very much." Colleen nodded. "That's right, Debbie. After all, Carlos is in Y City while Piggy is in Z Country. You can't always fly between the 2 places, can you?" Debbie was tempted by their offer. If Piggy was in Y City, she could have more time with her. She really missed her a lot. But he pushed his glasses up his nose and assured her, "Colleen and I don't live in the Liu family's house anymore. We have our own. The Liu family rarely visits, so you don't have to worry about them. As for James, Carlos and I rarely see each other, and I don't have any business with James." "That sounds great," Debbie thought to herself. "Aunt Colleen, don't you need to go to work?" she asked. "I quit. I'm a housewife now. Your Uncle Curtis is well paid, and he can support me and our child. We even want to have more children." Colleen turned to look at Curtis and gave him a sweet smile. She was willing to quit her job and be a housewife for her beloved husband. Her cheeks were rosy and she was glowing with happiness. Debbie was so envious of her. "When will Carlos get back together with me?" she asked herself in her mind. "All right. Then I'll bring Piggy back when I get the time. Uncle Curtis, Aunt Colleen, thank you so much."
"No worries.
If the 2 babysitters are not enough, we can always hire more. After you and Carlos get back together, I'll ask him to pay double for the babysitters. Colleen said playfully. Debbie was amused. She realized how many of her friends wanted to rip Carlos off since he was rich. This included Ivan and Colleen. While Colleen and Debbie were chatting happily, Curtis wondered whether he should tell Debbie about the Liu family. He opened his mouth but decided against it. I might just ruin Debbie's mood. I can always tell her next time. After lunch, they left the private booth and walked towards the elevator. Debbie held Colleen's arm and joked. Another friend of mine also wants Carlos money after we get back together. Turns out Carlos doesn't know what he's in for when he gets back together with me. Boo-hoo, I kind of feel sorry for him. Curtis, look at your niece. Mr. Huo is so rich, yet Debbie still worries about his money. Hey Debbie, we are your family. Curtis walked in the front with Justice in his arms, while the two women followed, bantering with each other. At a corner they met a group of people, who were also heading for the elevator. It was Carlos, Stephanie, Damon and Adriana. They all knew each other, which made the entire situation awkward. Debbie noticed Carlos right away. He always had a handsome face. When their eyes met, she was taken back to their encounter earlier that morning. Her face reddened in response. Carlos glanced at her blankly before looking away. Debbie assumed that he was acting that way because Stephanie was with him. Carlos had always been the quiet type. It wasn't unusual that he wouldn't greet Curtis. Damon, however, was angry with Curtis and Debbie. He snorted and acted as if he didn't see them. Adriana walked towards them and greeted them. Hi Colleen, Curtis. Debbie, when did you come back? Damon rolled his eyes and pulled his wife back. He reprimanded her. Honey, you should be careful. Not everyone deserves to be friends with you. Curtis and Colleen were left speechless. Debbie shifted her gaze from Carlos to Adriana and gave her a warm smile. Adriana. I just came back. Did you just have lunch? Adriana shook Damon's arms off and came over to Debbie again. Yes. Were you guys eating here too? She tickled Justice. Curtis also shifted his gaze from Carlos and Stephanie to Adriana and said, Yes. Where's your son? Adriana cast a worried look at Debbie as she thought talking about their kids would make her sad. He's in kindergarten and we'll pick him up in the afternoon. Debbie, Colleen, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Are you in a hurry? Would you like to have tea first? Colleen and Debbie exchanged glances. Then Colleen rubbed Debbie's hand and told Adriana, Sure. I'm free this afternoon. I know a nice tea house just nearby. We can go there if you want. Debbie, are you joining us? Debbie had nowhere to go to, so she nodded. Sure. Before Damon could say something, the three women had already left. Stephanie, whose arm was still linked through Carlos, felt a bit isolated and embarrassed. She felt like an outsider. An awkward silence rung in the air when Curtis took a few steps towards Carlos and offered, Carlos, Damon, do you have anywhere you need to be? We can go to the Orchid Private Club if you like. Damon shifted his glance to Debbie's disappearing figure and complained, She just came back and she's already stealing my wife away from me. She's still so annoying. I guess nothing's changed. Anyway, yeah, I'm free. What about you, Carlos? Carlos nodded and then turned to Stephanie. I'll have the driver take you to the office. All right. See you tonight. Stephanie bid Carlos and the others goodbye as she headed for the elevator. Curtis, Damon, and Carlos were now left alone. Damon looked at Justice, then turned to Curtis. Are you sure you want to take your son to the club? Curtis was a bit irked and snapped at him. Of course not. I don't want my boy to follow bad examples. My son will be a loyal boyfriend and husband in the future, not a playboy like you. Let's go. I'll ask the babysitter to pick him up. Damon wasn't the least bit offended when Curtis called him a playboy. He came over and asked, Why were you with that woman again? Don't let yourself get fooled by her. She may be your niece, but you can't just take her side because of that. Carlos was really weird too. He kept on defending that woman no matter what I said. He even said that Debbie was nice and that she didn't deserve to be hated. Must have been bewitched or something. You know. Damon. Carlos raised his voice, cutting Damon off. I didn't say anything wrong. I just called Wesley up when I went to the men's room. He said you'd never get rid of that woman, Damon said angrily. He would never talk about Debbie in front of Stephanie. He and Carlos only talked about Debbie whenever Stephanie wasn't there. Earlier when Damon went to the bathroom, he had apparently called up Wesley. He told him that even though Carlos had lost his memory, he still found Debbie to be a nice person. Damon was upset because he figured that Carlos and Debbie still might end up together. Curtis hadn't been able to hang out with his friends as much during the past 3 years. He'd been staying in a country for about 2 years. He only came back to Y City when Colleen was already about to give birth to Justice. Carlos, Wesley, and Damon had been noticeably cold to him for a while now, especially Wesley and Damon. They hated Debbie because they thought she cheated on Carlos, and they, in turn, were angry at Curtis for not hating Debbie and even defending her. Curtis didn't mind this at all. Now that Debbie was back, he, in fact, hoped that he could spend more time with his friends. That was why he invited them over to the Orchid Private Club. Luckily enough, they didn't refuse to hang out with him. Even if they did, Curtis wouldn't take it against them. He was already used to it. At Orchid Private Club, Carlos, Damon, and Curtis entered the biggest private booth. Justice was still in Curtis' arms. Niles was already in the booth, as Damon had called him on their way. Niles had already poured wine for them, and was lying on the sofa. Upon seeing them, Niles jumped to his feet and greeted them playfully. "Gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll be your server for the night. I've already poured your wine out for you. Would you want some beautiful women to keep you company? Hey, there's a young gentleman here. Little boy, let me hold you." Niles put his phone in his pocket and reached out his arms. Curtis handed his son over to Niles and told him, "Just call Uncle Niles. Uncle Niles." Niles patted Justice but lightly and protested. "Hey, I'm not 18 yet. I'll be his older brother. Just call me Niles." Justice blinked before calling out, "Niles! Ah, you're so cute. Call me Niles again." Niles grew fond of Justice. He began to play with him on the sofa. The rest took a seat on the sofa as well. Curtis told his son, "Just stay away from your Uncle Niles. He's a bad influence." Justice turned to look at his dad, confused. "Dad, no. Uncle." Curtis knew what Justice was asking. Damon, who had his own son, understood too. He piped in, He's a brat. Call him Brat." Justice looked even more confused but repeated as he was told, "Brat." Niles' eyes almost popped out. Damon burst into laughter. "My son was also very cute when he was this age. Just come here. Give me a hug." Justice was never shy even when meeting strangers. He began running towards Damon. Damon scooped Justice up and handed him to Carlos. "Dude, by this age, you should already have a child. Poor you. I feel sorry for you, man." The others were at a loss for words. As Carlos gazed at Justice, he was reminded of the little girl that he had met back in Z country. "I think Piggy's cuter," he thought to himself. He continued to hold Justice in his arms when the latter suddenly burst out crying. "Dad, Dad, Dad. Scary. Ah. Carlos, even a 1-year-old is afraid of you." Damon mocked and burst out laughing. Curtis took Justice away from Carlos' arms and began comforting him. Carlos sighed helplessly and thought to himself, "I'm sure Piggy is the most well-behaved and loveliest kid in the world." Soon after, the babysitter arrived to take Justice home. The moment Justice left the booth, each of the 4 men lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Debbie, Colleen, and Adriana decided to go shoe shopping at the shining International Plaza. Adriana said, "Debbie, don't worry too much about Damon. He doesn't know you the way I do. That's why he's wrong about you." Debbie shifted her eyes from the shoes to Adriana and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I understand. Damon and Wesley are Carlos' good buddies, and they care for him. When I clear my name, you can ask Damon to apologize to me." Adriana smiled and answered, "No problem. How are you and Carlos now? Do you have plans to get married again?" "Ido. I want to marry him again. But he still doesn't have his memory back. It's very hard, but that doesn't mean that I'll stop trying." Girls, you need to help me out. Debbie held the two women's arms to show that she needed support. Of course. I'm on your side, Colleen said firmly. She too hoped that Debbie and Carlos would get back together. Me too, Adriana said. She also liked Debbie better than Stephanie. They left the shoe department and went to the children's clothing department. There they bumped into Wesley and Blair. Kulunali, Blair. Adriana waved at them. The moment Wesley met Debbie's eyes, his face twisted as if out of disgust. If there weren't so many people, he might have killed me by now, Debbie thought to herself. Debbie. Blair was surprised to see Debbie. She hadn't seen her for a long time. Debbie nodded and greeted her. Hi, Blair. Blair ran towards Debbie, in an attempt to hug her, but Wesley stopped her. He grabbed her by her collar, which made her stop so abruptly she almost fell. Ah! The other three women burst out laughing. Wesley said coldly, Stay here. Why are you acting so excited? Don't do that. You should let your guard up around some people. Debbie rolled her eyes and wondered to herself. Damon and Wesley talk the same way. Are they biological brothers or something? Blair turned around and said angrily, Let go of me. Debbie's my friend. Good friends. Wesley jeered at Blair, giving her a contemptuous look. As far as I can remember, the two of you have never even interacted with each other that much at all. How would you be friends? Obviously, Blair felt so upset about it, but Wesley was only telling the truth. There was no way for her to deny any of that. With a soft smile on her face, Debbie tugged her a bit closer. We should actually be thanking you for being the reason why the two of us became friends, Colonel Lee. You acted as the bridge. It seems to me that you don't really know much about women. We can become friends as long as we enjoy each other's company, even if we've just met. Isn't that right, B? And on cue, Blair instantly nodded and added, Certainly. Then she went ahead and told Wesley, Adriana and Colleen are also here with us. Why don't you just leave us alone? Giving her a sullen look, Wesley couldn't do anything else but warn her. Make sure not to let your guard down. Try not to fall for her tricks. Contact me if ever anything happens. All right, just go ahead and find the others, Blair insisted. Wesley had been keeping an eye on her as though he had been so anxious that she might end up flying away, much like a bird would. Seeing this as an opportunity for her to spend some time for herself, she did whatever she could to make sure that it was going to happen. They're still at Orchid Private Club right now, Adriana promptly informed him. I know. I'm gonna be heading there right away. Niles had actually told him about that on the phone already. It was just that he was still hesitating to leave Blair to herself. For that reason, he had been playing for time before he went to the club. Be that as it might, when he was least expecting it, these three women had appeared and presented Blair a reason to be away from him for the time being. Oh, you bet I'm going to make her pay for this tonight, Wesley thought. Upon giving Blair one last good hard look, he exited the mall carrying a couple of shopping bags in his hands. Blair had been surrounded by the three other women. Finally, she was able to let out a sigh of relief the moment Wesley had gotten out of sight. There weren't really many chances for her to go out on her own these days. So, she tried her best to grab onto the opportunity the second it presented itself. The other girls actually felt a bit sorry for her after seeing it personally. Blair, has Wesley always been like this? I mean, is he always keeping you in check? Colleen asked her directly. Heaving a heavy sigh, Blair replied in complete honesty. Yes, he has always been like that, poking his nose into all of my personal affairs. Feels so suffocating. To tell you the truth, I've actually attempted to run away several times already. Sad to say, he found out about it and since then, he has gotten even stricter, wanting me to always be within his watchful eyes. As a matter of fact, he won't even let me go shopping on my own, let alone with other people. I have to wait until he's free to come along with me. Being an officer in the military and all, he always has his hands full with something and rarely has any time to go shopping with me, if at all. For example, I've had to wait for more than a month before we could visit the mall today. Truth be told, Blair had been so desperate to talk to someone and vent out all of her frustrations regarding Wesley. She could hardly take it anymore, and she was beginning to get depressed. Holy Moses! Could it be possible that Wesley is keeping another girlfriend behind your back, and he doesn't want to risk letting you two find out about it? Maybe that's why he wouldn't allow you to go outside. Colleen blurted out. Debbie was so eager to figure it out as well. Does he force you to stay at home for weeks on end? If that's how it normally goes for you, then he's treating you like he would a prisoner. Upon hearing their questions, Blair refuted them by waving her hand. No, it's not that I'm never allowed to go anywhere. He lets me go outside, but only at certain times, like when I go to visit him in the army or when I go to work. Apart from that, he just literally takes up all of my free time. Wesley's subordinates would routinely pick her up at her office as soon as she got off work. And as they headed back over to his place, his men would always have her within their lines of sight to make sure that they could stop her on the off chance that she got any weird ideas and tried to make a run for it. Oh my God. Is that how you've been living all this time? Then Wesley sure is frighteningly controlling, just like Carlos tends to be, Colleen remarked, pitying but at the same time feeling sympathetic to both Debbie and Blair. It was then that she came to the realization that she had been so lucky to have a husband like Curtis, who wasn't only handsome and very talented, but thoughtful and kind as well. To that statement Blair had to agree. To be honest, I truly believe that Wesley is actually sick in the head. When we were together, he cared about me even less than about that Megan. But right now he just wouldn't let me go at all. For a couple of years, the two of them had been on and off from time to time. In fact, even now, the status of their relationship still seemed so complicated. Debbie couldn't hold back her laughter as she listened to Blair's complaints. I think you're just being silly. He probably acts that way only because he's so in love with you. If that was really the case, I wouldn't really mind being with him. But why hasn't he said anything yet, even after all these years of being together? If he truly loves me, then he should be saying it straight to my face. We've been together for such a long time now. I'm getting tired, and I wouldn't want to waste any more time on him. Wesley was like some sort of enigma. Blair always thought that he was so impossible to read. Shaking their heads, her friends exchanged some confused glances. None of them had a clue what Wesley could have been thinking. After that, the four of them hung out all afternoon. As they were having tea, Blair found out that Debbie had been living alone. With that in mind, she thought of something and asked her directly, Debbie, would you mind letting me stay at your place for a couple of days? Just to see how things with Wesley go. At my place. Debbie was caught by surprise as she wasn't really expecting to hear that. I would love that. But there's one problem. Is Wesley gonna let you do that? Deep in thought for a short while, Blair made up her mind. I really couldn't care less whether he likes it or not. Please take me in for just a couple of days, Debbie, she pleaded with her, sounding so miserable. Debbie sincerely wanted to be a good friend to her and let her stay, but she had some qualms about doing that. If Carlos and I were still married, I could let you stay for as long as you would like to. But sadly, I don't have anyone to rely on right now. What if Wesley goes out of control and lays waste to my apartment when he finds out? An idea popped up in Blair's mind. Since Mr. Huo lives below your apartment, why not ask him to lend you a hand? Just ask him to help you out if Wesley comes at your door. And if he says no, he will definitely help you. I'm sure of it. Debbie didn't have to think twice because she actually thought it was such an ingenious master plan. She was interested in testing whether Carlos would lend her a hand or not. At the thought of that, she decided that this would be a good way to find out. I'm in. Let's do it, she delightedly told Blair, brimming with so much exhilaration. Now that they'd made their decision, Blair went home with Debbie as soon as they left the tea house that afternoon. She went ahead and switched off her phone, but not before sending Wesley a message, letting him know that she wouldn't be coming home that night. Knowing full well that Debbie had been intending to meet up with Carlos as he was walking his dog downstairs around nightfall, Blair didn't accompany her when Debbie was set to head out with Harley. After all, she never liked being the third wheel. When she finally had the apartment all to herself, she looked around and found herself a nice spot, the balcony area. She lay in the hammock, marveling at the sunset as the hammock swayed left and right. She felt free as the breeze, something she had not experienced in such a long time. At that moment, things just couldn't have been better. Debbie stepped into the elevator holding Harley in her arms. After taking a while musing about it, in the end she realized that she probably wouldn't have the courage to even knock on his door, so she headed right over to the first floor. She went for a stroll around the garden with Harley, but unfortunately, both Carlos and Millie were nowhere to be seen. This made Debbie feel so downhearted. Even Harley was so down because Millie wasn't there to play with him. He kept on spinning around restlessly. Bringing her phone out, Debbie searched for Carlos' contact details and was about to dial his number when all of a sudden, a car rolled up and pulled over close to them. She realized that it was Carlos' new emperor. The driver promptly opened the back door for the passenger, and Carlos stepped out of the vehicle. "Old man." With all enthusiasm, Debbie waved at him as she sat on a bench. Shifting his gaze over to the woman waving at him and her pet dog, Carlos politely nodded and paced toward the elevator. Watching him head straight for the elevator, Debbie ran over to him with a tight grip on the leash. Of course, it should go without saying that Harley ran quite fast as well. "Wait a second," Debbie called out to him before the elevator doors closed. Carlos held the elevator for them. As soon as they stepped foot into the elevator, it began ascending. Upon noticing that Carlos had loosened his tie a bit, "Are you going to come downstairs to take Millie out for a walk?" she asked him softly. "Yes," he briefly answered. That was the reason why he had returned much earlier than he usually did. "Oh, that's great. Then Harley and I will wait for you to get ready." "All right." He didn't seem to have any problem with it. Moments later, the elevator arrived on the 6th floor, and the doors slid open. Carlos and Debbie proceeded to get off one after the other. With a fingerprint scanner, Carlos opened the door to his apartment. But before coming in, he recalled that there was someone behind him. He turned his head to check on them. Both Debbie and Harley had their gazes fixated on him. Given that he didn't have it in him to leave them there and keep them waiting outside, he was left with no other choice but to say, "Come in." "Okay, thank you," she replied gladly. That was exactly what she had been hoping to hear him say. The second she entered his unit, Debbie was astonished as she discovered that in spite of living within the same building, Carlos' apartment was much too different. It was significantly more spacious compared to hers, probably about 3 times as huge. As soon as Carlos entered the apartment, Millie ran to greet him with excitement. Harley barked at her as if to complain about being neglected. Millie then turned back to play with Harley. When the dogs were entertaining each other, Debbie scanned the room and did a quick observation. "Isn't your girlfriend home?" she asked Carlos, who was taking off his coat. Every time she spoke of his girlfriend, Debbie felt as if she and Carlos were sneaking around. "No, she isn't. Make yourself comfortable." With that, Carlos walked into one of the bedrooms. "Of course she isn't home. If she were, I bet he wouldn't have let me in," she reflected. How strange things turned out to be. Never had it occurred to Debbie that one day she would walk into Carlos' home and feel like an awkward guest. They were once the closest and dearest lovers who used to live together. Carlos' amnesia had turned her into a stranger to him, even though she knew him so well. Carlos walked out of the bedroom while Debbie was looking at photos of Stephanie. He had changed into a casual white outfit that made him look years younger. Now he looked to be in his early 20s rather than 31 years old. Carlos noticed that she was staring intensely at him and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Yes," Debbie said with a nod. "You look dashing." Carlos was left speechless. He put the leash on Millie and made his way to the door. Debbie quickly did the same with Harley and followed him out. They came downstairs together and walked their dogs along the footpath outside of the apartment buildings. Before long they came across Blair. She had been looking for Debbie. "Good evening, Mr. Huo," she greeted. Carlos responded with a nod. "I've been looking all over for you. I don't have your phone number," Blair said to Debbie. "What's wrong? Have you told Mr. Huo?" Blair came closer to Debbie and whispered in her ear. "Sorry. I forgot." Debbie slapped her head remorsefully. I'll tell him now. Okay, go ahead. Blair gave Debbie a slightly harder push, and because Debbie was caught off guard, she had lost her balance and began to fall towards Carlos with a shriek. Blair held out her hands and tried to grab Debbie. Wow! I didn't think that I used that much force. I guess I must be stronger than I realized, Blair thought, surprised. Luckily Carlos caught her before she fell to the ground. Phew! Thank you. I thought I was going to fall, Debbie exclaimed, patting her chest. Blair approached her and apologized. Sorry, Debbie. Are you okay? Debbie rested her head dramatically against Carlos' shoulder and secretly winked at Blair. No, I think I hurt my ankle. Ah, it hurts. Blair felt terrible and sincerely apologized again. Sorry, Debbie, I'm so. She stopped talking mid-sentence when she noticed that Debbie kept winking at her. Then her sight fell on Carlos' arms wrapped around Debbie, holding her close to him. Finally, she got the hint and smiled. Well, Debbie, I'll leave you kids alone. Okay. Bye. Debbie immediately replied as she watched Blair bounce away happily. When her friend was gone, Debbie snuggled into his chest and wrapped her arms around Carlos' waist. Thank you, old man. Since your ankle doesn't hurt anymore, you can stand straight, Carlos said. The faint fragrance from her body affected him and was scrambling his brains. His voice became hoarse. Oh, okay, Debbie said obediently, moving her hands away from his waist. Just as Carlos thought she was going to leave him alone, she locked her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips. Carlos was taken aback. A triumphant smile crept over Debbie's face. Now she was ready to leave him alone. However, Carlos pulled her back, holding her tight, then kissed her passionately. While they were both enjoying the moment, Blair came back walking in on the two and said apologetically, Oops, I didn't mean to interrupt, but… Carlos cooled off and released his grip on Debbie at the sudden intrusion. Feeling disappointed, Debbie gave Blair a reproachful look. Blair felt awkward and explained, Mr. Huo, I saw Miss Lee come back, so I came to give you two a heads up. Neither Carlos nor Debbie said anything back. Carlos cleared his throat while Debbie smoothed her clothes down unconsciously. Carlos looked sullen. Blair wondered if he felt sexually frustrated because she had interrupted them. Scratching the back of her head, she suggested, Would you like to continue? I can be a sentry for you too if you want. Sentry? Where do you think you are? The army? Now she sounds like Wesley. It must be because she has stayed with him for too long. Carlos thought glumly at her suggestion. Debbie looked at Carlos and said, Your future fiancé is back. You best go back home. Before you go, I have a favor to ask of you. Later on, if Wesley comes to my home to take Blair back, can you come upstairs to stop him? Carlos furrowed his brows into a frown and snorted. Why didn't you think it over first before you made the decision? We did. We thought you would help us. Carlos fell into silence. So these two women had planned to use me as a shield, he thought. When Carlos didn't respond, Debbie began to worry a little. Old man Wesley hates my guts right now. When he sees that Blair is staying with me, he'll think that I'm turning her against him. He'll kill me. Please help me. You're his friend, he'll listen to you. Good is rewarded with good, she said, trying to persuade him. If you're so afraid of what might happen, then let her go with him. Carlos couldn't understand why the two women needed to stay together. No, I can't, Debbie blurted out. Then she thought for a moment, and with a mischievous glint in her eyes she continued, On second thought, I can let her go with him. However, there is one problem. I'm afraid of the darkness. I'm always scared to sleep alone at night. If I let Blair go, you must come upstairs to keep me company. She winked discreetly at Blair when she was finished. Taking the hint, Blair gave her a thumbs up when Carlos wasn't looking. This girl can make an excellent negotiator. She knows that Carlos won't agree to go upstairs and spend the night with her. That's why she laid down that condition. That way, Carlos would have no other option but to help us. Carlos glanced at them both and then started to go home with Millie. When Carlos had returned to his apartment, Stephanie was about to go out again. Once she saw him come back, she asked gently, "I was about to go downstairs to look for you. Didn't you plan to have dinner with Mr. Lee? Why did you cancel it?" Carlos took the leash off Millie and answered vaguely, "Because I didn't want to go. He only wanted to come back to walk the dog." Stephanie was surprised by his reply. "That sounds willful. But we could stand to make a 10 million profit from our cooperation with him. So? He's a scumbag. I don't want to do business with him." Carlos seemed disinterested in the conversation and went to feed Millie. Stephanie stood gaping and was left speechless. "Mr. Lee is indeed a freak, and he did time a few years back, but is that a reason to refuse to do business with him? Besides, he wouldn't dare try and pull the wool over Carlos Huo's eyes." Even though Stephanie didn't understand Carlos, she decided not to push the topic any further. "I gave the cook the night off. I wasn't expecting you back for dinner. Shall we eat out? I have an international video conference later. Didn't you say you wanted a manicure? I can ask Megan to go with you." Carlos took out his phone and started to dial. "Carlos, can you go with me? I can wait till your meeting is over so we can have dinner together," Stephanie suggested. "It's going to be a long meeting. I was planning to have my dinner delivered." He proceeded to call Megan anyway despite Stephanie's reluctance. Stephanie wasn't very pleased with his tone. "It's fine if you don't want to go with me. But why are you making my decisions for me? Did you even ask what I wanted? What if I don't want a manicure anymore? What if I don't want Megan to go with me?" Women tend to be capricious. One minute they want one thing, the next they don't. Carlos never tried to communicate with Stephanie. He just decided things for her without a care for what she really wanted. Carlos frowned at this, but the person he was calling had just answered. "Hi, Uncle Carlos," came Megan's voice. "Megan, Stephanie's going to get a manicure. I was going to ask if you could keep her company. I'll send the driver over." Again, Carlos decided for Stephanie. Stephanie was pissed. She picked up her purse on the sofa and left the apartment with a grim face. "No problem. My class just ended. I'm about to go home." Megan sounded upbeat. Carlos looked at the door closed after Stephanie. "Okay. Bye." After hanging up, Carlos went to the study. There was indeed an international video conference tonight, but he could easily bow out of it if he wanted to. Upstairs, Blair was playing with Harley. Debbie took out some food from the freezer and asked her, "How about 1 soup and 4 dishes? Do you think that's enough?" "4 dishes? There are only the 2 of us. 2 is enough." Blair wanted to help her prepare the meal, but Debbie refused. Debbie craned her head from the kitchen, giggling. "I forgot to tell you. I have a big appetite." "Okay then. I'm not a picky eater. I can't wait to eat." "Okay. 4 dishes and 1 yummy soup coming up." Debbie cooked the soup first. While it was boiling, she started to prepare the other dishes. An hour later, dinner was ready. She carried the meal to the table in the dining room. Blair turned the TV off and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Just then the doorbell rang. Without giving it much thought, Debbie went to open the door. When she saw the man's face, her eyes widened in shock and she shut the door quickly. "Crap! Wesley is here." Blair was still in the bathroom. Wesley rang the doorbell again impatiently. Debbie wasted no time in making the emergency call Carlos. Carlos was in the middle of the meeting. When Debbie's call came, he turned the video off and answered it. "Old man, help," Debbie said urgently. 3 minutes later, the 2 women both stood behind the door, trembling from fright. Through the cat's eye, Blair could see Wesley ringing the doorbell again and again. Suddenly the ringing stopped. Then the 2 women heard 2 men talking. Debbie knew that it was Carlos. She opened the door swiftly. True enough, there stood Wesley and Carlos. The door was only slightly open, just enough space for one to peek out. "Oh, Wesley, there you are. What brings you here? Are you here for me? Blair, come out now," Wesley demanded loudly, as if he were talking to a clumsy assistant. Debbie rolled her eyes at him. "Am I invisible? Can he not see that I'm here?" Blair listened carefully as she hid behind the door trying to figure out what was going on. Then she discreetly snuck into Debbie's bedroom. Wesley impatiently pushed the door open and stormed in. In the tiny, quaint living room stood only Debbie and Harley. It smelled of a freshly cooked meal. "Wesley, I'm having dinner. Would you like to join me?" Debbie asked him. Wesley fixed his eyes on the closed door of her bedroom. Debbie began to feel nervous, so she hastily said, "Wesley, why are you looking at my bedroom? I'm single, you know. I might get the wrong idea if you keep looking at my room like that." Carlos, who remained in the doorway, frowned at this. Wesley ignored her and stalked towards her bedroom. Debbie pulled Carlos inside and urged, "Hurry, you're on the clock. I'll love you even more if you can handle Wesley. He's about to trespass your woman's bedroom. Are you okay with that?" Wesley already had a hand on the doorknob and was just about to push the door open when Carlos called, "Wesley." Wesley looked back at him, bewildered. It's not polite to walk into a woman's bedroom without her permission. "I guess there isn't a bathroom in Debbie's room. Blair will come out eventually. Why don't you just wait and eat for now?" This wasn't the kind of help Debbie had been expecting. Did he come here to help me or Wesley? She wondered to herself. After shooting Debbie an icy cold look, Wesley went to the bathroom to wash his hands and then walked into the dining room. Debbie's jaw dropped. He sure has no problem making himself comfortable now. What surprised her even more was that Carlos did the same thing. He sat opposite Wesley. "Ladle the soup," he said to her. "What? The dinner is for Blair and me, okay?" She thought gloomily. But she had to do what Carlos said because she couldn't provoke them at this point. Putting 2 bowls on the table and ladling the soup, she placed a bowl of soup before each of the 2 men. "It's not as easy as you think to send Wesley away. You'd better ask her to come out and have dinner if you don't want her to starve," Carlos added. "Why did I ask him for help? He's completely unreliable." Debbie regretfully thought to herself. Debbie didn't want Blair to starve, so she went inside her bedroom, making sure to close the door. Blair had heard every word they said at the dinner table. When she saw Debbie, she helplessly said, "He won't leave and I have to go outside eventually." Debbie looked at her sympathetically. "I feel for you, sis, but you can't starve yourself. Come on, let's eat." A few minutes later, the 2 women sat at the table. The 4 of them ate in silence. They all wore strange looks on their faces, but the atmosphere wasn't all bad. Wesley had come here with the intention of taking Blair back. But who would have thought that the night would end like this? Him sitting with the 3 of them to have dinner. Debbie thought how this all happened. Carlos had come to her rescue, but she couldn't believe that he was just sitting and having dinner. A dinner that she had cooked. Carlos and Wesley finished their dinner before Blair and Debbie did. As if out of manners, they both put their chopsticks down and started to watch the women eat. Wesley looked at Blair and Carlos looked at Debbie. It was strange to say the least. Finally, Debbie broke the silence. She looked at Carlos and said, "If you let Wesley take Blair back, you have to stay and spend the night with me. Tonight." "Okay," Carlos agreed. Both Debbie and Blair were stunned by Carlos' reply. At the same time, they envied Wesley's friendship with Carlos. In this corrupt and selfish society, it was hard to find a friend who cared about you enough to be willing to sleep with someone for your sake. Blair realized that she would have to leave with Wesley that night. After dinner, she walked out of the apartment with Wesley. "Debbie, I live in New District. Come and see me sometime. And when you and the others go shopping, call me too. And don't forget to tell me when you hold a concert next time. I'll come and support you." "Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Now go home," Debbie said. "Okay, see you around." Blair turned to leave, but she halted and ran back to hug Debbie tightly. They held on to each other for quite some time, unwilling to part. Wesley lost his patience. He grabbed Blair's hand and dragged her towards the elevator as she waved goodbye to Debbie. Debbie waved back to her and pitied her by how she was being dragged along by Wesley. No wonder he hasn't closed the deal with Blair yet. Can't he try and be a little softer to her? "Huh. Blair, I'll pray for you." When she got back to the living room, her eyes fell on the man sitting casually on the couch. Debbie ran to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Old man, are you really going to sleep with me tonight?" she asked naughtily. Her eyes roamed through his taut body as if she couldn't wait to strip him naked. Carlos sighed. "Seriously though, why did I marry such a lustful woman?" But he didn't say it out loud. If Debbie had heard his thoughts, she would have had 100 ways to prove that she had learned from the best. Unaware of what was on his mind, Debbie played with the buttons of his shirt. Carlos pushed her away. "Since the issue is solved, I'm going home." Saying that, he stood up from the couch. Surprised, Debbie looked at him and said wistfully, "Men are such liars. You said you would spend the night with me, and now you are leaving. Go. I'll just pretend that you were never here." "Fine," he replied, as if he didn't sense her disappointment at all. He walked towards the door. Debbie ran after him. "Hey Mino, I made dinner for you. Am I not getting any reward for that?" Carlos cast her a quick glance. His eyes involuntarily fell on her pouting lips. Before she could say anything else, he pulled her into his arms and pressed her back against the door. Without warning, he kissed her hard and long. She kissed him back passionately as she held onto his muscular chest. When they finally broke the kiss, Carlos took one last look at her flushed face and left the apartment in a hurry. Debbie rubbed her swollen lips with a satisfied smile and went to the kitchen as she hummed a melody. Carlos' passion and his response to her advances were the driving force for her to win him back. As she was about to hit the hay, Debbie got a phone call from Jared. "Dude, I am in a really good mood today. Let's hit the bar. You, me, Sasha, and Casey." He sounded thrilled for some reason. Debbie had just washed her face. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she said to him, "Wow, you sound ecstatic. What happened? Did you win the lottery or something?" "Whatever it is, I'm happy for you. But I think I'm gonna pass. I just had my shower and am about to go to bed. Come on. Our company just signed a $100 million contract. Come and celebrate with me. Put on something sexy. You just might get laid tonight." "Get lost," Debbie cursed. "Fine, how about this? I'll come to your place and pick you up." Debbie smiled at his persistence. "You pick up Sasha. I'll come in my car."
No problemo.
"Drive safe." After hanging up the call, Debbie grabbed her makeup kit. She drew her eyebrows and put on some foundation, then some mascara and red lipstick. She changed into a short black dress and left her apartment. On her way, she got another call from Jared telling her that he, Casey, and Sasha were at the entrance of a mall. They had been buying some clothes for Sasha. Debbie happened to be near the mall at the time, so she said, "Wait for me at the mall. I'm almost there. We'll go to the club together." "All right." Debbie found her friends at the mall's impromptu parking zone. Jared, Sasha, and Casey were waiting along with another man whom she didn't recognize. Casey was wearing a purple short-sleeved batwing blouse with denim shorts and black sandals, while Sasha looked sexy in her pink shorts and white tank top. Debbie lowered the car window and waved to them. She looked at the man beside Casey and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Your new beau?" Casey stretched her hand into the car through the window to grab Debbie. But Debbie moved away. She rolled her eyes at Debbie and chided, "He is my friend. I'll introduce him to you at the club." "All right then. Let's roll. I'll follow you." Debbie started the engine and moved into the traffic behind their cars. They drove towards the club Jared had reserved earlier. At Sobriety Club. They parked their cars outside the club. Debbie straightened her dress after she got out of her car. Casey put her arm around Debbie's, and they walked together towards the entrance. Casey eyed Debbie's makeup and her body-type black dress. She playfully elbowed Debbie and remarked, "What a slutty dress. Look at that tiny waist of yours. If I were a man, I would give up everything if I had to, just to be with you." Debbie pinched her face. "Cut the crap. Your shorts are way sexier than my dress." And she choked on her next words and stood frozen to her spot. 1 minute she was laughing and teasing, and then her face had turned pale. Casey was confused by her sudden change. "Tomboy, what's the matter?" Jared asked, sensing her abnormal behavior. Debbie said nothing. Her eyes were glued to someone ahead of them. Jared and Casey looked towards what she was staring at, and saw a man and a woman kissing passionately, standing next to a black emperor. This was nothing out of place in a club. They had seen juicier stuff. Jared snorted. He didn't think of it as a big deal. He was about to laugh at Debbie, wondering why she was making a fuss about it. But then when he took a closer look, he realized who that man was. Shit. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, he took a few steps forward. He got a clear view of the man's face. Carlos. And the woman he was kissing was Stephanie. Before anyone could say anything to defuse the situation, a familiar shocked voice called out, "Aunt Debbie Nian?" Megan stared at Debbie with widened eyes. She was on the phone with someone when she saw Debbie. The couple stopped kissing when they heard the noise. Carlos pulled away from the woman and turned to look at what was happening. He saw the group standing not too far away from him and Stephanie. Among them was a woman in a black dress staring at him, with a pasty face. Carlos felt guilty and ashamed for reasons he couldn't fathom. He moved away from Stephanie and straightened his tie in annoyance. Debbie stuck her fingernails into her palms as they formed tight fists. It hurt, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. For the first time ever, she had seen Carlos making out with another woman. Debbie had seen Stephanie kiss Carlos lightly on the lips, totally different from the passionate kiss she had seen a minute ago. Ironically, Carlos had kissed Debbie passionately too in her apartment earlier the same night. It was awkwardly quiet. Nobody dared to break the silence. Stephanie seemed drunk. She kept throwing herself at Carlos. Every time Carlos pushed her away, she would hug him tightly again. "Carlos, I don't feel well. Can we go home?" Debbie remembered she used to talk to Carlos like this too. Instead of his name, she would call him honey or old man. She couldn't believe that another woman was now calling his name, hugging him, and being spoiled by him just like how it had been between them before. The happiness she had felt from their shared moment earlier vanished. Maybe men were born liars. They were just incapable of faithfulness. Debbie watched Carlos hold Stephanie and put her into his car. Tears welled up in her eyes. She leaned her head back to keep them from falling. She could feel pain enveloping her entire body, her heart shattering into a million pieces. She could feel her whole world collapsing before her. She could cry all she wanted and she could mope around all day if she wanted, but now was not the time. She clenched her fists, gathered herself, and turned to Megan. Her face twisted into what she intended to be a smile. "Miss Lon, I haven't seen you in so long. Why, what have you been busying yourself with? Still being a home wrecker?" 3 years had passed. Megan was still the same Megan. She frowned at what Debbie had said and tried to explain. "No, I think you have it wrong. It was me who called Uncle Carlos. I asked him to come and pick up Aunt Stephanie." Aunt Stephanie. It seemed like a regular thing to say, but it hit Debbie like a truck. Debbie used to be the person Megan referred to as her aunt, but now it was Stephanie. Debbie already braced herself for Megan, but nothing she did could prepare her for realizing that she wasn't anyone in Carlos' life right now. No one referred to her as aunt because she was nobody. Debbie wasn't sure if Megan purposely said that to spite her. Still, she had to admit the girl had made quite some progress over the past 3 years. Carlos closed the door after putting Stephanie in the car. Debbie's eyes had reddened. She refused to look at him, afraid that the tears would fall. Debbie sneered at Megan. "I don't care what you say. You're still the same old manipulative lying woman that you were 3 years ago. I thought that by now you'd have found yourself some new target. You know, make someone else's life miserable. Oh, by the way, are you still living off Carlos and Wesley like the leech that you were? Are you that pathetic and desperate that you don't know how to live on your own?" Debbie's friends were stunned by how brutal Debbie was being. She seemed to have grown a tougher shell from those 3 years. However, one thing about Debbie remained the same. If she was unhappy, everybody else was going to know about it. That was a great job letting Megan know. The girl's face was white as a sheet. "Debbie Nian," Carlos warned. Instead of cowering in fear, Debbie smiled as she looked at him. "Yes, Mr. Huo? What is it? Did I say something wrong? You may have lost your memory, but I didn't." 3 years ago, you sent this manipulative, blood-sucking leech abroad and told her never to come back. So what the hell is she doing here? Are you really going to wait until she pulls off whatever plan she has, and have the same thing happen all over again?" Before Carlos could respond, Debbie glared at Megan and spoke in a threatening tone. "I'm warning you. If you have anything planned, you will not only be sent away this time. I'll make sure you never see any of your friends or family ever again." Megan burst into tears. She grabbed Debbie's hand and begged, "You misunderstand me. I won't do anything against you from now on. I'll focus on school. Lockup is a horrible place. I don't want to go there ever again. Can you please not send me back there? For Uncle Carlos." "I sent her there?" This only angered Debbie further. She shook Megan's hands away and said sharply, "Miss Lon, did you hit yourself in the head? You went to jail because of something you did. You disappeared after what you did to Casey. What does that have anything to do with me? Don't you ever mention Carlos to me. It won't work. You're just wasting your breath. And if you ever do anything to me again..." Debbie's voice trailed off, but she gave Megan an evil smile. Then just like that she walked away. In the club the music was loud. Jared trotted over to Debbie and gave her a thumbs up. "Tomboy, you were impressive back there. Respect. You learned from the best. You were just as cold as Mr. Huo. And so cool. You're my idol from now on. You have to take me under your wing and teach me." Casey and Sasha agreed. Megan was so angry I could tell. But of course she couldn't show you because she was trying to beg for your mercy. "Every time I think of her face I burst out laughing." Sasha chimed in. "That's true. Mr. Huo's eyes were sparkling when he looked at you. He must have been impressed too." At that time Casey had watched Carlos as Sasha watched Megan. Nothing had escaped their eyes. Hearing Casey's comments, Debbie smiled bitterly. Carlos was impressed. "So what? Is that what I want? To impress him? No, I want him to love me." Debbie remained silent. The others exchanged a look and decided to drop the topic. A waiter led them to their booth. Jared opened the menu and threw it onto the table. "Fellas, it's my treat tonight. Order anything you want. Don't be a stranger." "Have you ever seen that movie?" Casey asked Jared. "What movie?" The rest of the group looked at her in confusion. "The Big Shot." Before anyone could realize what she was saying, Casey put her hands over her mouth and shouted, "Everybody, Mr. Han's picking up the tab tonight." Wait. Jared tried to stop her, but it was too late. A lot of people had already heard her. The DJ even reenacted the scene from the movie by playing music that pumped up the crowd and shouting in the mic, "Mr. Han's footing the bill tonight. Cheers." That specific line from the movie had stuck with everyone, hoping that it would happen to them in real life. And it was happening now. The club was ringing with cheers, laughter, and shouts. Jared pointed at Casey, who was wearing a smirk. His hand was trembling and his lips quivering. He enveloped himself in Sasha's arms and complained, "Sweetheart, Casey's bullying me." Sasha merely blinked at him and said, "Well, you deserve it. Casey paid hundreds of thousands of dollars last time for what you did, remember?" It was a long story, but basically Jared was drunk and got into a fight. The man he'd been brawling with ran into a coffee house. To catch the guy, Jared managed to destroy the cafe. Later on, that man just ran away eventually, so Jared had to go after him. And during that day, Casey just happened to be enjoying a cup of coffee there. Unfortunately for her, she had been forced to pay for all of the damages Jared had caused. Once Jared finally sobered up after getting some much-needed rest, he couldn't remember anything about what happened. The person who was having a cup of coffee along with Casey was acquainted with Sasha as well. So she told her about the mess he had made at the cafe. It should go without saying that Sasha felt so terrible upon finding that out. She offered to pay Casey back for it, but she persistently refused to accept her money, telling her that if Jared footed her bill next time, then they could call it quits. She just had to pay for less than $1 million, and here I am left with no choice but to pay several million. Jared clenched his teeth, fuming with intense anger. With one hand propped against her chin, Casey leisurely browsed the menu. Then she swiftly scanned the club, checking the people there with them. From what I could gather, you would have to pay roughly around 10 million, but that's just an approximation. Why don't you just go ahead and ask the manager or give you a discount? Loosen up a bit. You're going to be alright. 10 million. Jared blurted out, feeling so frustrated. Paying no attention to him, Casey moved on and asked Debbie, "Tomboy, what are you going to be having? Look at the menu and see if there's anything you might like." Placing her phone down at the table, Debbie checked the menu. "I would love to have a hard drink. It's been ages since the last time we were able to go out to grab a drink like this. We're going to be drinking to our heart's content tonight." Okay. One would easily be able to sense the hint of dejection in her words. It seemed as though she was intending to drown her sorrows in alcohol at that moment. That being the case, her friends wanted to be there for her to keep her company and go drinking. With a snap of his finger, Jared called the attention of the waiter standing close to them. "Waiter, give us 10 bottles of whiskey, please." Everyone around them had been left dumbfounded after hearing him say that. "Man, do you really have to order that much whiskey?" A lot of the onlookers wondered. It was quite obvious that Debbie was really planning to drown her sorrows in all of that alcohol. It was not like she could hold her liquor at all, but the second the whiskey was served, she wasted no time and chugged down 2 glasses in an instant. As she got to her 3rd glass, she was already beginning to ramble about everything. Somewhere along the middle of that, she even got into a discussion with Jared about a random topic. Casey wanted to prevent her from downing her 4th glass. However, Debbie tightly held on to her, with tears welling up in her eyes, and cried out, "Casey, please just let me drink for now. Once I get so drunk and fall asleep, maybe it will stop hurting this much." It pained Casey to see her close friend in that state. Giving her a pat on the back, she tried to comfort her. "Deb, you've already had quite a lot to drink. I'm just really concerned about you. There's no need for you to worry about me. I still have room for more. Back when I was in Z country, there was one time where I drank 5 bottles of Royal Salute with my workmates. That had truly been such a hard time for Debbie. Not only did she have to look after Piggy on her own while working, but at the same time she also had no choice but to interact with various kinds of people. 5 bottles of spirit. At the thought of that, Casey was already about to cry. "All right, I'm going to drink with you until you're satisfied," she replied. Jared and Sasha were having a conversation. On the other hand, Casey's friend headed over toward the dance floor after drinking with them for a while. Eventually, Casey and Debbie ended up getting so drunk after having too much to drink. They walked toward the dance floor with their hands over each other's shoulders and their bodies flailing all over the place. They stumbled upon 2 good-looking guys as they were heading to the dance floor. Holding one man's chin with her finger, Debbie lifted his face to take a closer look and playfully told him, "Hi, you're kinda cute. Would you like to have a drink?" The man she approached, who was actually used to flirting with women quite often, became red-flushed the moment she talked to him. Stumbling over his words, he answered, "Of course. I think you're beautiful. Let me go ahead and buy you a drink." Debbie let go of Casey, flinging herself over to that man. Both of them were actually playboys who would frequent nightclubs to meet random women. They managed to reel in lots of girls just because they looked so attractive. The second Debbie approached the man, he instantaneously wrapped his arms around her waist and helped her stay up. Casey desperately wanted to stop Debbie from going on her own, but she was just truly much too drunk to stand on her own 2 feet. The man held Debbie in his arms. The other man walked closer to Casey to hit on her. Casey, feeling so intoxicated, simply shook her head and pointed over to their booth. "Take me to that booth over there." She asked the man to assist her. Without saying a word, the guy brought her back to their booth. Meanwhile, as Jared and Sasha were still casually talking about something, Casey suddenly slapped Jared's head. "Who the hell did that? Who hit me?" "Casey, for God's sake, you're so drunk. Wait, where's Tomboy?" "She's gone. Hurry. Look for Tomboy." "Gee." "She went along with some other man. I didn't have any strength left to stop her." After managing to tell them that, Casey instantly collapsed on the sofa due to so much drunkenness. The second he found out that Debbie had gone with the stranger, Jared inspected the area around the dance floor. After realizing she was nowhere in sight, he yelled, "Crap! God forbid that she does anything stupid." Keeping in mind that Debbie felt so devastated after seeing Carlos kiss Stephanie, Jared got worried that, due to being so drunk, she might end up getting into a room with a man she had just met in the club to get back at Carlos for breaking her heart. The man who had accompanied Casey to their booth happened to recognize who Jared was. He chimed in, "Mr. Han, please don't fret. I'm going to call my friend right away." Wasting no time after hearing him say that he would be able to reach his friend, Jared spurred him to do it as soon as possible. "Quick! Call him right away." "Okay," the man politely replied as he dialed his friend's number, putting his phone closer to his ear. After a while he told Jared, "It just keeps on ringing." He's not picking up his phone. As all of that was happening, the other man was trying to take Debbie out of the club. "Hottie, are you sure you really want to come with me?" "Yes, of course. Come on and dance with me." "Huh? Where are we? Why aren't we on the dance floor yet?" Feeling a bit disoriented, Debbie tried opening her eyes. Examining the area, she felt so lost and asked, "Where am I? What is this place?" She was somewhat aware that she was nowhere near the dance floor. However, she was so lightheaded and so out of it that she couldn't think straight. As they exited the club, the man had his arm wrapped around Debbie's waist. He noticed that his phone had been ringing non-stop, but he was so preoccupied with the pretty lady that he didn't bother checking who it was and simply hung up. Helping the inebriated woman stay upright, he wanted to quickly bring her over to the parking lot. Just as he was about to make his move, a crowd of brawny men suddenly appeared in front of him from seemingly out of nowhere. When he lifted his head up to check what was happening, he saw that the person right in front of them was a sophisticated man with a handful of bodyguards wearing suits standing behind him. The elegant man's glare looked so razor-sharp and menacing that it sent shivers down the spine of the guy carrying Debbie and made him lose the strength in his legs. "Mr. Huo." With just a single glance, the man immediately recognized who Carlos was. He had actually seen Carlos a couple of times before already, but this was the very first time he had ever had an actual conversation with him. "Bring her to me this instant," Carlos demanded, quite intimidatingly. Without delay, the man handed Debbie over to Carlos at once. Women are a dime a dozen. He wouldn't ever dare to displease Carlos over a single woman. Debbie seemed to have been murmuring something. Instructing his bodyguards, he told them, "Make sure that he gets banned from entering any of the clubs or any other entertainment venues throughout Y City from this day forward." "As you wish, Mr. Huo." The man was left so dumbfounded, not to mention frightened, without a single clue what he had done to offend Carlos. He had made sure to be cooperative and tread carefully. So why was Carlos still prohibiting him from going to the city's hotspots? Be that as it might, he didn't have the guts to say anything back. He answered the bodyguards' questions as best as he could. Then he listened as the bodyguards made phone calls to shut him out of entertainment facilities. Lifting Debbie up, Carlos went ahead and carried her into his car. The stench she had on her made him flinch. Just what was it with him and alcohol tonight? Prior to that, he had to pick up Stephanie, who got drunk as well. And much to his surprise, Debbie was even more intoxicated. Recognizing a familiar scent from Carlos, Debbie nuzzled up to him. "Hey, what's taking you so long? Why are we still not on the dance floor yet? Come on. What's the matter? Can you dance or not?" "I bet you can't," she mumbled. Second later, she heard the car door shut. Squinting her eyes, she innocently asked, "Huh? What is a car door doing here in the middle of the dance floor? Is this some sort of modern technology?" When Debbie saw Carlos' gloomy face, her mind went blank for a moment. "Oh, it's you, old man. No, you can't be here. I must have made a mistake. He should be enjoying his girlfriend's company right now. Does he have time for me?" Conflicting thoughts ran through her mind. With her eyes closed, she leaned against his chest, smelling his enchanting scent. "Where to, Mr. Huo?" asked Carlos' assistant, who was ready in the driver's seat. For the 6 months he had been on the job, He had never seen Carlos hug another woman besides Stephanie. This was a first. Carlos was quiet for a moment. He looked out the window, stroked his brow and said, "Go to Champs Bay Apartments." "Yes, Mr. Huo." The car pulled into Champs Bay Apartments in about 10 minutes, where on arrival Carlos' phone rang. A call from Curtis. "Hi," he answered at once. "Carlos, Jared told me he couldn't find Debbie. Do you know where she is?" While Jared anxiously looked for her, Debbie had left her phone on the couch at the club. In his frantic efforts to find her, he had called Curtis. "Yes, I do," Carlos replied faintly. "Good." Jared said she was drunk. "Take care of her, okay?" said Curtis, feeling relieved. "All right." Elsewhere, Jared was still worried. Only after Curtis called back and told him about her whereabouts did he get some rest. How did Carlos take her so quietly? He is like a ghost, Jared reflected. With Debbie gone and Casey dead drunk, there was no fun in the club for him. He decided to leave. The bill would cost him a fortune, though. He went to the manager. "Good fellow, tell me, how long will I have to wash the dishes here to pay the bill?" The manager smiled politely. "You wouldn't be able to pay off even if you washed the dishes here for 20 years. Mr. Han, you'd better pay the bill directly." "Fine. Call this guy. He is my brother. Tell him I ran away and ask him to settle up." Jared hadn't spoken to Damon for a long time. Damon wouldn't get ripped off willingly, not to mention the bill was ridiculously high. He called Jared. Yet Jared said calmly, "In the past years as the elder brother you didn't take care of me at all. Just consider this bill as your way to make up for it." "Jared, you son of a bitch. Are you talking as if you were a baby in the last 3 years? Are you crazy or something? Take care of you, my foot." Damon cursed. "If I am a son of a bitch, you are too. Anyway, that's beside the point. Thing is, either you pay or I'll call Adriana and tell her last week you went to dinner with 2 other women. Those supermodels you seemed head over heels about. The ball is in your court," Jared threatened. The blackmail worked like magic. Without further ado, Damon caved in. "You evil little son of a bitch," he cursed again. The dinner with the supermodels was an official event. A normal part of business for him and entirely public with so many people present. But Jared made it sound like some clandestine affair. What angered Damon more was that he was already married and had better things to attend to than babysitting a whole grown-up, a party animal who couldn't fund his extravagant lifestyle. "Then you are the older son of a bitch. You are my brother, you have to help me out. Moreover, you are already married. I'm not. I have to save up for my wedding." "Okay, my dear brother. Catch you later," Jared retorted. "Bullshit." Damon cursed when he looked at his phone only to find that Jared had hung up on him. Adriana was woken up by his cursing. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at her angry husband and asked with concern, "What's going on? Who has pissed you off this much? What happened?" "It's nothing. Go back to sleep." Angrily, he put his phone away and went to bed again. After Adriana fell asleep again, he texted his assistant and told him to bring the money to Jared. Meanwhile, Carlos walked into the elevator with Debbie in his arms. He pressed 7. After getting off the elevator, he carried her to the fingerprint scanner, put her down and told her to open the door. But Debbie didn't respond at all. Carlos had to grab her hand and try one fingerprint at a time. By the time the door finally opened, he had lost his patience. Once more, he carried her on his shoulder and took her inside. With her head upside down, Debbie's stomach churned. As soon as Carlos put her down on the couch, she sprung to her feet and darted into the bathroom. To steady herself, she bent to grab hold on the sink in the bathroom. In the living room, Carlos heard her puke loud and clear. As a neat freak, he frowned in disgust. 1 or 2 minutes later, he eased up when he heard her brushing teeth. Out of the bathroom she walked, supporting herself by leaning on the wall. Although she was sobered up a little, she still spoke with a slur. "Old man? Why are you here?" she asked. Carlos handed her a cup of warm water. "Drink this. It'll help," he urged. Dismissively, she waved her hand and continued walking, pressing against the wall. Go take care of your girlfriend. I don't need you, she refused. Now Carlos cut a gloomy look. He had left Stephanie alone and arranged for one of his drivers to take her home, where she had no one but servants. Yet here he was with a sloshed, ungrateful and almost incoherent Debbie. Had he wasted his time waiting outside the club to take her home only for his kindness to be rejected? Hadn't she claimed she loved him? Carlos wondered why and where Debbie's mixed signals were leading to. Debbie opened the door with difficulty, but before she knew it, he scooped her up. "Why did you pick me up?" she asked with a drawl. "Carlos, you're an asshole. You kissed another woman before my eyes. I'll kill you." Debbie showered him with her punches. When Carlos was about to put her on the bed, she suddenly slapped him. His face turned red with anger, wishing to strangle her. But Debbie seemed to be oblivious of his rage. She mumbled on. "I planned to stay single for the rest of my life when they told me you died. Is this how you treat me? Asshole. You're a heartless jerk." Ignoring her rant, Carlos put her on the bed, took off her shoes and pulled a thin quilt over her. But she refused to sleep under the quilt and kicked it off the bed. Then she sat up screaming and cursing. "You're not my husband. My husband loves me. He won't kiss another woman. Neither will he marry someone else. Get out of here." After she punched him again, Carlos grabbed her hands and warned, "Shut up and go to sleep. You don't have to push me to the wall. Why have you changed so much? You no longer are the person I knew. Back then you loved me from the bottom of your heart." Carlos was left speechless. This woman is a piece of work, he thought. While he racked his brains for an end to the drama, she abruptly made a turn around, held him tight and pressed her face against his chest. "Old man, don't kiss her. Promise me you won't kiss her, okay?" Her change of tone got him by surprise. A few minutes ago, he had wished she'd be worn out and leave him in peace. But now, at her soft tender voice, and the way she held him tight, Carlos wished that moment could last forever. Unaware she was turning him on, Debbie went on between sobs. "Just promise me. It's all I'm asking for." Carlos swallowed hard and tried to move his eyes away from Debbie. The truth was, what happened between him and Stephanie earlier that night was just an accident. She was drunk and she didn't want to leave when he picked her up from the club. Then before he could even open the car door, Stephanie tripped on her heels and fell forward. Carlos instinctively reached out to catch her, consequently wrapping his arms around her waist. However, he had lost control of his balance. To keep from falling, Carlos pressed Stephanie against the car for support. He was surprised to find that Stephanie took this chance to kiss him. She grabbed him and locked her arms around his neck and started kissing him passionately. At that exact moment, Debbie and her friends had just seen the whole thing happen. What they didn't see was Carlos desperately trying to free himself from Stephanie. What happened tonight will never happen again. Carlos found himself assuring Debbie right away. He found it strange, but he liked it. Debbie's face broke into a smile. She was satisfied. She stopped crying and leaned over for a kiss until she seemed to remember something, and stopped herself. Her face twisted into disgust. She hatefully wiped Carlos' lips with her hand. "I hate that you have that woman all over your lips. Yuck. Brush your teeth, please," she demanded. She didn't kiss him. Instead, she pushed him all the way to the bathroom. Carlos was at a loss for words. He wondered what he was really doing here when he was only getting tortured by Debbie. Why would he bring all this trouble for himself? Was he taking advantage of his freedom too much? Even he couldn't quite understand himself. A few minutes later, after brushing his teeth, he walked back to her bedroom again. He thought Debbie would be sleeping right now, but instead, he found her lying seductively and gazing at him. As soon as he came out, she giggled and called, "Come here, Mr. Handsome. I have a secret for you." Carlos obediently walked over and sat on the edge of her bed. Absent-mindedly, he said, "Don't sleep yet. I'll have someone bring you a..." Before he could finish speaking, Debbie suddenly crawled up to him and kissed him. Her skirt had already been taken off. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her body, slowly moving it up and down and letting him explore her. She softly tempted him, whispering his ear. Mr. Handsome, we didn't really want to get divorced. We've already done this before. A lot of times. I've never slept with anyone since. Carlos tightened his grip on her waist, trying to constrain himself. But Debbie wasn't backing down. She continued whispering flirtatiously. I read on the internet that if 30-year-old men don't get regular sex, they might get sick. Debbie really wasn't sure with what she had just said. She knew that Carlos had been with Stephanie the past 3 years, so they might have been sleeping with each other then. Still, Debbie wanted to believe that he'd waited for her throughout these years. Meanwhile, drops of sweat began to form on Carlos' forehead as he tried to suppress his desire. Suddenly, Debbie boldly reached out to touch his member and it immediately responded. Carlos lost it. He pressed her on the bed and passionately kissed her. Debbie couldn't exactly remember what happened, but next thing she knew, she had already fallen asleep. But she was sure of one thing. Before she had closed her eyes, she felt Carlos' arms wrapped around her. The next morning, the ringing of her doorbell woke her up. Debbie lazily turned. She could feel her head pounding. Suddenly, the pounding in her head bolted her awake. She sobered up and opened her eyes. As she ignored the ringing of the doorbell, she tried to recall what happened last night. She remembered she and Casey were both drunk, and then someone took her to the dance floor. But Carlos' figure popped up in her mind. She vaguely recalled an image of her and Carlos on her bed. She moved and she didn't feel anything ache, nor did she feel any sort of discomfort. She sat up on the bed. It was then that she noticed the love bites on her body. Her mind went blank all of a sudden. After thinking hard to piece everything together, Debbie still wasn't sure if she and Carlos ended up sleeping together. Whoever was standing in front of her apartment door seemed to be really persistent. The person had been ringing the doorbell for more than 5 minutes already. Debbie smoothed her disheveled long hair and looked at the messy bed. Carlos was no longer there. She was alone in the bedroom. Forget it. She decided to check out who was at the door first. She got out of bed and put on her pajamas, but it wasn't able to cover the love bites on her neck. She had no other choice because it was summer, and she couldn't wear anything that covered her neck. Debbie peeked in the cat's eye to see who it was at the door. She yelled angrily, "You guys are so noisy." She grudgingly unlocked the door. She had barely turned the knob when her visitors suddenly came barging in. "Tomboy, we would have called the police if you hadn't opened the door by now." Hey. Oh my God. You must have had a night," Jared exclaimed, eyes widened in shock. He pointed at her neck and then gave her a thumbs up. Sasha, who was following behind him, looked curiously towards where he was pointing at. But he blocked her view and joked, "Don't look, my baby. You're too young and it's not suitable for you to see that. Let me take you home." Sasha rolled her eyes at him and slapped his hands away. "What are you doing? We're all grown-ups here," she rebuked. Then she turned to Debbie and asked excitedly, "Were you with Mr. Huo?" Debbie felt embarrassed. She nodded her head helplessly and led them into her apartment while explaining, "But I don't think we actually did it. We didn't really have sex. Carlos has quite the willpower. By the way, why were you guys ringing my doorbell and banging my door so urgently? Anything important?" "Didn't have sex?" Jared and Sasha were so disappointed to hear that. "We came to give you back your cell phone and your car." Jared took Debbie's handbag from Sasha's hand and put it on the table. Debbie took a look at her handbag and nodded understandingly. "So are you going to hang out for a while? Or do you guys need to be somewhere?" "I'm actually still very sleepy. I want to go back to bed and sleep for a while longer." Jared casually leaned against the sofa and grumbled, "Tomboy, we're guests of yours here. Is that how you would treat your guests? You haven't even served us tea or coffee or anything yet, and you're already making us leave. Well, that's not polite." "Fine. Get $1 from my bag and go downstairs and buy yourself a bottle of water. Help yourself to whatever you want." Debbie spat as she heaved a yawn. She was very tired. Even though she and Carlos didn't really have sex last night, the way he touched, kissed, and bit her was enough to exhaust her. It seemed like he was still the same lover she had remembered. In fact, even better. And Debbie didn't even want to get started on how Carlos kissed her. Looking at the dark circles under Debbie's eyes, Sasha said sympathetically, "Debbie, you better rest for now. Don't worry. We have something else to do. We should get going." Then she broke free from Jared's grip and walked up to Debbie. In a hushed voice, she cautioned, "Debbie, you're still young. Don't tire yourself out. Be careful of your health, especially your kidney." Sasha didn't blurt out that last word. Frequent sex could cause kidney deficiency, but since they didn't really have sex last night, Sasha stopped her joke midway. Debbie's lips twitched. Jared dragged Sasha to leave the apartment. Debbie returned to her bedroom without seeing her friends off. As soon as she climbed onto her bed, she fell asleep at once. On the 6th floor. When Stephanie woke up, it was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. After drinking the soup prepared by the maid, she fixed herself and went to knock on Carlos' bedroom door. But no one opened the door. After a few moments, she pushed open the door and heard someone in the bathroom. She realized that it was probably Carlos. But something was wrong. She checked the time and it was around 8 o'clock. Carlos normally jogged in the morning. He would come back around 6:40 and by 7 o'clock, he would already have taken his shower. So why was he showering so late? She caught a glimpse of the tidy bed. That was when she grew suspicious. Didn't Carlos sleep here last night? Or did he actually make his bed before going into the shower? As she got lost in her thoughts, the sound of the running water suddenly stopped. Stephanie stared at the bathroom door. Soon the door flew open. With a bath towel sloppily hanging over his waist, Carlos walked out the bathroom. When he saw the woman in his bedroom, he slightly furrowed his brows. Stephanie snapped out of her trance and explained, "I just came to tell you last night She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed an obvious love bite on Carlos' neck. Love bites? Stephanie thought in shock. She struggled to shift her sight past his neck and onto his arm, only to find hickeys there as well. Her heart sank and her face went pale. Sensing her gaze on his body, Carlos checked his arm. He remembered that Debbie had deliberately left love bites there as payback for his torture. Without letting it bother him, he grabbed another clean towel and wiped his wet hair. Instead of explaining the situation to Stephanie, he asked her, "Do you have anything important to tell me?" As an experienced woman who had dealt with difficult situations in business, Stephanie was able to quickly regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she collected herself and asked casually, "Last night?" "Stephanie," Carlos interrupted her coldly, "I hope what happened last night won't happen again."
I'm sorry, Carlos.
"I know that you are mostly busy. I shouldn't have. I wasn't talking about picking you up from the club," he cut her bluntly. Stephanie was silent for a moment. She understood what he was talking about. He was condemning her for taking advantage of her drunken state to kiss him. Carlos wasn't planning on explaining anything about the love bites to Stephanie. He didn't have sex with Debbie last night. He had somehow managed to constrain himself in the end, but they had hugged and slept the night together. But it didn't make a difference to Carlos whether he had sex with her or not. Since he had been so intimate with another woman, he felt it wasn't proper to continue his relationship with Stephanie anymore. He declared, "I need to tell you something. We should break up." Knowing the words that were about to spill out of his mouth, Stephanie cut in immediately. "It was just for fun, right? You like to play around with other women occasionally, correct?" "Carlos, I understand. You don't have to explain yourself to me. We haven't gotten married yet, so I don't mind." Carlos frowned. He was a little annoyed that she thought he was that kind of a man. "No, it wasn't. Just for fun." "Carlos, you haven't had your breakfast yet. I'll go check if it's ready." She hurriedly left his bedroom, without giving him a chance to continue the topic. After closing the bedroom door behind her, Stephanie supported herself against the wall in the corridor, gasping for air. She clenched her fists in anger. Who on earth is that woman? Who the hell left those love bites on him? She thought furiously. By the time Carlos got dressed and came to the dining room, The housemaid had already prepared the breakfast and laid it out on the table. Stephanie was not in the living room or in the dining room. As he sat at the table, he asked the maid, "Where's Stephanie?" The maid replied politely, "Miss Lee is still in her bedroom. She said she would have her breakfast later." Carlos nodded and silently ate his breakfast. When he was done eating, Stephanie had still not come down for breakfast. He gracefully wiped his mouth with a tissue and headed to her bedroom. He knocked on the door once. He heard a ruffling noise and then Stephanie opened the door, her face weary and gloomy. She was still in her pajamas. Seeing Carlos at the door, she forced a smile and asked, "Carlos, what's up?" Unintentionally, her eyes were drawn to the love bites on his neck again. Jealousy flooded her heart. "Go eat your breakfast. I have to go to work. I'll have the driver take you to your company," Carlos said. "Okay, thank you." Without taking a second glance at her, he turned around, grabbed his coat and left the apartment. After getting into his car, Carlos looked up at the window on the 7th floor of the apartment building. A small smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Frankie Yang, Carlos' new assistant, got into the driver's seat and slowly drove the car into the morning traffic. From behind him, Carlos said, "Order a takeout lunch from the 5th floor of Alioth building and deliver it to room 701, building number 2 in Champs Bay Apartments. And get a soup which is good for hangover." After a short pause, Carlos added, "Order a few more dishes." Frankie Yang furrowed his brows. Room 701? Isn't his apartment on the 6th floor? But then, a woman's image popped up in his mind. Frankie Yang instantly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Huo." As soon as Carlos had left the apartment, Stephanie dialed James' number. When the call connected, she said in a seemingly calm voice, "Uncle James, it looks like Carlos is seeing some other woman." "What? Who?" James asked, taken aback. He knew that Carlos wasn't the type to play around with women. "I don't know who it is. But..." She choked on her words as she thought about their conversation in the morning. "Carlos was going to break up with me, but I didn't give him the chance to say it out." At that moment, it dawned on her that Carlos wasn't sexually impotent as she had thought. It was just that he wasn't interested in her at all. The realization shattered her heart. James knitted his brows. "I see. I'll have someone look into it. Just pretend nothing has happened. I will take care of that woman, whoever she is." "Okay, Uncle James. But I do have a guess as to who she might be," she said hesitantly. She'd had her doubts for a while now and she said it out loud. "Could it be his ex-wife? Debbie Nian." "Debbie Nian!" James exclaimed, jumping to his feet. The sudden mention of her name startled him to his core. Through the receiver, Stephanie could sense the shock in his voice. "Yes, it could be," she confirmed again. "That woman. She's back in Y City?" James was flustered. Again, Stephanie could sense his voice trembling, but she didn't think too much into it. "Yes." "Did she meet Carlos?" "Yes." James felt his heart pounding so fast, and his blood pressure was shooting up. After a long pause, he calmed down and told Stephanie, "Leave this to me. I'll have you and Carlos married as soon as possible." "Thank you, Uncle James." After hanging up on her, James rummaged through his desk for his hypotensor, a drug to lower his blood pressure. He finally felt better after taking 2 pills. That bitch. She promised not to come back to Y City anymore. And she had the guts to come crawling back in secret. She even met Carlos. Damn it! He cursed furiously, banging his hand on the desk. In the afternoon, Debbie was woken up by the doorbell once again. Scratching her hair annoyingly, she went to the door and shouted in an angry voice, "Who is it?" "Good afternoon, Miss Nian. I'm here to deliver lunch to you." "I didn't order lunch," Debbie thought. Or did I? She had no idea what was going on. Sighing helplessly, she opened the door. She recognized the man outside, though she wasn't very familiar with him. He was Carlos' new assistant. Suppressing her annoyance, she greeted, "Hello." Frankie Yang smiled and handed the takeout boxes to Debbie. "Miss Nian, Mr. Hua asked me to buy you this lunch. There is a bowl of soup in there to sober you up from the hangover. Please have it before it gets cool. Oh, thank you so much. This was unexpected. In a daze, she received the heavy carry bag from his hands. You're welcome, Miss Nian. I should get going now. Debbie smiled and nodded to him politely. Closing the door behind her, Debbie put the carry bag on the table and took out the boxes one by one. There were 6 main dishes inside it, and a bowl of rice and noodles. No wonder the bag was so heavy. She recognized the logo on the takeout boxes. It had been ordered from the 5th floor of Alioth building. Her stomach rumbled and her mouth watered as she breathed in the delicious smell. She rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. While she was eating her lunch, she texted Carlos via WeChat. Thank you for the lunch, Mr. Handsome. It's delicious. He replied shortly. There were no more messages from him. Debbie scoffed. She had expected that Carlos would be more enthusiastic towards her after what had happened last night, but he was just his usual self. Anyway, things had been going smoothly between them. Debbie was relaxed now. So, in the following days, she shifted most of her attention to the upcoming concert. She had flown back to Z Country once to deal with some important work. After that, she picked up Piggy from the One family's residence and secretly brought her to Curtis House in Y City. By the time Debbie was done with all her work, 2 weeks had passed since she had last met Carlos. She sighed in disappointment. Not once had Carlos contacted her. She had thought that he would take the initiative to contact her, but he was still as aloof as ever. I can't wait for him to make a move. It has already been 2 weeks. I have to do something myself, she thought. She pulled out her phone and sent him a message. I'll be walking the dog tonight. 2 hours later, she received Carlos' reply. It was a simple again. She was used to his cold attitude, but it still hurt when he acted like he didn't care. Forget it. I hope I can see him tonight. At around dusk, Debbie put on a long casual dress to take Harley for a walk. She grabbed the dog leash and headed out. This time, when she arrived at the ground floor, she was happy to find that Carlos was already walking Millie along a path around the block. She joyfully trotted to Carlos along with Harley. Mr. Handsome. Old man. Carlos turned around. A light smile flashed on his face as he replied, again. Debbie wasn't all too pleased with how cold Carlos was acting towards her. What are you busying yourself with these days? She asked in a feigned casual voice as she watched the 2 dogs play together. She was surprised to get an explanation from him this time. I was on a business trip in New York. I just came back this morning, he explained. So that's it. Is that why he didn't contact me? She wondered. I see. So do you have anything to do tonight? Yes. He needed to meet an important client that night. A bit disappointed, Debbie said. Well then go on and work. This didn't escape Carlos. There was a hint of disappointment in Debbie's eyes. Flashing a smile, he suddenly pulled her into his arms when she least expected it, and kissed her on the lips. Shocked, Debbie didn't realize that Carlos' lips were on hers right away. After kissing, Carlos didn't let go of her yet. Instead, he put his palm at the back of her head and pressed his forehead against hers. Slightly out of breath, he told her, Millie is pregnant. She blinked, unsure what she had heard. It's Harley, your dog, that got her pregnant, he said. At that moment, Carlos recalled how he found out in the first place. It was Stephanie who told him. He was still in New York when Stephanie called him up. She was wondering how their dog could get pregnant. Carlos immediately thought of Debbie's male dog, Harley, who always enthusiastically pestered and played with Millie each time he saw her. That dog was very much like his owner's personality, active, enthusiastic, and clingy. So Carlos figured that it must have been Harley who had gotten Millie pregnant. He calmly said to Stephanie then, Damon's son wants one of the puppies. What? How is that related to Millie's pregnancy? Stephanie asked, confused. When Millie gives birth, I'll give one to Damon's son and one to Curtis' son, he said casually. The rest of the puppies can go with Debbie. Her dog can take care of them, he thought to himself. Stephanie was at a loss for words. She was starting to cultivate a suspicion in her heart. Carlos was spending way more time with Millie than usual. He was always walking the dog and suddenly caring about her too much, even already planning who to give her puppies to. After Carlos hung up, he sent Damon a text. "Doesn't your son want a dog?"
Damon replied, "No."
"I had a poodle before, but my son kept on playing with his hair and even pulling it out, so I had to give it away." Carlos wrote, "Well, maybe your son wants one now. When Millie gives birth, I'll have Frankie send one of the puppies to you." Before responding, Damon glanced at his son, who was busy finishing off a lollipop, and asked in a confused tone, "Baby, did you tell your Uncle Carlos that you wanted a dog?" Uncle Carlos? The mention of this name sent a shiver down the little boy's spine. He stopped licking the lollipop and shook his head vigorously.
No, no.
He couldn't even look at Carlos, so how could he possibly tell him that he wanted a dog? This confused Damon even more. "Hey, what's the puppy for?" He texted Carlos. "A gift for my godson." Damon didn't know what else to say. He wondered what the hell was going on in Carlos' mind. Resigned, Damon warned his son. "Okay, so your Uncle Carlos is going to give you a puppy as his gift to you. Don't pull its hair off again, or your uncle's going to pull all your teeth off." His son was so frightened that he covered his mouth with his little hands. He also said that he would name the puppy King because he would treat it like a king every day. Meanwhile, Debbie burst into laughter. "Good job, Harley. Mr. Handsome, rest assured. Harley will take the responsibility for Millie. We will pay for her daily expenses." Debbie couldn't help but marvel at Harley's efficiency. Harley had made Millie pregnant in such a short time, but she still hadn't been able to get Carlos back after pursuing him for so long. They hadn't had sex yet since they met again, no matter how she tried to seduce him. Carlos didn't expect Debbie to respond like that. He didn't tell her so she could take responsibility for the puppies, but he didn't want to say anything anymore. He gestured to Frankie, who was standing a short distance away. On seeing his boss's signal, Frankie immediately came over and handed him a gift bag. "Mr. Huo, here you are." Carlos nodded. Frankie quickly stepped away, giving them privacy. Carlos handed the gift bag to Debbie and said, "Take it." She lowered her head to look at the bag, confused. "What's this?" he said coolly. "Just open it." She was intrigued. She handed the dog leash to Carlos before she took the gift bag and opened it. There was a black brocade box in it. When she opened the box, a sparkling crystal piano model came into her sight. The piano body was carved from a whole piece of pink crystal stone, and the 88 keys were made by black and white crystal stones. The whole artwork was exquisite. Debbie's eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't help but praise it heartily. "Wow! It's gorgeous. It's like a real piano." Seeing the excitement sparking in her eyes made him grin. When he visited a client's company in New York, he noticed that piano model in the client's office. Caught his attention right away. It was not that he liked this artwork, but it reminded him of Debbie. He knew she would love it. The materials of this piano model were very precious, and on top of it all, it was carved by a famous international sculptor in a country. That sculptor had won a gold medal for almost all of his artworks. So even if you had the money, you'd have a hard time buying his artworks. The client who owned this piano model had always looked up to Carlos and was eager to make good friends with him. So when he found out that Carlos wanted the piano model and was willing to pay double for it, he agreed right away. Debbie tried to suppress the excitement exploding in her heart. "So, what does this mean? Is he giving it to me, or is he going to give it to another woman?" she wondered eagerly. Carlos cast her a sidelong glance. "What do you think?" Debbie pursed her lips. She deliberately scoffed. "I think it's a nice gift for your fiancé." Frowning, he said in a stern voice, "Keep it. Don't damage it or lose it, or else I'll make you pay for it." Debbie rolled her eyes. Was this the right attitude in giving a present? But she was already grateful to have received a present in the first place. She didn't want to fight over a petty thing. She cautiously put the piano model back to the brocade box, and then put the box back to the gift bag. Carrying it in her hand, she happily held his arm. "Mr. Handsome, thank you. I love it very much." Happiness filled Debbie's heart. She could suddenly see her future with Carlos again. Carlos slightly grinned and silently watched their two dogs play. After returning to her apartment, Debbie sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the piano model, her mind racing. She thought about a lot of things, frowning at sad thoughts and smiling at happy thoughts. She got trapped in her daze for about an hour. When she snapped out of it, she put back the piano model in its box. She changed into a fresh set of clothes, ready to go to Curtis' house and see her daughter whom she dearly missed. Debbie went to a shopping mall to buy gifts and clothes for Piggy and Jess. After that, she drove towards Curtis' house. It was already dark outside. The corner that Debbie was about to take had no street lamps, so she drove slowly and cautiously. Once she entered the street, the headlights of her vehicle shone on a group of people that were in front of her car. Instinctively, she slammed on the brakes to stop the car. Fortunately, she wasn't driving fast and was able to stop in time before hitting anyone. Debbie heaved a sigh of relief. Once she had calmed herself down, she gazed out at the group in front of her. They had raised their hands to shield their faces from the glare. Her headlights lit up a familiar face that she noticed from the cluster of people. One that she would never forget. A cynical smile slowly crept across her face. Debbie slowly parked her car to the side of the road and turned the hazard lights on. Then, without any sign of fear, she got out of the vehicle and stood arrogantly in front of the group of men. "Debbie Nian, I never expected that you would break your word." James ranted furiously at the sight of Debbie. A malicious look was evident in his eyes. Debbie casually leaned against her car and crossed her arms. "James Huo, why should I keep my word to a liar? I didn't expect you to be so despicable and deceive me into divorcing Carlos 3 years ago." Even though Debbie was facing 5 tall and burly bodyguards, her voice was fearless and almost sounded lazy. "Despicable? Me? What a joke. It's not my fault that you're so stupid." James ridiculed. James had been living a very comfortable life for the past 3 years. As the current CEO of the ZL Group, he enjoyed all the luxuries that went along with the title, including countless people trying to fawn on him, and the indulgence of many beautiful women. More importantly, he didn't need to bother with the busy work of managing the company, because Carlos had been taking care of all the company's affairs for him ever since he woke up from the coma. In other words, James had been enjoying the title of CEO of the ZL Group without putting in any effort. However, Debbie's sudden appearance had threatened his comfortable life. James could sense that Debbie had changed. She was different from the one he knew from 3 years ago, who had been weak and foolish. This one was full of confidence and had an arrogance about her. James had a feeling of impending doom in the pit of his stomach. "No way. I won't allow such things to happen. I'm the master of my fate." James thought to himself. "Yes, you're right. I was stupid," Debbie agreed. Then the smile on her face had turned to a sneer of resentment as she glared at James with her beautiful eyes. "But not anymore, James. I've learned my lesson well. I have the courage to stand in front of you, which means you are no longer someone I fear. The tables are about to turn. James Huo, I've come back to reveal your true colors to everyone, and to take back everything that belongs to me. My reputation, my marriage to my dear Carlos, my happiness. Everything," she swore in her mind. James' eyes twitched nervously, but he composed himself and laughed. "Do you really think you can? Debbie Nian, you were a loser 3 years ago, and you're a loser now. You don't have Carlos' support. What makes you think that you can outsmart and defeat me?" Debbie glanced down for a moment and smirked. She then raised her head and looked him straight in the eye and said nonchalantly, "Oh, Mr. James Huo, I forgot to mention it to you, but Carlos and I have been smoothing our relationship over. Who knows? Maybe I'll have his backup very soon. 3 years ago, Carlos wanted to lock you away and put you behind bars. However, it was me who stopped him from doing that. If he knew the truth and the whole story, he would surely send you straight to hell, and I won't say no to that this time." If Carlos found out the truth, James shuddered at the thought when he imagined the dreadful scene. Fortunately, the darkness of the night helped cover the fear written on his face. He pretended not to be intimidated and snorted. You know that I'm a good dad in his eyes now. What if I tell my son about how you cheated on him 3 years ago? Whose side do you think he would take then? Yours or mine? A good dad? Your son. Debbie scoffed. She was wearing a red dress, and under the soft hue of the hazard lights, she looked even more alluring with the charming smile that she wore on her face. The bodyguards around James swallowed hard. They wondered if their boss would stoop so low to order them to attack this defenseless and beautiful woman. How could they fight against such a gorgeous woman? Debbie continued. James, I can tell the whole world the true relationship between you and Carlos with the DNA test report. Do you think you can threaten me with that? She believed once Carlos knew that James wasn't his biological father, then he would surely take a new approach of the whole thing and wouldn't side with James anymore. James' face turned red with anger. Through gritted teeth, he yelled to the bodyguards behind him. Beat her. Beat her so bad that she is disabled. Once they got the order, the bodyguards immediately surrounded Debbie. She winked at the bodyguards and pleaded in a pretentious, weak voice. Oh, handsome boys, please let me go. Don't be fooled by this woman. She's good at taekwondo. James growled out to his men, warning them of her capabilities. With that knowledge, the bodyguards had instantly changed their demeanor and became wary of the hot babe in the red dress. Debbie slowly stepped back and said in an alluring voice, Mr. James Huo, you flatter me. I haven't practiced taekwondo for 3 years. Please, handsome boys, don't. You're scaring me. Hearing her plead, the men let down their guard. After all, the target was only a defenseless woman. One of them spoke up. Pretty lady, don't be frightened. Let us do our job first, and then we can have some fun with you later. Damn you. You won't be touching a single hair on my head. Debbie cursed in her mind. She came up with a plan as she slowly inched her way to the car door. She secretly opened it. Please don't hurt me. Look at me. I'm helpless and vulnerable. Can you truly bear to assault such a weak woman? While she distracted them with her comments, she quickly stuck her head inside her car and grabbed something that she had prepared earlier. The bodyguards were instantly on high alert and jumped into a fighting stance when they saw the woman take something from her car. However, when she had emerged again, they were surprised to find that it was just a tube of lipstick. She also took out a small mirror. Debbie waved the lipstick in front of them and said with a smile, Wait. Let me fix my makeup first. Knowing that it wasn't a weapon, they heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed as they watched the woman screw off the lid. When she was about to apply it to her lips, she suddenly turned the tube around and aimed it at them. Debbie quickly pressed the bottom of the lipstick tube a few times, and the bodyguards began to cover their eyes and howl in pain. The tube wasn't lipstick at all. It was pepper spray disguised in the shape of a lipstick. Oh shit. She tricked us. You bitch. My eyes hurt. Oh help. Arg. My eyes are burning. I can't open my eyes. While the bodyguards were bellowing in pain, Debbie made a dash for James. Sensing the danger, James turned his fat body around and ran clumsily towards his car. Debbie had reached him before he could close the car door and sprayed the pepper spray in his face. Arg. You goddamn bitch, he screeched. He managed to pull the car door shut, but Debbie could still hear his shrieks. While rubbing his stinging eyes, James felt around for the lock and pressed the button to lock Debbie out. She tugged on the handle a few times to try and open the door. However, when she realized that it was locked, she marched over to the roadside. There she picked up the biggest rock that she could find and then strode back and smashed it against the hood of his luxury limo. Even though she put a few scratches and dents on the hood and panels, it wasn't enough to vent her anger. Debbie then began to pound the rock hard against the windows, but after great effort, she still wasn't able to break any of them. The quality-built limousine deserved the expensive price tag. Nevertheless, she did manage to put a few cracks in the windows that would need to be replaced. However, James was the person that she wanted to get to, not his car. If she could only hit James with the rock, she would go home a happy woman and sleep well tonight. While Debbie was trying to get to James, One of the bodyguards had recovered somewhat and sprinted towards Debbie with clenched fists. Debbie saw him coming and removed her high heels and threw them at his face. The well-trained bodyguard swiftly dodged the shoes, and they fell harmlessly onto the ground without doing the intended damage. Debbie had used up all of her options and had to fight him with her bare hands. She kicked him hard into his stomach with her right leg, and then tried to attack all the weak points on his body. Even though the bodyguard wasn't able to open his eyes properly, he did manage to defend himself against Debbie's attacks. Debbie had given him everything she had and had exhausted all of her options. However, it made no difference. He still came at her, and soon the others would too. At a disadvantage, Debbie knew that she had to come up with a solution quickly. Just as Debbie was having quite a hard time fighting it out with the bodyguards, a flash of blinding light obscured her vision for a moment. Within seconds after that, she saw the car and realized that it was actually James' limo trying to run her over. As she was staring straight into the headlights, she made out the sound of the car's screeching tires. She turned rigid. In that instant, she suddenly recalled something that happened 3 years ago, the car accident. At that point, a terrible idea spontaneously popped up in her mind regarding the possible cause of that accident. Could it be possible? It sent shivers down her spine, but she couldn't afford to think about it given the position that she had been in. Acting on instinct as a response to the imminent danger, Debbie quickly pressed her hand hard against the hood of the car just as it was about to hit her, and hastily sprung up, landing on top of the hood. James stepped hard on the gas after seeing her dodge. The car then began to accelerate, leaving her without a choice but to hold on for dear life over to the edges of the car. She gripped it as hard as she could, struggling to make sure she wouldn't roll off of it. The vehicle was about to arrive at a bend, so James was forced to slow down before the turn. Not wanting to waste this window of opportunity, Debbie speedily leaped off the car, darted toward her car and hopped in it. Starting the engine, she immediately shifted to reverse gear, stepping on the gas while promptly turning the steering wheel in order to make a sharp turn. Probably due to the adrenaline kicking in, she managed to pull all of these steps under just one breath. Before James or any of his men could do anything to stop her, she had already put the pedal to the metal and drove her car away at breakneck speed, successfully getting away from their watchful eyes. Keeping the car's speed between 110 km per hour to 120 km per hour, she had no intention of slowing down until she was completely sure that James was already out of sight. Once she was certain that she had already gotten far enough, she eased up the tension that had built up in her calf muscles. She gradually let go of the accelerator and slowed down little by little. After stumbling upon such a busy street, Debbie pulled over, switched on the light inside the car, and started checking up on all the injuries she might have accumulated in her arms and legs. Her leg had gotten scraped when she tried to dodge James' limo. Apart from that, she also got a couple of bruises in her arms which she might have received after having a scuffle with the bodyguards. Fortunately, all she got were just minor injuries and it wasn't anything severe. Heaving a heavy sigh of relief, she immediately headed over to the hospital. After she was done receiving some first aid treatment at the hospital, it was already late in the evening. So Debbie immediately sent Colleen a text message, telling her that something suddenly came up, and that she would just have to postpone her visit to the kids some other time. At the ZL Group's New York branch, inside the general manager's office, a secretary was knocking on the door. After getting the go signal to let her in, she entered the room and said, "Miss Xu, there's a lady outside who would like to see you." With her head buried deep within the countless piles of papers, Miranda didn't even have the time to raise her head and glance at her secretary. "Do you know who she is? Is it something urgent?" she hastily asked. "She told me that her last name is Nian, and that there was some important matter she had to discuss with you." Nian. Miranda visibly raised her head upon hearing this last name being mentioned. Could it possibly be her? She immediately brought out her mobile phone and searched for an image of a poster. Showing it to the secretary, she told her, "Go ahead and ask the people at the front desk. See if this is the woman who wants to see me." The secretary promptly pulled out her cell phone as well to take a photo of the said poster. After that, she sent it to her colleague at the front desk to confirm. About a minute later, the secretary got a reply and informed Miranda right away. Ms. Xu. They said that it was indeed the same woman as the one on the poster. Pausing for a brief second, Miranda told her what to do next. All right. Please show her the way to the reception room. Understood, Ms. Xu. At the reception room, there was a woman sporting a light purple dress, leaning into the window and overlooking the city, bustling with activity. As soon as she heard the sound coming from a pair of high heels approaching, she turned around to check who it was. At that moment, the door suddenly flung open and Miranda entered the room. A woman she hadn't seen for the past 3 years. Wearing a creamy white office suit, there she was standing by the doorway. Soon enough, their eyes met. The businesswoman looked as composed just as she would always be, while Debbie, on the other hand, became a bit more mature than she was in the past, with a tinge of a forbidding look in her eyes. That being said, the moment she laid her eyes on Miranda, the expression she was wearing instantly eased up and she greeted her. Aunt Miranda. Stop addressing me that way. Miranda shifted her gaze away from her, walking over to the sofa. Debbie knew full well what she had meant by that. With a deep breath, she went straight to the point right away. Aunt Miranda, I came here to talk about the matters regarding me and Carlos. The door flung open again all of a sudden. The secretary stepped into the room carrying a cup of coffee. Upon placing it on the table in front of Miranda, she left without saying a word and closed the door behind her. Taking a sip from the cup of coffee, Miranda asked casually, What does your situation have to do with me? I really need you to back me up on this, Aunt Miranda. Carlos is suffering from memory loss and James is doing everything in his power to oppose me, Debbie said, sitting directly across her. With a cold expression on her face, Miranda looked straight into Debbie's eyes. Jeering at her, she replied, I thought I already told you to stop calling me Aunt Miranda. Let me remind you that we're not that close. When you left Y City 3 years ago, you left without even saying a word. And now that you've found out that Carlos has gotten better, you're telling me that you want to be reunited with him? Debbie Nian, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Those remarks cut Debbie's heart just like a knife. She had thought long and hard about how Miranda might treat her before she headed for New York. But she never would have imagined that she would receive such a cold and unpleasant response from the older lady, knowing that she used to be on her side in the past. For that reason, Debbie was so down in the dumps. Taking in another deep breath, she tried her best to hold everything, every bitter feeling, inside her heart. I understand that you might be taking this the wrong way, but I promise that I can explain myself for the actions I had taken from 3 years back. You just got to give me some time. But first and foremost, what I really want to do at this moment is to apologize to you, Aunt Miranda. I'm so sorry. I didn't listen to your advice that year and ended up being fooled by James and falling for the trap he had set. I had been so rash and my recklessness brought about all of the problems and sufferings we have right now. Springing up from the sofa, Miranda simply brushed her off and replied, I'm a busy woman. Miss Nian, if you don't have anything important to say to me, then you should just leave. Stop wasting my precious time. Aunt Miranda, Debbie exclaimed in protest, in an attempt to stop her from exiting the reception room. She had gone through lengths and flown all the way to New York just to meet her. So she couldn't just turn back and return empty-handed. Are you still mad at me for all of the disgraceful events that supposedly happened that year? All of those were merely false allegations which James came up with. He had every intention to ruin me and take everything away. If I can bring you some sort of proof to show that I didn't have anything to do with it, will you lend me a hand in getting back at him? Debbie asked, hoping that she would say yes. Having been left at such a loss for words, Miranda stopped dead in her tracks. It was as though Debbie had perfectly read her mind. In fact, that was precisely the reason why she had been treating her so cold. All throughout these past 3 years, she would get upset every single time she thought of Debbie. She used to have such a good impression of Debbie, believing that she was the one who had been destined for Carlos. Be that as it may, from what she had been told, Debbie left Carlos after the unfortunate car accident and filed for a divorce, had an abortion, and in the end, eloped with another man. Getting so saddened by that, she felt so utterly disappointed in Debbie. Miranda didn't bother looking at her, and she didn't give her any sort of answer as well. Debbie went ahead and added, James tricked me into believing that Carlos didn't make it, and pressured me into leaving Y City. I know you may find it so hard to believe right now after everything that happened. I completely understand that. But Aunt Miranda, if I can find a way to prove myself to you and that I'm telling you the truth, I hope that you will help me win Carlos back again. Would you please do me this favor? If I have to beg, then I'm willing to do that. This way, Carlos will also end up being able to regain the executive rights to the ZL group. Isn't that right? Everything that Debbie just said sounded quite believable, and was within reason. As a matter of fact, James had won the support of the senior managers, and successfully secured his position in the company, while Carlos was still in a coma. No one was capable of making him step down apart from Carlos. Having said that, James had done such a good job pretending to be a respectable father while Carlos was suffering from memory loss. Because of that, the amnesiac Carlos had complete trust in him, and not once had the thought of taking back the ZL group ever come to his mind. Whenever she would get the chance to speak with Carlos in private, Miranda would always try to remind him that he could easily take back his position in the company. However, Carlos would just simply refuse considering the idea every single time. It even came to a point where he actually gave her a fair warning not to sow the seeds of discord between him and his father. Given that Miranda still wasn't saying anything and just kept quiet, Debbie tried asking once more. There's something else I've been meaning to ask you about, Aunt Miranda. Was it also James who told everyone what the cause of the car accident was? Did he tell you that it was because the truck driver had been extremely exhausted while he was driving? With the cause of the car accident being mentioned, Miranda finally turned around to look at Debbie. This was something she wasn't expecting to hear, so her curiosity had gotten piqued. A bit taken aback, she asked her directly, "What are you trying to imply from that?" Seeming so resolute, Debbie peered straight into her eyes. Just 2 nights ago, James tried to run me over with his car, and as luck would have it, somehow I managed to dodge it. But that incident reminded me of what happened that year. Being at the jaws of death, I had a suspicion that it was. Bite your tongue. Feeling so anxious, Miranda looked over towards the door. Upon checking through the glass window and making sure that no one was standing outside the room, she flatly said, "You should be acting your age. Are you not aware that out of the mouth comes evil? Be mindful of what you say. For now, why don't you head back to Y City? And don't come back until you could bring me some proof that would be enough to prove your innocence. If you can't come up with anything to prove yourself, I'm telling you right now that you shouldn't expect getting any help from me. And I will even help James get rid of you." With her eyes bloodshot, a smile crept onto Debbie's face. Finally, she pulled it off and somewhat managed to convince Miranda to give her a chance. As her voice was breaking, she said with gratitude, "Thank you so much, Aunt Miranda. I will go back right away." As she watched Debbie walk away and leave the room, Miranda tried to catch her breath and plopped down on the sofa, losing the strength on her legs. Lowering her head, she reflected on the information Debbie had just given her. In Y City, the moment Stephanie wrapped up her meeting and stepped out the conference room, her phone suddenly rang. "Hello?" she said upon picking it up. "Miss Lee, were you trying to reach me? I was a bit preoccupied earlier." The person on the other end of the call responded, "Yes. Please hold on." Stephanie walked into the elevator, phone in hand. When she was finally alone, she continued in a hushed tone, "Hire someone to follow Carlos. Find out if there is any suspicious woman hanging around him." But the person on the other end of the line hesitated when she brought up Carlos' name. Stephanie sneered, "Money is not a problem. Just do it. I'll bear any and all consequences." "All right then," the person said, grudgingly accepting the task. "Keep it under wraps." "Got it." The elevator doors opened just as she ended the call. She returned to her office and noticed a document on her desk. She put aside the office files in her hand and opened that document. The name Debbie Nian written in the file caught her attention. According to the information on it, Debbie was Carlos' ex-wife. She had signed the divorce agreement 3 years ago just after Carlos' car accident. Soon after that, she had left Y City and started her career in Z country. With Hayden Gu's and Ivan Wynn's help, she debuted as a singer and soon made a name for herself in Z country. After reading through Debbie's information, Stephanie smirked. So that was how she cheated on Carlos, she thought. She had heard that Carlos had treated his ex-wife very well. But she had been such an ungrateful and shameless woman. Then a name in the file caught her attention. Hayden Gu? Isn't he married to the Chin family's daughter? Why would he help Debbie Nian boost her popularity in Z country? She wondered. She asked her assistant to get further information about Hayden Gu and Debbie Nian, and discovered that he was her ex-boyfriend. Everyone in Y City seemingly knew about their relationship. Hayden and Debbie and Carlos. Looks like there is an interesting story here, Stephanie mused. In Champs Bay Apartments, Debbie was trying to compose her lyrics for her next song. She bent over a piece of paper in her study, while Carlos was sitting next to her, working on his company files. Dozens of crumpled papers were scattered all over the floor. Debbie let out an exasperated sigh. Arg. I can't come up with any good lines with this handsome man sitting next to me. Ruby had already warned her many times. If she didn't release a new album as soon as possible, her fans would likely be mad. But her attention was solely on the man by her side. She couldn't devote herself to composing songs full-time. Sensing her intent gaze on him, Carlos sighed inwardly. It was she who had called him and had asked for his company. And now, she was blatantly blaming him for her lack of concentration. Noticing the subtle change in his facial expression, Debbie knew that he was finally distracted from his work. She grabbed the lyrics she had written and told him excitedly, "How about I read the lyrics to you and you give me some advice?" Carlos shook his head and said modestly, "It's been a really long time since I wrote any composition or lyrics. I'm afraid I can't give you any valuable advice. If you do need help, I can find you a good teacher to guide and inspire you." A teacher? I don't need a teacher. I need you. Debbie thought, pouting. Never mind that. Just listen to me read it. Okay. Seeing the expectant look in her eyes, Carlos didn't have the heart to refuse her. He nodded. Okay. Debbie's smile widened and she straightened up in her chair. After clearing her throat, she began to read. This summer breeze blows away the scorching heat. I feel it caressing me gently like a kiss from you in the cheek. My dear, seasons come and seasons go, but my love for you only grows. Oh, you are my whole forever. Oh, the summer breeze brings you to me. How can I show you my love? I miss you so much for so long. Carlos listened to her read slowly. He was uncontrollably drawn to the sincerity on her face, the shyness in her eyes, and the sentiment in her voice. Magically, all her words combined together, forming a romantic, beautiful picture in his mind. He couldn't wait to hear this song with the music. He was sure that it would be a soothing melody. 2 minutes later, Debbie finished reading the lines and blinked her eyes at him. What do you think? Is it any good? Carlos nodded. Quite good. Debbie's eyes lit up. That is the biggest compliment I have ever received. He smiled warmly. Go on. Finish it. Yes, Mr. Huo. Debbie put the paper back on the table, grabbed her pen and continued to write the lyrics. Time elapsed quickly. Carlos kept himself busy with his work for the next few hours. Occasionally, he would answer a business call. But Debbie had already reached her limits after sitting in the study for hours together without doing anything else. So while Carlos was on another call, she took the chance to slip out of her study and walked into the kitchen to make some fruit tea.
Pikkilovet fruitteja.
With a little honey and a few ice cubes, it was the best drink to have on a hot summer day. Debbie poured the drink into 2 glasses, added a few ice cubes and put a colorful straw in each. Carlos was done with his call and was writing some notes on his office papers. When he saw her, he asked, "Finished the lyrics?" "Not yet. I made some fruit tea. Want to try it?" Debbie asked as she put the two glasses on the table. The liquid was colorful, reminding him of summer. Carlos put down his pen and took the glass from her. He raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "You made it?" She grinned at him. "Yes. When we were together in the past, you spoiled me too much and would never allow me to do any chores. So I hardly went into the kitchen. But I've learned how to cook now. I can make a few simple drinks," she said, winking at him playfully. "Go on. Try it." A woman would become stronger than ever after she became a mother. For Piggy's sake, Debbie had managed to learn how to cook. She even knew how to make some simple desserts. An emotion flashed through Carlos' eyes, which Debbie clearly missed. He had heard her say several times about how he used to spoil her in the past. It seemed to him now that he was indeed deeply in love with this woman 3 years ago. He looked at the drink in his hand. He pulled out the colorful straw in disdain and sipped directly from the glass. Unlike him, Debbie drank a huge mouthful of the drink through the straw. She didn't stop until it completely cooled down her body. Her glass was already half empty. Carlos chuckled under his breath. This woman never cared about her image in front of him. She acted naturally and was always her genuine self. He wondered if that was the reason why he had loved her so dearly before he had lost his memory. "You don't like it?" Debbie noticed that he had only taken a single sip. She was a little disheartened. Carlos shook his head. "I just don't like too much sugar." His words reminded her that Carlos never liked sweet foods. How could she have forgotten such an important detail about him? She cursed herself in her mind. "I shouldn't have added the honey," she thought with a glum look on her face. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, he added, "But it's good." Debbie waved at him. She took a sip and said, "Don't try to comfort me. I know. My bad. I forgot that you don't like sweet foods." She walked towards him and reached for his glass. Realizing that she was trying to take it away, Carlos grabbed her hand.
No.
His big hand gently wrapped around her small hand. She felt warmth fill her heart from his single touch. She blushed and said in a low voice, "I will get you some water." He squeezed her soft hand lightly. "No, I'll drink this." Ignoring his tightening grip on her hand, she asked hesitantly, "But do you really want to drink it?" She didn't want him to torture himself for her sake. "Yes." He nodded simply. Although he didn't like sugary foods, this was just a glass of fruit tea. He could drink it up. With a smile, Debbie went back to her chair. She propped her chin in her hands and watched the man get back to his work again. An idea popped up in her head. "Mr. Handsome, let's go on a date tonight." Carlos' hand hovered over his laptop keyboard. He shifted his gaze to Debbie. Again, the expectant look in her eyes made him unable to refuse her. He nodded. Debbie's heart was filled with joy. The small smile on her lips spread across her face. She knew that she had been right all along. Carlos would surely come back to her. She was too excited to continue working on her song. So she stopped writing the lyrics and began browsing some posts on Weibo. When she raised her head to peek at Carlos again, she was surprised to see that his glass of fruit tea was already empty. He even ate all the fruits in it. Her heart fluttered. She was pretty sure that he had drunk it for her sake. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Carlos was about to wrap up his work for the day. Just before finishing his work, he asked Debbie to get his car out of the parking lot and wait for him downstairs. A few moments later, Carlos left Champs Bay Apartments. He saw Debbie waiting outside in his car. He smiled and walked towards it. When he got into the car, Debbie suggested, "How about we have dinner at Colleen's restaurant? After dinner, we can walk around the commercial street nearby." Carlos raised his brow. There was clearly nothing for him to do. She had already planned out everything for the night. He nodded helplessly and said, "Whatever you say." Debbie grinned at his reaction. Curtis and Colleen were not at the restaurant that night. So, when the manager saw Carlos, he immediately ushered them to one of the VIP rooms and called Colleen immediately to tell her of his arrival. Colleen told the manager, "Make sure you take good care of him and serve the best food. Free of charge." After a pause, she inquired, Is he alone? No, he is here with a lady. A lady? Is it Debbie or Stephanie? Colleen wondered curiously. What does the lady look like? Does she have big eyes? Is she good-looking? The manager thought for a few seconds and said uncertainly, the lady was wearing a mask and a cap, so I couldn't see her face clearly. But I heard Mr. Huo call her by the name Debbie. Wow, so that is Debbie. Stephanie doesn't need to wear a mask and a cap to go out, she thought excitedly. Sparing a glance at Piggy and Jess, who were playing in front of her, Colleen instructed the manager. That lady is way more distinguished than Carlos. Remember, all of her meals at our restaurant are free of charge. She's more distinguished than Mr. Huo? The manager was taken aback. Who is this Debbie? Is the boss kidding? But he kept his doubts to himself and said, yes, we'll treat them both well. Good. Go ahead with your work. In the VIP room, Carlos passed the menu card to Debbie. What would you like to have? Generally, Carlos was a decisive man. He would order the dishes and arrange everything in advance if he was taking someone out for dinner. But he didn't remember what Debbie liked due to his memory loss, so he had to let her make the decision herself. Without looking at the menu, Debbie told the manager outright, please ask your chefs to cook their specialty dishes. We'll have 6 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, a pot of soup, and some rice. And please don't make them too greasy or spicy. We'd like it light and healthy. 10 dishes including the soup and rice? The manager's mouth was agape in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Never had he heard a woman order like this before. He politely said to her, excuse me for reminding you, it's our restaurant's policy to not waste any food. Each of our dishes comes in a generous quantity. So, I believe that 10 dishes for 2 people. He let his voice trail, but Debbie understood what he meant. She smiled and was about to explain, but Carlos cut in firmly. Just bring it. And there's no need to reduce the quantity either. The manager nodded without any more questions. Carlos turned to Debbie and confirmed, you sure you don't want it spicy? He remembered that she had cooked spicy dishes at her apartment last time. Yes, I'm sure. Fine. That will be all. Carlos gestured for the manager to leave. When they were left alone in the VIP room, he asked curiously once again, you can't eat spicy food? Debbie took off her mask and cap. I can, but you can't. She had found out earlier that he was taking pills every day because of the sequela due to the car accident. He needed to be on medication for some more time. Carlos frowned. He softened his voice. Just order what you like. No, you shouldn't eat spicy food while taking medication. She gazed at him lovingly and added, that's what you used to tell me whenever I fell sick. Carlos always forbade her from eating spicy and greasy food. He even kept away seafood from her while she was sick. Carlos grinned. She was unfolding the wet napkin. He took her hand and said, let me help you. No way. You used to take care of me all the time in every aspect, no matter how trivial the matter was. Now our roles have been reversed and it's finally my turn to take care of you. I need to do this right just like you did for me. No, I should be even better than you, so that I can win my handsome man back as soon as possible. Carlos was moved at first, but when he heard her last words, his face fell. He shook his head helplessly and said, whatever, a man is supposed to treat a woman well. Moreover, she was his ex-wife. Even though he didn't know what exactly had happened between them in the past, he felt an obligation to treat her properly. Touched by his words, Debbie held on to his arm and rested her cheek on it. You have said those same words to me before. It's so true that a leopard never changes its spots. Even though he has lost his memory, he still treats me so well. Thank God, she thought, sensing a pleasant ache in her chest. A leopard never changes its spots? Are you sure you are praising me? Carlos thought, his lips twitching into a smile. Shortly after, the dishes arrived. Debbie grabbed a pair of clean chopsticks and picked up some food for Carlos. But just as she was about to put some vegetables onto his plate, he stopped her. Confused, she looked at him. He said calmly, let me do it. He felt like it was a man's job to do so. Debbie smiled. Never mind. Let me do it. Rest assured I'm using fresh chopsticks. Don't complain. She knew about his obsession with cleanliness. Since they hadn't yet restored their former relationship, she wouldn't dare use her own chopsticks to pick up food for him. Carlos put down his chopsticks and stared at the woman. Debbie Nian. Yes. Her hand stopped in front of a cucumber dish. Is he mad at me? Why? And then it dawned on her that the bossy man didn't like people disobeying his orders. Debbie sighed and drew back her hand. She lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna serve you. Her unexpected humble reaction made Carlos uncomfortable. He took her hand and made her look at him. What now? Debbie asked, confused. She had already stopped serving him. Carlos raised her chin with his other hand. He drew closer to her and said in a husky voice, Just be yourself in front of me. No need to be cautious. No need to fawn over me. Understand? He felt his heart ache when he saw her act so humbly in front of him. It wasn't like her usual self at all. Debbie was shocked by his words. She stammered. I don't. She gazed into his dark eyes and saw the sincerity in them. She felt so nostalgic. After taking a deep breath, she smiled and found her voice. It doesn't matter, Carlos. You have been so much nicer to me than I am being to you now. Seriously, what I'm doing now is incomparable to what you have done for me. Besides, it was she who had failed to keep their marriage alive. She was too stupid, too weak. She felt guilty for not holding on to him tightly. Now God had given her a second chance. Carlos was alive. As long as she could make him come back to her, she was willing to do anything for him. Even if she had to be humble and lose her pride, she didn't care. As she was lost in her thought, she felt his arm wrap around her waist and pull her closer to him. And just like that, his lips were on hers, devouring her again. It was not a soft kiss. He was hungry. For her. She couldn't think. Her thoughts were jumbled and blown away by the heat from his lips. He didn't stop until a waiter knocked at the door. Gasping for air, they broke apart. In a fluster, Debbie tidied her clothes and bowed her head down to eat the food, her heart pounding in her chest. Since Carlos had warned Debbie to not serve him, she extended her full focus to the delicious food on their table. Instead, he served her the different dishes from time to time. His smallest gestures brought tears to her eyes. She sniffed when she saw the bowl of soup that he had placed in front of her. Even though he has lost his memory, he still takes care of me so well, she thought, her chest welling up with happiness. It looks like all my efforts are paying off. Does this mean he will come back to me soon? Are you crying? Carlos' voice snapped Debbie out of her trail of thoughts. She quickly picked up a tissue and wiped her tears. With a sweet smile, she denied. No. It was so obvious that she was crying, so there was no point in lying. She nodded and said, Well, these dishes are just so delicious. I want to come here again. Will you come with me next time? You are crying because the dishes are delicious? He asked, knowing that she was lying through her teeth. Debbie nodded again. Carlos put down the spoon in his hand and said, Debbie Nian. Huh. Do I look like an idiot to you? He asked, staring into her tear-filled eyes. Her answer was an insult to his IQ. Her eyes brimming with tears, Debbie forced a smile to hide her true feelings. She tried to make an excuse which he would believe. I'm just too happy. You are the famous Carlos Huo. It's every woman's dream to have a dinner date and spend some time with you. But you are here with me. I'm just excited. Carlos snorted and picked up a clean tissue to wipe her tears. Yeah, that sounds legit, he mocked. His gestures were so gentle that tears started streaming down her cheeks. Believe me, I wouldn't lie to you, she said. Staring at the wet tissue in his hand, Carlos sighed. Why is she crying even harder now? Stop crying. Otherwise. Under his threat, Debbie finally managed to stop the tears. She thought of something funny and then said with a smile, Old man, do you know why you fell in love with me back then? Carlos shook his head with a smile, encouraging her to continue. She said with a wink, "It's because I'm so damn pretty." She laughed and that lightened the mood. Carlos was glad that she had stopped crying. He felt a pang in his heart as he watched her tears. He raised his eyebrow at her suspiciously and asked, "Seriously? I fell in love with you because of your looks? I don't think I ever was that shallow." Debbie giggled and went on, "Well, I'm not just good-looking. I'm also witty and strong. That's why you fell for me." That sounds more convincing, Carlos thought. She is indeed a pretty woman and the wittiest and strongest I have ever met. He wasn't as surprised anymore that he had fallen in love with her in the past. After dinner, they left the restaurant together. Debbie took Carlos to a nearby park for a walk. She had initially said that the walk was for proper digestion, but when she saw the pastries and cupcakes through the windows of a dessert store nearby, she gulped her saliva and fixed her eyes on a chocolate cake. "Old man, how about a chocolate cake? The smallest one." The yearning in her eyes amused Carlos. Debbie was very different from other women he had seen before. Women were always conscious of their figure and were afraid of putting on weight. They wouldn't have too much food for supper, nor would they indulge themselves with desserts at this late hour. "Wait for me here," he said and went into the dessert store. Standing outside, Debbie looked at the man she loved through the window. Carlos picked up several cakes with different flavors and put them onto the tray he was holding. Within a few minutes, he strode out with 5 or 6 small cakes inside a paper bag. He pulled Debbie into his arm. The girls in the store stared enviously at Debbie because she had such a caring and handsome date. Unable to hold herself back, Debbie took out a chocolate cake from the bag and began to enjoy it. She scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to Carlos' mouth. He shook his head, but she grumbled, "You bought so many I can't finish all of them. Let's not waste good cakes. Besides, I will surely gain a few pounds after eating so much. Come on, take a bite. Let's put on weight together." Grinning and not knowing how to turn her down, Carlos opened his mouth and ate the cake she was feeding him with so much love. Later, when they had just gotten into his car, Carlos' assistant called him. There was an emergency meeting he had to attend at the company. Carlos wanted to take Debbie back home first, but she refused his offer and insisted that she take a taxi home. Sighing in defeat, Carlos hailed a taxi for her. He waited until the taxi was out of sight and then turned around his car and drove towards the company. At ZL Group, when he saw Carlos' car approaching the company entrance, Frankie trotted over. When Carlos got out, he informed him in a hurry, "Mr. Huo, they are waiting for you." He handed the car keys to Frankie and walked into the building. Frankie called out hesitantly, "Mr. Huo." Carlos turned around and waited for him to continue. Frankie approached him and whispered near his ear, "We found that someone had been following you for the past few days." "Miss Lee." Carlos furrowed his brows and replied in a cold voice, "I see. Stephanie is following me?" He was annoyed. The senior executives and managers of ZL Group were all sitting in the meeting room, waiting for Carlos. When he entered, they greeted him. After Carlos sat in his designated seat, James, who was sitting in the CEO's chair, began, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting." He looked around the table once and then continued, "Milo Yu of the U Group has passed away. Ben has been responsible for the project that they are handling in cooperation with us. Gentlemen, let's discuss what we are going to." 2 hours later, after the meeting was over, Carlos and James entered the elevator together. James cast a quick glance at the expressionless Carlos and asked casually, "Carlos, you didn't come to the company this afternoon. What were you doing?" Carlos' eyebrows shot up at being questioned. "I was not feeling very well. I was working from home." He made an excuse. James' face was immediately filled with fake concern. "You were not well? Are you overworking yourself? How about taking a vacation?" "No thanks, Dad." "Okay. Did you see a doctor? Are you feeling better now?" If anyone saw this scene, they would believe that James was such a caring father. They walked out of the elevator, followed by Frankie and James' assistant. Carlos loosened his tie and shook his head. "Don't worry about me, Dad. I'm fine. All right. You are fine, that's all that matters. By the way, when are you planning to get engaged to Stephanie? James asked in a feigned casual tone. Carlos came to a halt, and James stopped beside him. Dad, I'm not getting engaged to her, Carlos said, his tone very serious. James' expression changed dramatically. He looked around, making sure no one other than their assistants was around, and then asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Why the sudden change of mind? Not too long ago, you told her father that you would get engaged to her soon." Carlos didn't explain why he wasn't willing to get engaged to Stephanie. Instead, he said casually, "Dad, I've already made up my mind. I will apologize to Stephanie and her father in person." James tried to hold back his anger and asked calmly, "Carlos, what happened between you and Stephanie?" "Nothing happened. It's getting late. I'm heading back home now." Saying that, Carlos walked towards the entrance of the building. Staring at his retreating back, James knew that everything would go out of his control if he didn't do something quickly. "Carlos," he called out. Carlos stopped and turned around to look at him. "We'll talk tomorrow morning," James said. After a short pause, Carlos nodded. He had a bad feeling in his gut. As he walked out of the building, Carlos discreetly scanned the area out of the corner of his eye. As expected, he noticed someone hiding in the shadows. He snorted as he got into his car and asked Frankie to take him to Champs Bay Apartments. When he arrived, Stephanie was already home. She was sitting before the wine cabinet and was on a phone call. Her tone was harsh as she said, "Work out a new plan and send it to me via email within 3 days. Otherwise, the planning department will have to bear the responsibilities." Seeing Carlos enter the apartment, she fixed her eyes on him with a stern expression on her face. He took off his suit and loosened his tie. "Set aside everything else. Your priority is to work out a new plan. That's all." Stephanie hung up and heaved a tired sigh. With the phone still in her hand, she trotted over to Carlos, who was in the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water. She flashed a flattering smile and said in a soft voice, "Carlos, you're back. Are you tired?" No matter how tough Stephanie's work got, she never asked Carlos for his assistance. She was too proud to show him her weakness. Carlos nodded and asked casually, "Something wrong with your company?" "No big deal. I can fix it." The truth was that she was really annoyed because of what had happened in her company. She was definitely in a tough spot and had a lot of cleaning up to do. Since she assured him that she could fix it on her own, Carlos didn't ask for more details. He drank the water and was about to head for his bedroom. "Carlos!" Stephanie called out, stopping him. He turned to look at her, waiting for her next words. Remembering what her mother had told her earlier, she said with a hopeful heart, "I've been really exhausted lately because of work and other stuff. I was thinking that maybe I should take a few days off and go on a vacation. Let's go together, shall we?" Carlos hesitated for a moment, then turned her down. "Milo Yu of the U Group passed away out of the blue. We have a $1 billion project in cooperation with them. I'm responsible for the project now. I'll be very busy for the next few days." Stephanie lowered her head to hide her disappointment. When she looked at him again, she was wearing an understanding smile. "I see. Take care of yourself." "Okay. Sure. Thank you." With not as much as a smile or a good night, he strode to his bedroom. Stephanie balled her hands into fists and gnashed her teeth as she stood staring at the closed door of his bedroom. The next day, in the general manager's office at ZL Group, Carlos was assigning some important tasks to Frankie when the door was pushed open from outside. James entered the office without knocking. As an efficient assistant, Frankie said, "Mr. Huo, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Carlos nodded, and Frankie left the office and closed the door behind him. Carlos stood up from his chair and poured a glass of water for James. "Dad, would you like to go to a tea house and talk?" James continued acting like a caring father in front of Carlos. "No need for that. It's no big deal. Are you accustomed to working at the company now?" "Yes, Dad. Everything is fine." "I'm glad to hear that." James put down the glass and added, Carlos, now that you are fully recovered, I shall return the CEO's position. Carlos interrupted him. Dad, there's no hurry. We can talk about this later. James was thrilled deep down, but he feigned worry.
No, no.
3 years ago you were at death's door. I had no choice but to take over the position to assure the cooperation of the shareholders and the employees. Now that you are fine, I must return the position to you. I will go back to New York and work from there. Dad, just leave it be for now. Carlos sat opposite James and went on. There's something that I need to know from you. James had a hunch about what Carlos was going to ask, and his heart skipped a beat. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked, What is it? How was Debbie Nian related to me in the past? Carlos asked. He felt that he was becoming more and more attracted to her. So, he decided to learn all about what exactly had happened between them. The reason James was at Carlos' office was to talk to him about Debbie. He was glad that Carlos had taken the initiative. If not, he would have had to find a roundabout way to mention her without sounding strange. James changed his expression dramatically on purpose. After a long pause, he asked, Why do you know that woman? Did you meet her? Seeing his long face, Carlos said calmly, Yes, I met her. She said that we shared a relationship. Where did you see her? James seemed very nervous to Carlos. Of course it was all fake. Z country. James' behavior didn't seem right, so Carlos decided not to reveal the entire truth. James realized that something was off since Carlos had just lied to him. He already knew that Debbie was in Y City. Both father and son were indulged in their own thoughts at that moment. Faking grief and anger, James began. That woman brought shame to our family. I wanted to hide everything from you, but what happened? Carlos asked with a frown. After some hesitation, James said, She is your ex-wife. Debbie had told him that. So when James confirmed it, Carlos was not surprised at all. He just wanted to hear it from his father because he was still a little skeptical about her. But when James confirmed it, various emotions flooded Carlos. Carlos! James looked him in the eye and raised his right hand to vow. I'm not lying, Carlos. This is the truth. If I'm lying, may I be struck dead. Dad! Carlos exclaimed. I trust you. Ah! James sighed. I was afraid that you were cheated by that woman again. Carlos, you have to understand. I really can't afford to lose you again. Cheated by her? Again. Carlos had a bad feeling about this. Why did we get divorced? Do you know the reason? Of course I know. James feigned misery and continued. I've been hiding the truth from you for all these years because I didn't want to make you sad. But now that you're asking about it, I have to tell you everything. He sighed dramatically and continued. 3 years ago, you were in a car accident. Your assistant Emmett died at the scene. You protected that woman and was fatally wounded. She was unscratched. When you were struggling for your life in the hospital, she cheated on you and had another man's baby. When she found out that you might not survive, she chose to divorce you and abort the baby. She even told the media and others that you were dead. Carlos, I'm so sorry. I implored her not to divorce you and told her that you were going to be okay, but she didn't listen. He squeezed out a few drops of tears and let them stream down his cheeks. She cheated on me and even had another man's baby? Carlos pulled a long face as he thought of Debbie's bright smile. So this is the real reason why we got divorced. Now she knows that I'm recovered, so she is trying to get back together with me. Dad, it was not your fault. But why did all my assistants leave the company? Carlos asked. From what he had been told, all of his assistants were not in the company anymore. After a moment of reflection, James answered. When it was reported that your chances of living were very unlikely, both Tristan and Zelda resigned. As for Ashley and another assistant, they must have quit over my style of management. Everything now made sense to Carlos. Some employees would resign when their boss was replaced. But he somehow felt something was not right with Tristan's and Zelda's departure. After Tristan tendered in his resignation letter, I personally went to him to see if I could convince him to continue working with us. I told him I was only holding the fort while you were away, But apparently, judging from your condition, it wasn't easy to believe you'd make it out alive. Besides, he turned me down saying he had found a more suitable employer. Not long after, he went abroad. So, Tristan's hopped to a better company, Carlos thought to himself. Listening to James' explanation, Carlos was convinced. Then what happened to Curtis? He pressed further. Although his memory was problematic after the accident, there were a few things he could recall. His friendship with Curtis was one of those few exceptions. They had always been close. Bosom buddies, if he could use that. What had changed that he no longer saw Curtis? Feeling helpless, James sighed, and was tempted to change the subject. However, he knew that would only work for a time. Well, it's not easy to explain everything in detail, Carlos. But in short, Debbie is Curtis' niece, and in the tough times that followed, he chose her over you. That should be understandable, I think. Any reasonable man in his situation would have done the same. To protect Debbie, he worked hard to take down all the negative news posts about her from the internet. Anyway, he didn't know why I had told Debbie that you were dead. It was just a test of her loyalty to you, but she failed. What else could explain her rushed decisions which followed almost immediately? Couldn't she have waited a little longer, at least to confirm, or if not, to mourn her husband? It surprised me how quickly she replaced you with another man. You know what? 3 years ago, under her influence, you put Louis behind bars on false charges. That woman has always been a problem, but you were not willing to accept it. Thinking back of Louis going to jail and every other disagreement in the family because of Debbie, James fought to contain his tears. Carlos' face darkened. Already he knew Curtis was Debbie's uncle. For that fact, what James was saying added up. Here is the thing, Carlos, the old man said, a thoughtful look on his face. He then took a calculated pause and studied Carlos for his reaction. When he was certain to have gotten attention, he continued, his pitch dropping for effect. Stephanie has always loved you, and you should have stuck with her. And it was the worst heartbreak for her when you married Debbie. That's the reason Stephanie left Y City. Despite all the pain you caused her, when she knew you had a car accident and Debbie had divorced you, poor Stephanie came back from abroad just to be by your side. The girl has done everything possible to take care of you. How can you be so insensitive and ungrateful, Carlos? Next time, please be wary of Debbie and her intentions. At every turn, she has proved herself to be unfaithful and unreliable. And I hate the fact that you don't seem to see through her deception. Those were weighty words for Carlos. So her tears, her emotions, they were all fake, weren't they? I see, Carlos answered after a moment's silence. Son, you are my only child. Your mom is mentally unstable now. I wish nothing but the best for you. I hope you and Stephanie will live a happy life together. Carlos simply answered. If you don't believe me, you can ask Megan. Her parents died while they fought to save you and Wesley. You two brought her back and doted on her. But ever since Debbie appeared, she always tried to slander Megan and drive a wedge between you and her. She had another man's baby and said it was yours. She used it to blackmail you, demanding that you send Megan behind the bars. That woman is heartless and plain dangerous, Carlos. Damon must have told you that Megan had been behind bars before, right? Anyway, the decision is yours. If you still think that woman has your best interest at heart, I'll wash my hands of everything. Put Megan behind the bars? Now, Carlos finally understood why Damon and Wesley disliked Debbie. James kept throwing mud at Debbie, warning Carlos over and over against her advances. Taking in what his dad had just said, Carlos remained glued to his chair, undecided on what to do. After what seemed like an eternity, he dialed Megan's number. Hi, Megan. I want to ask you something. It's about Debbie. Half an hour later, he hung up the phone. By the aura around him, anyone who saw him right now would be scared to death. Debbie's wickedness was beyond Carlos. She pushed Megan into the river, drove her out of the country and scared her from ever stepping in Y City. Besides, she cheated on me, had an abortion and eloped with another man. To add oil to the flame, James had an assistant send Carlos a folder with evidence to Debbie's unfaithfulness. The stack of photos that fell onto the desk when he opened the folder was more than Carlos could take. What on earth had Debbie turned into? Why would a normal woman hang around with a different random guy every time? In one of the photos, Carlos recognized the man. Somewhere in a garden as they played, Debbie sitting on a swing, while Hayden stood behind, pushing her with unmistakable enjoyment. If this photo couldn't prove that Debbie had an affair with Hayden, there were still several other photos in which she was sleeping in the arms of a strange man. In a fit of rage, Carlos crumpled the photo he was holding in his left hand and banged on the table with the other. There was no need to go through the remaining photos. In addition to the photos, there was also an enclosed note in the folder. In Debbie's unmistakable handwriting it read, "Apart from his money, what else did Carlos Huo mean to me? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Now that is a closed chapter. Carlos is dead, and I'm a free woman. On top of that, I'm pregnant with another man's baby. A man I slept with while I was in England. The game here is simple. Since his dad has never wanted me in the family, I'll leave this city with money. It has to be good money, I swear. $5 million is the least I'll take. Nothing less. And I'll leave Y City for good." The gloating tone of her note was sickening. What did this woman have for a heart? "Geez," he bellowed and banged on the desk. The pen that was sitting on the edge of the desk fell to the floor. And this woman thought she'd fool me again? Damn, he shouted. When he realized he had shouted, he looked around cautiously, then said through gritted teeth, "Woman, I'll make you pay." Carlos kept swearing. Elsewhere, Debbie started to sense something was off when Carlos hadn't contacted her for the third day in a row. She sent several messages to him, but there was no response. She walked her dog around several times but didn't see Carlos once. To kill her boredom, she went to Curtis' house and had some fun playing with Piggy and Justice, but the bad feeling just wouldn't budge. Later, when she came back home, she called Carlos. Several times she tried, waiting and hoping he would pick up, but there was no response. At long last, when she was almost giving up, her prayer was answered, or so she thought. She greeted him cheerfully. "Hey, old man. Are you busy now?" Stephanie had put the phone on speaker, so Debbie's voice reverberated in the office. On hearing the familiar voice, Carlos couldn't help but recall the photos and the accompanying gloating note. His face darkened. When Debbie didn't hear any response, she looked at her phone screen and asked in confusion, "The phone is connected. Old man, are you busy now?" Seeing that Carlos had no intention of speaking, Stephanie, who had taken a few steps back, came closer to answer. "And what do you want from Carlos, if I may ask?" she asked with obvious derision in her tone. Debbie was shocked. "Why is Carlos not answering?" she wondered. "I need to speak to him, madam." "Where is he?" she asked bluntly. "What?" Debbie heard Carlos' voice come from the other end of the line. Although it was just one word, she could tell that something was off with him. "Is it because Stephanie is with him?" With a sinking feeling, she said softly, "Never mind. I'll let you get back to work." "Wait." Before she hung up, Stephanie called out to stop her. Debbie didn't hang up, nor did she speak. Stephanie said with a smile, "Miss Nian, let this be the last time that you call my fiancé. Carlos and I will get engaged next month. In case you're still in doubt about his intentions with me, I invite you to our engagement party. Maybe that will confirm you in everything that you need to know." Is this woman kidding me? Debbie wondered. What's going on with Carlos? Is this what he has been up to for the last 3 days? Color drained from Debbie's face. She had thought she and Carlos had gone along very well. Why would he change his mind all of a sudden to go ahead with an engagement to Stephanie? What did she miss? In any case, what was the rush for? Debbie panicked. She didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she said timidly, almost sounding silly, "You are lying. I won't believe it unless Carlos tells me this himself." Carlos took over the phone, turned off the hands-free mode and said coldly, "Miss Nian, Stephanie and I will get engaged next month. Since she doesn't mind it, you are welcome to our engagement party." Debbie shook her head and murmured, "Hell no. That can't be Carlos on the phone." I guess you're trying to pull a prank on me, Stephanie. But even as she said those words, putting up a protest, deep down in her heart of hearts, she knew better. This was not a prank. It was Carlos' phone number, and the voice was no doubt his. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her weeping grew into hysterical cries. Carlos, however, responded with a cold sneer. If it weren't for James having warned him, he would have believed her performance. You want me to tell you face to face? Carlos asked. Wait for me, Debbie blurted. I'll come to your office now, she added in between sobs. She still refused to believe what she heard. Only a few days ago, Carlos had been so nice to her. To confirm whatever she had heard on the phone, Debbie rushed to the ZL Group offices. As soon as she hung up, Carlos had informed the receptionist ahead of time, so she was allowed straight to the general manager's office without being stopped. Inside the office, she found Carlos and Stephanie discussing something. Walking straight to where they were, Debbie noticed that they were looking at a map of the venue where the engagement party was to be held. Debbie's face turned deathly pale. Carlos cast a cold glance at her and said bluntly, Stop acting before me. I already know what kind of woman you are. It's good that you are here, so that I can tell you this for the last time. Stop playing tricks on me. I am past that. As Debbie looked him in the eye, the coldness on his face stung her. It made her wonder whether their happy moments before were just a dream. After a long time, she finally managed to say, Carlos, what did you hear about me that makes you so hostile against me? What did I hear about you? Are you afraid of being exposed? Carlos felt even more disappointed. Without saying a word, he opened a drawer and took out a stack of photos and a sheet of paper in between. Just with one look, Debbie knew what the photos were all about and what was on the paper. Now that James began to strike back, I don't need to hide anything from Carlos, she thought. Carlos, let me tell you the truth. It was James Huo who forced me to leave Y City. He used our baby to threaten me. He told me you were dead and even held a fake funeral to deceive me. He even had his men abduct Sasha and force me to write this down and sign my name on it. He destroyed our marriage and ruined me. Whatever Debbie said, Carlos would not believe. He had been warned. Besides, Debbie called James by his name, which only made matters worse. She doesn't show any respect to Dad. Thinking of this, he rudely interrupted her. Shut up. Enough of that blabber. The viciousness in his voice gave Debbie such a real scare that her mouth went dry all of a sudden. I now get the point. In Carlos' eyes, James is a caring father. I must expose his true colors. So she said, Carlos, do you know James is not your biological father? Actually, that was new to Carlos. If anyone else had told him that on any other day, he would have believed it. But this, coming from Debbie, was indeed odd. Stranger than fiction. Remember what your grandpa told you on his deathbed? I know you may not believe me, but what James did against you and everyone close to you while you were in a coma speaks volumes. No one might have told you what the old man did to the ZL Group. Besides the fact that you came back to a changed leadership in the company, you may not be privy to the acrimony that led to the departure of long-time and trusted employees. Anyway, the losses you're seeing are just a tip of the iceberg. If you don't watch out, that man, James, will be your downfall, I promise you. Oh, by the way, he even took away the company and properties that you gave me. Disdain written all over his face, Carlos retorted. You must be disappointed to hear that Dad came to me and asked me to take the CEO's position back. But I turned him down. As for the company and properties I gave you, I have a hunch you came back just to revenge yourself, huh? Looking at the man in disbelief, Debbie gaped at his cold retort and apparent naivety. It's your decision if you want to trust James, and I don't care anyway. So let's just assume that I came here to avenge myself. But this is not because he took away the things you gave me, but because he ruined my life and destroyed our marriage. For that I swear he'll pay a heavy price, she roared. Clenching his hand to fist inside his pocket, Carlos answered with a cold expression. It was you who wrecked our marriage. For the umpteenth time, get this straight, Carlos. I did what I did under duress. When James did a mock funeral for you, had his men abduct Sasha to blackmail me, and threaten me with our baby, To coerce me into signing the divorce papers. What should I have done, Carlos? Should I have agreed to abort our baby? Tell me, Carlos. Debbie mocked. Where's the baby? Carlos asked all of a sudden. Not only he, but Stephanie held her breath at the mention of the baby. She was afraid that Carlos had a baby with this woman. The baby? Debbie almost let slip. But she really couldn't tell him the truth right now. I stumbled and fell, and then I lost it. For Piggy's safety, Debbie would lie, even if it meant putting her neck on the line to save the little girl. Carlos snorted. You fell on purpose, right? After all, the baby was not mine. Debbie realized that Carlos trusted James very much, and he wouldn't believe whatever she said. In Carlos' eyes, she was a shameless, disgusting woman who had betrayed him and left him while he was in a coma. Silence reigned in the office, until Stephanie finally spoke. Suppressing a mocking smile, she said, Miss Nian, I don't know why you are saying that Uncle James isn't Carlos' dad. Even if it's true, he is the one who raised Carlos to where he is now. For all practical purposes, he is Carlos' dad, and there's nothing you can do about it. Shut up. You know nothing. Debbie screamed. For Carlos, Debbie could swallow her pride. After all, she still loved him and respected him. But who the hell did Stephanie think she was? She had no say in this matter. Stephanie didn't know what Debbie was capable of. If someone dared rub her the wrong way, Stephanie had underestimated Debbie. Such a sharp reprimand was simply beyond what she had expected. Debbie Nian, Carlos warned in a cold voice, fearing Debbie might turn violent at any slight provocation now. Carlos Huo, I'm so disappointed in you, murmured Debbie, her eyes teary. Pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket, Carlos wiped his brow, as if the white piece of cotton would magically wipe away the tension building in his head and the air around them. I'm the disappointed one. I'm so disappointed in you, Debbie Nian, he thought. Stone-faced, he placed an internal call. Under a minute, Frankie, one of Carlos' new assistants, knocked at the door. See her out, said Carlos, trying to sound as composed as possible. The assistant, oblivious to what was happening, greeted Debbie with a polite smile and indicated the way out. This way, Miss Nian, he said courteously. But Debbie didn't move. She looked Carlos in the eye and asked, Carlos Huo, are you sure that you two are getting engaged? Debbie Nian, what do you mean? At that moment, a man's stern voice came from outside the office. Then James appeared and entered. Pointing at Debbie, he gloated. You can do whatever you want, Miss Nian, but get this from me. Stephanie will be my daughter-in-law, and there are no two ways about it. 3 years ago, Carlos had spent his whole fortune on you. Yet you left him while he was in a coma. Now that he is recovered, you can't wait to get back together with him. I know what you are after. Just admit it. He was implying that Debbie was after Carlos' money. Taking advantage of James' support, Stephanie looked at Debbie and exclaimed, Miss Nian, how shameless you are. How about this? Since you are Carlos' ex-wife, I'll give you $5 million. Just leave with the money and never come back to pester him, will you? $5 million. Debbie snorted. Wow, you are indeed a generous woman, Miss Lee. Stephanie didn't get the mockery in her tone and flashed a proud smile. She even believed that she and Carlos were made for each other as their families were of equal social rank. However, what Debbie said next made her smile freeze. But if Carlos comes back to me, I'll have countless $5 million. Do you think I'll give a damn about a mere $5 million? Stephanie, James, and Carlos were dumbstruck. How about this? Since you think that money is all there is to relationships, I also have an idea. I'll give you $50 million on condition that you quit this fight, leave Carlos alone and move on, Debbie offered with a scornful smile. Stephanie's face changed. She suppressed her anger and snapped back. Do you think Carlos is up for auction to the highest bidder? That's exactly what I should ask you. Miss Lee, is Carlos an item? You want to pay me $5 million to ask me to leave him? What do you take him for? A commodity on sale? A rent boy? Debbie asked, without the slightest fear that her words would offend him. Debbie Nian. Carlos shouted, his face sullen. James' face twisted as well. He pointed at Frankie and scolded. Why did you allow this woman in here? Then he pulled out his phone and called the security. Bitch, I won't allow you to hurt my son again, he threatened. Hello. Is that security station? Someone is stirring up trouble in the general manager's office. Hurry up. Dispatch a team to sort this out quickest. No one tried to stop James from calling the security. Unconvinced, Debbie looked at Carlos and asked, Are you that cruel to watch as the security guards throw me out? Carlos answered in a cold voice. Debbie Nian, I won't spoil you anymore. Debbie's heart broke at his words. She took a deep breath and turned to James. James Huo, you old son of a bitch. I tell you what, I'll get back together with Carlos. No matter how many tricks you play, you won't stop me. Hearing the words, James trembled with anger. With his shaking hand, he pointed at Debbie and yelled, Bitch! You are just as shameless as ever. Unable to stand Debbie's humiliation of his father, Carlos stood up from his seat, strode towards her and caught hold of her wrist, dragging her to the door. Debbie struggled to break herself free, but to no avail. She cradled his neck, jumped up and kissed him on the lips. Ignoring his long face, she turned to Stephanie and said proudly, You know what? Whether it was 3 years ago or now, She wanted to tell Stephanie that she and Carlos had kissed a few times recently, but he covered her mouth with his palm. Before she could say anything, he threw her out of his office. Ouch! Debbie cried in pain as she lost balance and hit the floor. Only then did Carlos stop, but then he shut the door without even sparing a single glance for her. The employees couldn't help but giggle at her awkward position. Oh my goodness! Isn't this embarrassing? Debbie thought. Picking herself up, she pulled down the hat over her eyes, covered her face and rushed to one of the elevators. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the doors of the other elevator opened, letting out a group of security guards heading to the general manager's office. Alone in the elevator, Debbie blankly stared at her reflection in the shiny wall, her mind drifting off into a daze. The look on her face told a sad story. It seemed like all her efforts were futile. At a high-class housing estate in the downtown area, staring at Jared's collar, Sasha pointed to the gates and yelled, Get out! Now! Jared scratched his hair and said impatiently, I told you many times. I didn't cheat on you. I helped her to her feet, smudging her lipstick onto my collar accidentally. Sasha said with a sneer. Jared Han, stop lying. Do you think I'm such a fool to believe your lame excuse? Sasha was a not-so-famous star, but she worked very hard to get more opportunities and always had to fly to different cities. Today, she had just gotten back home after a week-long trip. As if they worked on a synchronized clock, Jared arrived only a few minutes later, with lipstick print on his collar. Please calm down, Sasha, and stop being so unreasonable.
I'm unreasonable.
In frustration, Sasha closed her eyes and shouted, We're done. Just find another woman who is reasonable. Then she opened her eyes and angrily pushed Jared towards the door. Peeved about her attitude, Jared retorted, Fine. We're over. If I ever come back again, I'd be your grandson. Unknown to him, Sasha had thought Jared would keep begging and pleading. But he didn't even apologize and tried to sweet-talk her as a gentleman. It broke her heart. Fine. Just leave, she said feebly, her eyes red on the brink of tears. Goodbye. Jared loosened his tie roughly and stormed out in a huff. Silence reigned in the apartment again. Crouching on the floor, Sasha covered her face with both hands and broke into tears, weeping uncontrollably. Is he really breaking up with me? Panic gripped her heart. She didn't know how long she had been crying when the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is this? She asked while wiping off her tears. Sasha, it's me, Debbie. Debbie's voice came from outside the door. Earlier on, she had seen Sasha's post in WeChat Moments. I can finally go back home today. Read part of the post in which Jared was mentioned. Sasha immediately sprang to her feet, but she staggered as her legs were numb. She opened the door and forced a smile. Hi, Deb, she greeted, putting in an effort to sound cheerful. Debbie bent over to pick up the plastic bags on the floor, which contained different kinds of fruits. Sasha, am I interrupting your romantic moment? She hadn't planned to visit Sasha at the beginning, but Curtis and Colleen had taken Piggy and Justice out to kill the boredom, especially after her drama-filled day at the ZL Group offices. She came to visit Sasha. Sasha shook her head and took over the fruits. Not at all. I'm glad to have you here. However, her voice was a bit different, which caught Debbie's attention. She took a closer look and then noticed that Sasha's eyes were red and puffy. Debbie closed the door and asked with concern, "Why did you cry? What happened? Where's Jared?" She looked around, but Jared was nowhere to be found. Without answering Debbie's question, Sasha put the fruits on the table. She then picked up a durian and went to the kitchen to peel it. "Did Jared piss you off?" Debbie asked. And she was right. After a short pause, Sasha answered, "Not really. I broke up with him. And I asked him to get the hell out of here." "What? You two broke up? What happened? Tell me. I'll teach that bastard a lesson." Stretching herself as if she was ready for a fist fight with Jared, she added, "Where's that jerk?" At least her coming here helped relieve Sasha, who said with a giggle, "Deb, let's eat the durian and not talk about him." Thanks to Debbie making light of the situation, she somehow began to have a hunch that Jared would eventually come back to her. At the right time, Debbie planned to ask Sasha more about her relationship with Jared. But for the moment, she was careful not to press, since Sasha had just jetted back to town, obviously tired. Also, Debbie suspected she might not get a sober explanation if they had sharply disagreed only a few minutes back. To change the subject, she began to peel the durian and said, "I picked the biggest durian in the supermarket. I hope it's sweet as well." "Oh, poor Jared. He could have enjoyed the delicious durian with us if he hadn't had a row with you." Sasha nodded and pointed to the durian as if pointing at Jared. "We'll eat it up. Don't leave any for him." Somehow she was suddenly struck with a deep sense of loss. What if he never comes back? At the thought of it, she pouted, her eyes turning teary again. In order not to let Debbie worry about her, she could only bear the pain in her heart. "Sasha, tell me the truth. What exactly happened between you and him?" asked Debbie, who had stopped peeling the durian when she noticed a fresh hint of tension in Sasha's eyes once more. Touched by the show of concern from Debbie, Sasha couldn't hold back her tears anymore. In between sobs, she asked, "Deb, what should I do if he doesn't come back to me?" "I will call him right away," said Debbie, pulling out her phone from the purse. "Don't, Deb. He must be in a fit of rage now." "How long has he been gone?" Debbie asked. Sasha wiped her tears and said in a hoarse voice, "About an hour." Debbie wanted to say something. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. Debbie and Sasha looked at each other in confusion, and then walked towards the gate together. "Who is it?" Sasha asked expectantly, hoping that it would be Jared. "It's me, Grandma. Your grandson is here to wish you a Happy New Year," Jared said outside the gate. "Grandma? Happy New Year? Come on. It's summer." Sasha rolled her eyes, but apparently she was thrilled. Her tears rolled again, but this time for joy. "You jerk. You are not allowed to come in," she teased. Debbie was confused. As far as she knew, Jared's grandmother had passed away a long time ago. Jared pressed on the lock for fingerprint scanning, which as usual took a fraction of a minute to open the door with a beep. The couple looked at each other with passion, Sasha's eyes red and swollen, while Jared's hands hurt under the weight of the shopping bags. Raising the two large bags in either hand, Jared flattered with a disarming smile, "Grandma, I brought some food for you. Will you let me come in, please?" Sasha burst into laughter and slapped Jared on the arm, complaining, "You said we were done. Why are you coming back? I missed you so much." Without noticing that Debbie was around and watching, Jared threw himself into Sasha's arms, pretending to be a clingy girl. "Ugh, give me a break." To catch Jared by surprise, Debbie feigned a cough to announce her presence. Even though she had watched with amusement, she suspected he might do something embarrassing if she didn't stop the fun now. Jared was startled by the sudden voice. He turned to look in the direction, and when he saw Debbie, he took a few steps back and exclaimed, "Tomboy, when did you come here?" "Not long ago. You've just arrived when your favorite fruit, the durian, is ready. Did you come back because you smelled it? Debbie jokingly asked. Sniffing the scent of durian, Jared closed his eyes to savor the moment. Then he raised the food and said, Look, I brought a lot of food too.
Kebabs, milk tea, octopus balls, chicken wings.
They are too much for 2 people only. And now that you are here, you'll have to feast with us. Debbie was amused. She took over the food bags and enthused. Thanks, dude. But I think these will only be enough for me and Sasha. Don't count on us sharing with you. Not fair, tomboy. He put up a protest. I know you are a foodie, but can you please spare me a bite or two? They all burst out laughing at that lively turn. When they were all seated on the sofa in the living room, watching TV, Debbie turned to Jared and asked, Where's your grandma, by the way? Sasha giggled and said, Deb, here's the thing. She then told Debbie what had happened between her and Jared. Debbie burst out laughing when she finally realized why Jared called Sasha grandma. Pretending to take offense with the discussion, he pouted and complained to Sasha. Why did you tell her? Don't you care about my ego? Sasha rolled her eyes and put an octopus ball to his lips. Come on. You and Deb have been friends for the longest time. What's new about your ego that she doesn't know about? Debbie was really envious of the intimacy between the young couple. She used to be completely against Sasha being with Jared because she thought that he was not a reliable man. But now it turned out she was wrong. Even Jared, who used to be a playboy, could make Sasha happy. What about her own happiness? Could she have a happy life with Carlos? After Debbie left Sasha's apartment, she got a phone call from Hayden.
EA then.
Are you back in Y City? He asked. He had just learned that Debbie was back. Yeah, Piggy is here as well. She stays at my uncle's house, Debbie said casually. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow, and you bring Piggy along? I don't think it's appropriate, she said. After all, he was a married man. Knowing what was on her mind, Hayden coaxed her. You are thinking too much. That's it then. I'll send you the location later. Bring Piggy along, please. All right. She couldn't turn him down. 3 years ago, when she just arrived in Z country, she had no money or job. It was her most difficult time. During that time, Hayden had helped her out. He had found a house for her and offered her a job. She wanted to reject the offer, but she was pregnant then and she needed a house and a job to raise her baby. So she accepted his kind offer. Thanks to Hayden, she managed to make a living in Z country. However, after giving birth to Piggy, she quit her job without telling him. Then she approached many recording labels with her songs. It was then she met Ivan and Irene. Ivan hired her and made her a popular singer. One day, before Hayden left Z country, he had asked her a bold question. Now that you are single, can we? No. She had turned him down without hesitation. She thanked him a lot, but that had nothing to do with love. Without another word, Hayden had simply smiled and left. It was after she gave birth to Piggy that they met again. Hayden then knew that she hadn't aborted the baby, whose paternity had been the source of malicious rumors, which Hayden had feared would ruin Debbie. His kid? He asked. She simply answered. She knew he was referring to Carlos. With the sleeping Piggy in his arms, he told Debbie, I'm willing to treat her as my own child, Deb. Will you? Debbie interrupted Hayden. Hayden, I know what you mean, but I can't. I love Carlos. I know he's dead, but I can't fall in love with anyone else, she thought to herself. Actually, Hayden had already steeled himself for this. Every time he tried to get back with Debbie, she would turn him down. After so many times, you just expect it. But you can't blame a guy for trying, right? For the last few years, Hayden had traveled to and fro between his home city and this country, and Piggy had grown up calling him Daddy Hayden. Of course, he hadn't told anyone about Debbie and Piggy. That was her secret to reveal if she chose to. After all, he was Debbie's ex-boyfriend. And if anyone found out, the rumors would start up again. And the last thing he wanted to do was ruin her reputation. The next day, Debbie swung by Curtis' house. She picked up Piggy and then drove to the Alioth building. She had asked Hayden whether he could book another restaurant instead. After all, the Shining International Plaza was owned by the ZL Group. But Hayden told her that he planned to buy some things for Piggy in the Shining International Plaza after lunch. So she didn't turn him down out of hand. Hayden was a good guy, and it was not like Debbie was made out of money. As usual, Debbie wore sunglasses and a hat for her disguise. At the underground car park, she got out of the car, scooped a sleepy Piggy up in her arms, and entered the elevator. When she entered the private booth, Hayden was already there, waiting for them. And so were various cold dishes. The smell made her quite hungry. Upon seeing mother and daughter, Hayden put the documents in his hands aside, stood up and took Piggy from her arms so that Debbie could get situated. "You miss me, Evelyn?" Hayden believed that the nickname Piggy didn't suit the aloof girl at all, so he insisted on calling her Evelyn whenever he saw her. When she saw Hayden, Piggy's eyes snapped open and she gave him a broad smile. "Daddy Hayden. It's been forever." Hayden was pretty amazed at Piggy's words. He looked at the little girl and said, "Wow, Evelyn. You're smart. You remember how long it's been." She formed a 3 with her fingers. He knew that meant 3 months. He had to admit that Piggy was far more intelligent than other children her age, thanks to Carlos' genes. "Yeah. Daddy Hayden, where?" Piggy blinked her round doe eyes as she looked at Hayden. Putting her on his lap, Hayden picked up a dessert he had specially ordered for her and put it to her mouth. "I've been busy working. But not today. Today I'm all yours." Piggy took a small bite of the dessert and said, "Daddy Hayden," Grandma Colleen said. "We're moving. With you." Hayden gave her a smile and patted her head. Then he turned to Debbie and asked, "Sure you're going back? After what happened last time?" If Hayden had asked her the same question 2 days ago, Debbie would have nodded without hesitation. But after recalling Carlos' attitude, she was not so sure anymore. She shook her head and said, "I really don't know. It depends." Hayden knew what she meant. They had gotten closer since she left the city 3 years ago. He asked a waiter to serve the main dishes and kept chatting with Debbie's charming daughter. At lunch, Debbie received a phone call from the private detective she hired. "Miss Nian, I've got some news about James Huo. You free to talk now?" Debbie cast a glance at Hayden, who was feeding Piggy, and waved her phone. "I have to take this." "Sure." Debbie left the room. Piggy was almost full, so she asked Hayden to take her out of the baby chair. He did as he was bidden, and started to eat his own meal. Just at that moment his phone rang. It was from his assistant. "Hello? What?" It was rather shocking news, and commanded his full attention. And since Hayden was distracted, Piggy was out of the door. Debbie had forgotten to shut it, and Piggy was curious to explore the outside world. She left Hayden there, engrossed in his phone call. The moment she left the room, a familiar figure came into view. It was the uncle she missed a lot. Carlos was saying his goodbyes to his clients. Everything's settled then. As for the contract, we'll find another. He suddenly stopped as he felt tiny arms encircling his leg. He lowered his head, and to his intense surprise, he saw the little girl he had met before. Piggy held onto his leg, raised her head and called out, "Uncle." But she didn't receive the warm welcome she was expecting. The man talking to Carlos frowned and asked a nearby waiter, "Whose kid is that? Get her out of here." He was afraid Carlos would get annoyed. He needed this deal. Carlos, however, gestured for him to stop and bent over to pick Piggy up. Once she was in his arms, he told the man, "Mr. Lin, we'll pick this up later. Goodbye." Piggy hung onto his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. She loved being held by him. Embarrassed, Mr. Lin looked at the little girl. "Weird. Mr. Huo likes her a lot. They seem like father and daughter. But I never heard that Carlos had a kid. Wait. She just called him uncle. I wonder why." Ignoring his confused client, Carlos went back to his private booth, Piggy in his arms. This was Carlos' exclusive private booth. There was even a bedroom inside. He entered the bedroom with Piggy. Putting her on the bed, he squatted down on the floor so he could look her straight in the eye. "Why are you here?" Who brought you? He asked. Daddy, Mommy, Piggy answered briefly. I see, Carlos thought. Where are your daddy and Mommy? Why aren't you with them? Daddy's eating. Mommy went out. She's on the phone. Piggy didn't know where Debbie went. Did you have lunch? Are you hungry? Carlos asked patiently. I'm full. Daddy fed me. I also had milk. Not hungry. Carlos stroked her hair and coaxed. How about I take you to your daddy and Mommy? They must be scared, not knowing where you are. Just then they could hear voices outside the room. Carlos heard the waiter say, Mr. Gu, this is Mr. Huo's private booth. You can't just barge in like this. Carlos picked Piggy up and opened the door to the bedroom. Hayden was standing right outside, anxiety written on his handsome features. When he saw Piggy, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said helplessly, Evelyn, you scared me half to death. When he finally hung up, he looked around for Piggy. She was nowhere to be found. His heart started racing and he bolted from one area to the next, looking for her everywhere. Finally, a waiter got his attention and told him that Piggy had entered this room. Piggy blinked and said, I met Uncle Carlos. Daddy Hayden, don't worry. Uncle Carlos is nice. Hayden looked at Carlos with mixed feelings. He was not sure whether Carlos knew she was his daughter. They were both famous businessmen in the city they shared, so he offered his hand for Carlos to shake. Mr. Huo, good to see you. You know Evelyn? He asked curiously. Carlos simply answered and set her gently on the floor. So Hayden is Piggy's dad? Or? Staring at her tiny figure, he asked, Is Evelyn your daughter, Mr. Gu? Hayden was involved in Debbie Nian's scandal, Carlos thought. His mood darkened, dampening the joy he felt at seeing Evelyn. Hayden was taken aback by Carlos' question, but soon he regained his composure and replied with a smile. Yes, Evelyn's my daughter. Debbie's her mom. Hayden studied Carlos' face when he said that. There was no mistake that Carlos' cold expression darkened even further when he learned Debbie was Piggy's mother. Carlos compared Evelyn's adorable face to Debbie's and found that they did look alike. Piggy is really Debbie's daughter. Debbie and Hayden Gu's daughter. Thinking of this, Carlos said sarcastically, Mr. Gu, you're married. How could you have a kid with someone else? The child is illegitimate. Don't you feel bad about that? Hayden, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind his sarcasm. I'll give Debbie anything she wants. So, was it Debbie's idea not to get married? Why wouldn't she marry Hayden? Is she really after my money and trying to get back together with me, just like Dad said? A trace of disgust flitted through his gaze at the thought. What a bitch. She chases after money at the expense of her kid's happiness. Hayden perceived the disdainful look in Carlos' eyes. After a while he said, But I was wrong too. I was still married when I slept with Debbie. I'm glad she kept the kid though. She's an awesome woman. I can't marry her, but she still wants another baby with me. Debbie told Hayden she wanted another child. That much was true. But it wasn't like he made it sound. She actually said she needed to have another kid with Carlos to win him back. Carlos didn't respond to Hayden's remarks. He looked at Piggy. A minute later, the little one ran back excitedly with a Chinese fried pumpkin cake in her hand. She reached out her arms to Carlos and said, Here, Uncle Carlos. My favorite. Go. Try it. She waited. Carlos looked at her, still unable to believe that such a lovely child came from Debbie and Hayden. It would have been okay if she was the daughter of Hayden and someone else. But no, it had to be that couple. James told Carlos Debbie cheated on him with Hayden. And now he had proof in the form of a small child. By now, Carlos' mood had hit rock bottom. He gave Piggy a glance and refused her coldly.
No.
With that, he turned to leave. Piggy looked at the food in her hand, feeling hurt. Uncle Carlos, she said in a choked voice. Hearing her soft voice, Carlos closed his eyes and paused, but he didn't turn around. Piggy took 2 steps forward and said sadly, Uncle Carlos, you don't like pumpkin cake? You don't like me. There was tension in the silence that followed. Carlos eventually turned around. The look in his eyes was conflicted. I'm not hungry. Just give it to your daddy, he said. Rejected again, Piggy couldn't help crying. But, would you taste it? Tears started streaming down her pink cheeks. She wondered if she'd done something wrong. Uncle Carlos doesn't look happy. Is he mad at me? She thought. Hayden stepped forward and was about to scoop her up in his arms. Yet the girl suddenly put the small, exquisite pumpkin cake into her mouth and chewed it between sobs. Then she trotted over to Carlos and hugged his leg. Sorry, Uncle Carlos. You don't have to eat it. Don't be mad, she cried, looking up at him. Carlos' heart tightened into a knot at her sad, innocent tone. He bent to pick her up and consoled her. Piggy, I'm not mad at you. But you don't like me anymore, Piggy said inarticulately, forgetting to chew the food in her mouth. Carlos wiped the tears from her eyes and face. Don't cry. I'll have dinner with you next time, okay? Shaking her head, Piggy wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. Don't go. Let me go with you. Boo. Who? Watching this, Hayden felt stumped. Piggy seemed very attached to Carlos. And she didn't like anyone. Father and daughter had a special bond. Debbie was sitting over by the window and talking on the phone. She had a bad feeling when she heard Piggy's cries. She hung up on the detective and darted to the booth where the crying seemed to be coming from. As soon as she rounded the corner, she saw Carlos holding Piggy in the hallway, along with several other people. Debbie was astounded. Why does he have Piggy? Does he know? Is he trying to take her away from me? Or is he trying to hurt her to get back at me? No, either way I have to stop him. She ran towards Carlos and jumped and pulled, trying to snatch Piggy away from him. Carlos put Piggy down. If you're mad at me, take it out on me, not her. Carlos was dumbfounded by what she said. Seeing how agitated Debbie was, he was worried that they'd all fall. He didn't want to see this cute child hurt. He shifted Piggy to his other arm and pushed Debbie away, demanding, Calm down. Give me my daughter. She's not yours. She stayed in my womb for 9 months. She is my flesh and blood, Debbie retorted. The only thought running through her mind was that Carlos forgot about her. Left her, and now he was taking her daughter away from her. She had to get Piggy back. Carlos, however, was angry enough to strangle her when he heard her repeatedly say Piggy had nothing to do with him, and her father was someone else. Even though they weren't together, there was still a possessive streak. Somehow Debbie and Carlos ended up in a fight. Debbie aimed a foot at Carlos and he spun to keep Evelyn from getting hurt. Then he shifted his balance to avoid a fist, and narrowly dodged a joint lock she was trying to maneuver him into. The whole time he had Piggy in his arms. Let's stop now, okay? Before she gets hurt, Carlos said flatly. As things escalated, a crowd began to surround them. Later, the security guards dispersed the onlookers under the manager's orders. That was when Debbie noticed Piggy had her arms around Carlos' neck. She didn't seem to be held against her will at all. So Debbie started to calm down. I'm sorry, Mr. Huo. I was too worried. Please give back my daughter, she said, trying to be as nice as she could. When Debbie finally calmed down, Carlos set Piggy down gently. He looked at the little one and said tenderly, Go to your mom now. Piggy didn't let go of him immediately. Uncle Carlos, will you come to our house? Sensing the girl's unusually deep attachment to him, Carlos was confused. He didn't answer Piggy's question. Instead, he looked at Debbie incredulously, who had just thrown a tantrum, and wondered, Is she using the girl to get back together with me? What are you looking at? She snapped at Carlos, rolling her eyes at him. Piggy, come here, she said to her daughter, disappointed at Carlos' reaction. She recalled how he used to say he wanted a boy. I knew he wouldn't like Piggy. Carlos misunderstood her too. He thought Debbie was embarrassed because she had given birth to a married man's illegitimate child. But he eventually said indifferently, This isn't about you and me. I like Evelyn. Then he turned to Piggy. Evelyn, this is my card. Call me when you want to see me. Then I'll send someone by to pick you up. Okay? Piggy's tearful face broke into a smile when she heard this. She took the card and gave Carlos a peck on the cheek. Thanks, Uncle Carlos. I'll call. Glad to hear it. All right, I have work to do. Bye. Bye-bye. Piggy waved her hand and went to her mom. Debbie could tell that Piggy liked Carlos a lot, even more than Ivan, Hayden, and her other godfathers. However, Carlos was just as cold as always, and didn't show much warmth to the child, at least as far as Debbie was concerned. After Carlos left, Debbie scooped Piggy up into her arms and asked, "How do you know?" Uncle Carlos." Holding Carlos' card in her hand, Piggy blinked and answered, "Daddy Ivan at the dinner." Debbie remembered how excited Piggy was after that dinner. So she liked Carlos from the first time she met him. Debbie was so bitter she could taste it. She was not sure what to tell her daughter. Should she tell Piggy that Carlos was her father? Was it right to keep the truth from her? After dinner, they walked out of the restaurant. Hayden had planned to go to the mall and do some shopping for Piggy, but the little girl was already asleep. So Debbie decided to take her back to Curtis' place. Debbie's concert date was just around the corner. She had been quite busy lately and had almost no time to spend with Piggy. She rang the doorbell and the noise made Piggy stir. She fluttered her eyes and was struggling to wake up. A servant opened the door and greeted them warmly. "Hi, Miss Nian. And here is our little Piggy." Piggy smiled at the servant and said, "Hi, Ruth." Then once again, she buried her little face in her mom's chest. Debbie walked inside with Piggy in her arms. Then suddenly she heard someone talking in the living room. She asked ruthly, "Do we have a guest?" "Yes, Miss Nian." Debbie decided not to belabor the point any longer. She put Piggy down, changed into her slippers, and walked into the living room holding Piggy's hand. A woman in a seaweed dress sat elegantly on the couch drinking water. Seeing Debbie walk in, she nervously put the glass down on the table, hand shaking. "Debbie, you're back," Curtis said. Debbie smiled. "We were gonna go shopping, but Piggy was asleep," she wanted to say. But her words were frozen on her lips when she saw the woman sitting on the couch. It was Colleen. Walked over to Debbie with Jess in one arm, and took her hand and said with a smile, "I bought some watermelon. It's from Xinjiang. It's said to be as nutritious as milk. Let's try some." But Debbie wasn't even paying attention to Colleen. "Why is she here?" she thought with a pale face, feeling a little short of breath. The atmosphere was suddenly painfully and awkwardly quiet, and tense as all get out. Curtis walked over to Debbie and urged, "Debbie, come and join us." Debbie was still silent, staring at the face she had seen so many times on TV, yet it was totally unfamiliar to her. Then all of a sudden, she gathered up Piggy and started to walk to the door. "Deb," the woman sitting on the couch called in a throaty voice, struggling to get to her feet quickly. Debbie paused, resentment spilling from her gaze. The next second, as if she heard nothing, she walked on, intending to leave. Curtis went to her anxiously, trying to persuade her to stay. "Debbie, your mom took some time off to visit. I know this is hard. I think you two need to talk." "Talk? About what?" Debbie scoffed. "I don't even know her." "Deb," Ramona called out again. Her heart ached every time she called her daughter's name. "I was forced to leave you and your dad. Now that the guy who tore our family apart is dying, I want to make up for the past. I want to spend time with you. I don't know you. I don't have a mom," Debbie yelled, startling Piggy and causing her to jump, despite being held fast by her mom. Realizing she had scared Piggy, Debbie pressed her cheek against Piggy's and rubbed her back to comfort her. "I'm sorry, baby. Didn't mean to scare you." Colleen handed Jess to Ruthly and took Piggy from Debbie. "She's your mom. Give her a chance." Debbie turned around and looked Ramona in the eye. "I never had a mother and I don't need one now," she said stubbornly. "You abandoned me when I needed you the most. I don't want to see your face ever again." Then, without giving anyone a chance to speak, Debbie stroked Piggy's cheek. "Sweetheart, I have to go. Have fun with Jess, okay?" "Okay, bye-bye, Mommy." Piggy waved her hand sweetly. Debbie kissed her on the cheek, changed into her shoes and left. "Deb! Deb!" Heartbroken, Ramona ran after her and kept calling her name. Debbie walked on resolutely, got in her car and drove off. You don't have a mother. You don't. You don't. She kept telling herself. The car sped along the street. She floored it, hitting 90. It still was not fast enough. She didn't slow down until the traffic lights turned red. But it was too late to brake. The car screeched along the roadway before a loud bang assailed her ears as she jerked to a stop. Ow! That hurts. Her forehead bumped into the steering wheel. When she lifted her head, there was a red mark there. She slowly raised her head and found her car had crashed into another car in front of her. And it was an expensive one. Could this day get any fucking better? She thought bitterly. As she tried to get her bearings, the driver in front of her got out of their car. Debbie had to get out of hers too. At the last second, she remembered to bring her purse too. The driver walked towards her. Leaning against the car door, she said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Let's settle this without bugging the cops. I'll pay for the repairs. Frankie looked at the dent from the collision, then at the car which had crashed into the Emperor, a $300,000 Cadillac, and at last at the owner of the car. He tapped on the backseat window and said quietly, Mr. Huo, the driver of the other car is at fault. She's offering to pay. Ask Osman Fong to come here and drive me back to the office. Stay here and deal with this collision, Carlos ordered coldly. But the other driver is Miss Nian, Frankie replied. Considering their history, he figured he'd better let his boss know. Debbie Nian. Carlos was surprised. Why does she keep popping into my life like this? While Frankie was letting Carlos know what was going on, Debbie raised her head to look. It was not until then that she realized she had hit Carlos Scaldarci Emperor. She slapped her forehead remorsefully. Stupid. 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 Why couldn't I have been more careful? Carlos hates me so much right now. He'll think I did it for attention. Ouch. My head. She forgot she hit the steering wheel. The front bumper of her car was destroyed while the Emperor only suffered a dent. I guess you get what you pay for. The Emperor is worth nearly 10 million. The repairs will probably cost me $1 million easy. Damn. If this had happened a few days ago, I might have gotten off scot-free. He hates me now, so who knows how much I'll have to pay. When Frankie was conferring with Carlos, Debbie waited nervously and imagined all kinds of possibilities. A few minutes later, Frankie was back. Miss Nian, let's pull over first, he suggested. Okay, she agreed. It was only logical. They were causing traffic to back up behind them, so the best thing would be to get off the road. Debbie got back in her car, followed the Emperor to a parking lot, and pulled over. Carlos never left the car. Frankie was the one who talked to Debbie about the accident. Miss Nian, the repairs will total more than $1 million. I'm afraid I need you to accompany me to the garage. While time is money, Mr. Huo will let it go this time, Frankie said, a little embarrassed to mention a price to Debbie, since he knew Debbie and Carlos knew each other. More than $1 million. Debbie uttered desperately. She didn't have that kind of money. She had spent most of what she did have on some pretty important things. Carlos is in the car, isn't he? She asked Frankie, pointing at the Emperor. Unsure what she was up to, Frankie didn't answer. With a sigh, Debbie approached the Emperor and tapped on the car window. The window lowered and Carlos was busy shuffling through some files, his cell phone propped up against the seat. Speak, he demanded without bothering to look up. Mr. Huo, money is tight. Can I give you an IOU? Carlos put the files down and turned to her. Let me guess, Hayden's too poor to afford repairs? He asked sarcastically. Hayden? Who said anything about him? She was confused. Stop wasting my time. Frankie's in charge of this. Talk to him. Carlos was about to roll up the window when Debbie placed her hands on top of the glass to stop him. Wait. How about I sleep with you and you let it go? She said in earnest. No. Carlos retorted with a frown, his face a mask of disgust. Do you have to be so harsh? Debbie rolled her eyes. That's a lot of money. Maybe ZL Group can issue me a credit card with a high credit limit. Then I can pay you with it. And afterwards I pay off the card. That's no different from an IOU, Carlos thought. Unwilling to talk to her anymore, he pushed the button on the door to roll up the window. But Debbie stopped him again. He just couldn't bring himself to crush her fingers in the window. Mr. Huo, please. It was an accident. If I could take it back, I would. How about a grace period? And I promise I won't bother you again. Won't bother me? I doubt it. Just go away. Carlos didn't believe her. Without a word, he went on doing his work, making notes, turning pages. Left with no other choice, Debbie took out her phone and called someone. Hey Ivan, you busy? In a meeting? Oh, nothing serious. Thank you. Bye. Ivan was in a meeting. His assistant had answered the phone. Debbie dialed another number. Hi Yates, it's me. Piggy's mom. Piggy was so adorable, everyone liked her. Debbie took advantage of it shamelessly and made friends with Yates Feng from a country, Xavier Shangguang from M country, a successful lawyer, and Ivan. All these guys were big shots, and all of them were Piggy's godfathers. Yates. That name got Carlos' attention. Yates Feng was the second most powerful man in a mysterious foreign organization. Debbie told Yates on the phone, I crashed into Carlos' luxurious car. And he insists I pay him for repairs now. But I'm low on cash. Can you lend me some? Piggy's not here. Can we talk about the money first? You want to talk to him? You two know each other. How come I never knew they were friends? She wondered. She handed her phone to Carlos and said, Here, it's Yates. Carlos took the phone and said, Hi. Yates Feng said something on the phone that Debbie couldn't make out. Carlos asked with a frown, Yates, how much do you know about this gal? Yates Feng laughed and said something else Debbie didn't catch. A short while later, Carlos handed her the phone, his face clouding over. Frankie, he called. Frankie walked over to the window, waiting for his boss's orders. Let's go, Carlos said. Yes, Mr. Huo. The emperor drove off and was finally out of sight. Debbie stared at her phone, dumbfounded. Yates knows Carlos. How? I was getting nowhere till Yates spoke up for me. I wonder why. What did you say to Carlos? She asked him curiously in a text. Yates didn't reply for a bit. Finally he wrote, I told him that you were husband and wife once, and he should go easy on you for old time's sake. When that didn't work, I tried saying that because you banged each other many times was a good enough reason to forgive the repairs. Debbie always knew what kind of man Yates was, but his vulgarity still shocked her. With the problem solved, Debbie was relieved. She drove her car to a nearby 4S shop, and then checked into the hospital. As her concert date approached, she had to do something about the red mark and the swelling of her forehead. As soon as she registered for the surgical department, Ruby called. Debbie, great news. Your latest concert is sold out. More than 20,000 tickets in less than a second. She said excitedly, as if seeing money flying into her pockets. Debbie came to the surgeon's office. There were a few people in front of her. She had to wait in a chair. I guess I have friends with deep pockets, she said to Ruby. For example, every time Debbie held a concert, Ivan and Irene would buy a lot of tickets and then give them to their friends and ask them to go and support Debbie. Nah, you're wrong this time. Mr. One didn't buy a single one. You're pretty well known here, so. Ruby left out the last part of her sentence. Debbie understood. She used to be Carlos' wife, the apple of his eye. Then they all thought she betrayed him. There would probably be plenty of malicious fans at her concert, and she had to get ready for whatever the angry fans might do. Good. I emailed you the set list. Please inform the sponsor and make sure the backing tracks and light shows are ready. I'm not fussy about the clothes, so I'll try them on then before the concert, Debbie said. Ruby nodded, although Debbie couldn't see it. How's the new album coming along? Done yet? Maybe we could make a special pressing for the concert, she asked. Not yet. I've been depressed for a bit. So no new songs yet. Leaning back in the chair, Debbie closed her eyes wearily. What? Never mind. I'll be in Y City tonight. Catch you later. Okay, bye. Debbie hung up and opened her Weibo app to check the comments. She wanted to know what her fans were saying. She had a lot of followers on Weibo. Most of them were stans of her music. But like any industry, she attracted a plethora of haters as well. Some of the comments were vicious. And the commenters had been at it for quite a while, with threads literally thousands of comments long. Debbie couldn't stand it anymore. It was high time the truth came out. The concert was her big chance. When the nurse called her number, Debbie quickly came to the exam room, where a friendly doctor greeted her with a smile. It was Niles. Small world. We meet again. Niles observed. Even in the plain white uniform, he looked upbeat and attractive. Debbie sighed inwardly. I was in a car accident and got into a headbutting contest with my steering wheel. So I'd like to find out if there's anything to be worried about. The doctor nodded, agreeing to her request. After a few questions, he reassured her. Nothing serious. I'll prescribe some ointment. When you get home, you can roll an egg on it or an ice pack. It'll help with the pain and swelling. Got it. Thanks. Debbie was about to leave the office and head straight to the cashier's to pay the bill. She reached out her hand to pull out her patient's card and the registration receipt, but Niles put his hand on the card and asked, Does Carlos know? Yeah, he does, she answered casually. It was his car I crashed into. You did what? With all the heavy traffic on our roads, you just crashed into his. What a coincidence. Come on, Dish, he prodded. Once again she tried to pick up her medical records, but Niles was not ready to let go. Probably not a good idea to have me around too long. If your brother knows you talked to me, he'll skin you alive, she said resignedly. Think Wesley is that cruel? Actually, he's a good guy. What happened between you two anyway? Wesley was Niles' idol. Finally, Niles moved his hand away. Debbie picked up her things and said, It doesn't matter. He's not Carlos. I don't care what he thinks. Right. By the way, how are things between you and Carlos? Niles looked up at her expectantly. Debbie rolled her eyes at him. Do all doctors have this much free time? He pursed his lips disapprovingly. Free time? Go outside and see for yourself. Some of the patients who check in here barely have a thing wrong with them. Most of them just want a friendly ear. And a lot simply choose me for that privilege. Of course, most of his patients were women, and they only came here to see him. He was rich, handsome, and energetic. It was no wonder that every day the hospital was packed with women smitten with him. You chose to be a doctor. I'm sure you'll rise to the challenge. She smiled mischievously. Bye now, she said as she left. Debbie intended to go back home. She had work to do. Let me walk you out, said Niles, rising up from his chair. No need for that. I don't want your brother to kick your ass. Debbie pushed him back into his chair, leaving him confused. She seems nice. Why do Wesley and Damon hate her? After a nurse applied some ointment to her forehead, Debbie went back to the Champs Bay apartments. For the next 2 days, she was too busy to contact Carlos. Finally, the day arrived. Debbie's concert was tonight. Y-City Stadium was crammed with people. In preparation, Debbie tried on several outfits, matching shoes and some makeup. By the time she was done, it was already 6 p.m. The concert was about to begin. As usual, the first song was an old mainstay she sang to open each show. The moment she got to the mic, even before she opened her mouth, the fans went ecstatic, drowning all sounds in the stadium with cheers. The lights on the stage brought out the sparkle of her orange jumpsuit, embroidered with huge bows. Flanking her were 12 male dancers, 6 on either side. The lights flared to life, bathing the concertgoers in shades of purple and pink. The backup dancers were similarly multi-hued. As the mortars in front and behind started to belch sparks, she took a few steps forward. She wanted to be closer to the fans who sat in the front row. When she saw who occupied the VIP seats in the first row, she almost sang off-key. There was Yates, Ivan, Irene, Xavier, Jared, Sasha, Casey, Curtis, Colleen, Blair, Wesley, Adriana, and Damon. All there, all watching her. All of them were excited, save Wesley, who sat there with a long face. Sitting on Yates' left was a man, who sat quietly. To that man's left, he had an assistant standing close by. Debbie couldn't see his face clearly, but she figured it was Carlos. Good. He's here. It'll give me the emotional fuel I'll need to sing some of these songs properly. The song was almost over. And now was the time to interact with the fans for a bit. Just then, without warning, the big screen changed its view, showing all the guests in the VIP area. The audience went quiet for half a minute or so. When they figured out who those guests were, screams erupted from the crowd. Most of the guests were celebrities, especially Irene, Curtis, and Carlos. Carlos alone could have excited the audience. But Debbie's loyal fans whispered amongst themselves, "Mr. Huo is here. Are they back together?" The fans who hated Debbie said, "Damn it. How are we gonna throw the eggs? What if Mr. Huo gets in the middle of it?" Next, the fans were going to request songs. This was a rare thing that gained popularity in recent months. So rather than try and defuse a delicate situation, or inadvertently bring a hater up on stage, she chose Casey as the lucky fan. Casey raised her hand. Debbie pretended not to know her. She smiled at her and asked, "Miss, what song would you like to hear?" A mic was passed to Casey. As Debbie's best friend, she climbed onto the stage excitedly. "Debbie, we've been friends for a long time. But this is my first time at one of your concerts. I'm so sorry." The whole venue quieted down. Debbie hadn't expected Casey to say that. It was spontaneous. Casey thrust the lilies she was holding into Debbie's arms. Her eyes were red. "We haven't seen each other for 3 years. I wasn't a good friend. This is your first concert in Y City and I have to be here for you. I want you as a friend forever. I love you, tomboy." They hugged each other. "I love you too." You guys might recognize this one. It's called "Miss You in Winter." Before Debbie could finish her sentence, screams rang throughout the venue. She smiled. "Yeah, this song is about my best friend. Casey, this song's for you." Debbie had been missing Casey a lot. She hadn't seen her in 3 years, and that was a long time for best friends. She wrote "Miss You in Winter" for her. When she announced it, she looked at Casey, who was standing next to her on the stage. Casey was moved. Just before the performance, she kissed Debbie's forehead and said, "Love you forever, sis." Debbie's eyes twinkled with tears. Holding Casey's hand, she put the microphone to her lips. The music started and she sang. That winter, the snow fell relentlessly. The night was blanketed in white. You saw me crying like a baby coming back from a hike. Wiping the tears from my face, you cheered me up and told me everything would be all right. Casey got off the stage in the middle of the song. A member of the crew handed Debbie a guitar. She took it and fastened the mic to the stand and continued. When I saw your tears, I wanted to say, lovely girl, we need to be strong. There are many more people who love us in the world. Put on a smile and live bravely. When Emmett died and Casey's heart was broken, Carlos had fallen into a coma. Debbie was beside herself with grief and was soon forced to leave the city. She had always hated that she couldn't be there for Casey during that dark time when she must have needed a shoulder to cry on. So, separated from her friend, she poured her heart out through her songs. Countless glow sticks swayed back and forth in unison in the dark. Many fans raised signs saying, "We love you, Debbie," or "My bias Debbie." The words, shown in many different colors, made even more colorful by the glow sticks. The concert went more smoothly than Debbie had anticipated. When she went to the dressing room to change her clothes during the intermission, Ruby asked excitedly, "Did you invite Mr. Huo and Colonel Lee? The reporters are hovering around outside like vultures. Be careful." The stadium was packed to the gills. There were simply too many people, with 20,000 inside the venue and 10,000 outside. It was standing room only. In that sea of faces, it would be difficult to pick out a special guest. I'm a singer, not a miracle worker. I didn't invite them, and they wouldn't come even if I had. Yates loved Piggy. He knew how important the concert was to Debbie, so of course he had come. Debbie begged him every chance she got to have him invite Carlos too. How about Xavier? He's working on an international business dispute case, isn't he? When did he get here? Ruby asked as she put on the belt of the dress for Debbie. Get the black stilettos and strap them on her. she told Debbie's assistant who was standing nearby. I invited him. I need his help here, Debbie replied with a nod. She had forged a relationship with Xavier for a reason, and now finally it was time for him to play his part. Ruby gave her a thumbs up. Nice. So even Carlos is here. You'll be the talk of the town after tonight. Debbie straightened her clothes and smiled at her. That's the plan, right? As a pop star, popularity and attention were the basis of her success. The longer she stayed in the public eye, the longer she could remain on top. 3 minutes later, the concert resumed. Debbie had invited a popular male artist to sing The Mysterious Mermaid as a duet with her. The crowd cheered even louder as he walked on stage into the light. He didn't have all of the first verse, so it was an even bigger surprise to see and hear him there. And after the first few lines, his studied tenor came through the speakers. There is a pretty fish in an ancient fairy tale. She looks wistful and distant. People shed tears at her melancholy and beautiful songs. They say she's the curse of fishermen. Many sailors died looking for her. She has no soul. The sun is her home and the rainbow is her road. The chorus went, yeah. She wears red clothes with her breasts and shoulders bared, her hair disheveled. Sparse red hair grows behind her cheeks. A fan said, Holy crap! This is brilliant. I've seen Debbie live 3 times. I love this new one. Leon vocals? Definite yes. Jared had goosebumps all over. Geez, this is epic. Awesome. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Debbie, you rock? Debbie heard him and looked at him resignedly. Sasha pulled at his sleeve in annoyance. Settle down, dude. Jared kept quiet. Even among so many noisy people, Carlos could still do his work. He had a laser-like focus that let him filter out distractions while he concentrated. But his keen mind let him know what was going on around him. He looked up at Debbie and told Frankie, Talk to her. Convince her to work for Star Empire Entertainment Company under the ZL Group. I can't imagine we have to do any work here. It's a done deal if you want to sign her, Frankie thought. But he didn't have the guts to say it. Yes, Mr. Huo, but... He hesitated. Without looking up, Carlos ordered, Spit it out. She's good. Really good. But she comes with a lot of baggage. Tons of rumors. Now, Mr. Wen did a good job quashing those. But fans are good at digging dirt up on their celebrities. We could be in for trouble if we sign her. Frankie's remarks were completely objective and professional. Debbie had been a hot topic since he met her. She could easily hit the headlines. On the other hand, Carlos and ZL Group had a way of making those headlines disappear. Stars need exposure to stay popular. As for the scandals, Carlos looked at Debbie, the shiniest star of that night, and continued. So? She's not embarrassed. Worried that Star Empire can't handle the scandals. If Ivan can do it, so can I, and I can do better. There was a trace of jealousy in Carlos' tone. Frankie didn't know what to say. It sounded that Carlos was ready to sign Debbie at any cost. Frankie wanted to remind him, She cheated on you. But he knew he would be screwed if he told his boss that, so he remained silent. He just hoped that fact wouldn't come back to bite them both. Yates heard their conversation. He said to Carlos, Put your work up for now. Enjoy the show. That's why I asked you along. Yates had a loud and husky voice. Carlos heard H clearly. You know better than anyone else why I'm here. Carlos kept his head lowered. He signed his name at the bottom of a file and moved to the next one. Yates sneered. He knew Carlos thought he was bullied into coming here. You used to be made of sterner stuff, Yates said. Carlos kept silent as if he heard nothing. The concert was over at 10:30 p.m. Carlos had ducked out, using the VIP passage during intermission. He was still ambushed by 100 reporters. They spotted him as soon as he left, and swarmed around him like flies on dung. The night was lit up by dozens of flashbulbs. Some of the reporters has run stories on Carlos and Debbie 3 years ago and grown fat from the proceeds. Now they wrote about how Carlos and Debbie were seen together. The fact that Carlos has shown up at Debbie's concert was enough to keep people interested in talking about it for at least a week. As usual, the papers carried more fiction than facts, writing that Carlos and Debbie still loved each other. Debbie would be Mrs. Huo again and they were getting hitched again. The reporters could only post articles about the couple online. None of them were bold enough to actually interview Carlos. They were like jackals feeding on the carrion of old rumors, too weak to move on to fresh prey. However, they were not afraid of Debbie. As soon as the concert ended, they besieged her. She was the logical choice. Carlos was too menacing, Wesley was unapproachable, Yates was too cruel, Curtis had left. Debbie was all they had. And these reporters were vicious. They surrounded Debbie and were fixated on things that happened 3 years ago. They simply didn't care if they were rubbing salt in the wound. Debbie Nian, didn't you leave Y City? Bitch. You cheated on Mr. Huo. Get the fuck out. They cursed and insulted her ruthlessly. Not only that, but also some people started throwing raw eggs at her. All of a sudden, eggs flew at Debbie in all directions and smashed all around her. Some of them actually hit her, bruising her skin, ruining her dress, hair and makeup. Ah! She screamed, her arms up trying to shield herself from the white missiles. The crowd panicked. Things spun out of control. Ivan, who was behind Debbie, shouted, "Security! Protect Miss Nian." With that, he took off his suit jacket, wrapped it around Debbie, and pulled her into his arms. Many people saw this and started talking. Is Mr. Wen just her boss? Someone said. I've been a reporter for decades. This is the first time I've seen the boss show up at a singer's concert, another replied. Thus, new rumors about Debbie and Ivan began floating around the venue, and soon they were spread around the city. Debbie took a deep breath to calm herself down. She took off Ivan's jacket and faced the cameras and the reporters. With a confident smile, she said, I'd like to make one thing clear. Whatever you think you know, you're wrong. The crowd started boiling like water. That's what you say. Your father-in-law confirmed it. Right. Liar. Mr. Huo was so good to you, how could you cheat on him? You heartless bitch. You deserve to die. More eggs. Throw her out of the city. Debbie, just go away. And don't come back. Debbie curled her hands into fists, trembling with anger. Yet she forced herself to smile. She went on, I have proof. Fair warning. L will jail anyone who prints, posts, or spreads rumors about me. Think I'm lying? Try me. She looked at the cameras solemnly, eyes full of resentment, as if she could see James' face there. Just then, Xavier walked up to her, escorted by bodyguards. Can I have your attention? He shouted. Then the crowd gradually calmed down. Good evening, everyone. I'm Xavier Shangguan, lawyer from SG Law Offices.
Xavier Shangguan?
The Xavier Shangguan? The best lawyer in M country. The reporters were shocked. What a star-studded spectacular evening. Big shots kept showing up one after another. Surprises kept coming. Some people started wondering, is Debbie Nian really just a singer? She sure has some powerful backers. Xavier took a sheaf of files out of his briefcase and raised it in front of the cameras. I'm Miss Nian's lawyer. I can prove that she's innocent, and the rumors are wrong. The proof will be released online. You are welcome to contact us if you have any questions. But our office will press charges against anyone that keeps spreading rumors about our client. Xavier was famous in his practice. He'd won several high-profile cases. Seeing that he was helping Debbie, some tabloid reporters chickened out and deleted their slanderous articles, including the ones written 3 years ago. However, some refused to cave in before the proof came out. A reporter constantly asked Ivan about his relationship with Debbie. When Xavier finished, Ivan put his hands into his pockets and replied, half smiling, Professionally, I'm Miss Nian's boss. I should protect her. But she's also my friend. So I want to protect her. The reporter fell silent. Ivan's tone was nothing but confident and honest. The reporters bombarded them with questions. At this point, Ivan's assistant spoke up. It's been a long day. Let's all go home. We'll set up interviews if you call us beforehand. Debbie answered a few more brief questions and was escorted into the car by Ivan, Xavier, and some others. Ivan pulled the car door open for her and stood by the door protectively until she had gotten in. All of the reporters took note of this. It was just more fodder for the gossip rags. When the car door was finally shut and the locks automatically engaged, Debbie felt the whole world quieted down. She slumped in her seat, much relieved. Ruby and an assistant took out some tissues and wet napkins to wipe the mess from the eggs from Debbie's hair and clothes. "I don't think those eggers were fans," Ivan said with a worried frown as he watched. Xavier agreed. "According to my observations, the ones throwing eggs at Debbie were men and women around 40. Their mode of dress told me they weren't there for the concert, which meant someone arranged this." Ivan asked Debbie thoughtfully, "Any suspects? Give me a name and I'll put some men on it." Debbie smiled bitterly and answered wearily, "Thanks to Carlos, almost the whole city hates me. It'll be a while." Before she met Carlos, her life had been peaceful, ordinary. Ever since she got together with him, she'd lost the count of the death threats and people who tried to humiliate her. Throwing eggs was pretty lame. This wasn't James' style. It had to be Megan. What a sweet niece. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Carlos watched the live broadcast on the car TV. When he saw how Ivan and Xavier protected her, a sarcastic sneer crept over his face. "She's good. I'll give her that. Men will do anything for her." She talked about proof, Carlos thought. "I wonder what that's going to look like. If she can prove she didn't cheat on me, well, that would be good." When Debbie was back home, she took a bath first, rinsing all the liquefied egg yolk from her body and hair. Then she scrubbed the rest for good measure. Afterwards, she poured herself a glass of wine and came out to the balcony. Resting her arms on the rail, she let the breeze caress her long hair. The hem of her silk robe rippled in the wind. The moon hung above her high in the sky, so bright, as if it were keeping her company. The night was so peaceful and beautiful. But her mind was not. She dialed a number and said, "Release the proof tomorrow. When it's time, upload the video about James' affair." Debbie gulped down the wine and decided it was time for bed. There was a fierce battle to be won. She'd need her rest. Before she hit the hay, she called Curtis. "Hi, Uncle, thanks for taking care of Piggy. I couldn't take her with me. James found her. Miss here." Piggy was her life. Even more important than her life. The little girl was all she had, the only thing of Carlos. Kept her going. If anything happened to her, she would have nothing to live for. "Don't worry about it. Do what you gotta do. Just be careful. Piggy will be waiting here for you when you're done." Curtis put down the newspaper, rolled off the bed, and went to the kids' room to check on them. "I can take care of myself. I've been preparing for this for the past 3 years. I practice taekwondo every day," Debbie assured him. She was always cautious. If she couldn't even protect herself and get stronger, how could she get revenge? The concert went well. Sold out tickets, happy fans. "I hear that Carlos has asked Frankie to negotiate with one group about your contract. If ZL Group signs you, you've got it made." Debbie smiled. Signing with ZL Group was the goal. In fact, she specifically asked Yates to bring Carlos to the concert, thinking that if Carlos heard her sing, she'd stand a better chance of signing with Star Empire. Curtis was surprised. With a smile, he commented, "Not bad. You're not the reckless kid you used to be." I had to grow up. Only she knew that this wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to drift off to sleep in Carlos' arms like she did 3 years ago. She wanted Carlos to love her like he did 3 years ago. He spoiled her so much she was totally carefree. All she needed to do was to have fun and travel and have his baby. 3 years. It was a lifetime. She'd learned a lot during that period. Nothing was like 3 years ago now, though. She used to have everything. But now she had to strive and work hard for what she wanted. Curtis sighed inwardly at her words. "Yeah, everyone does. But you need to have faith. You and Carlos are meant for each other. You'll find your way soon enough." All of Carlos' friends knew how much he used to love Debbie. That kind of love wouldn't just disappear. Debbie smiled and said confidently, "I know that. But he needs to as well. He was going to get engaged to another woman. So what? Stephanie Lee stole him from Debbie. and thieves get what they deserve. She was going to turn everyone's life upside down. Okay, call me if you need me. Good night. Curtis said. Good night. Say hi to my aunt for me. She'll be happy. After hanging up, Debbie played a video on her phone. It was so disgusting her stomach churned. James, this one's for you. Hold your breath. She was trending online. Her amazing concert. Who showed up? People were guessing about her relationships with them. Debbie scrolled past it. She texted Carlos through WeChat. Good night, old man. She knew before she sent it he wouldn't reply. Then she turned her phone off and went to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by her doorbell. She came to the door with messy hair. Too sleepy, she stood by the door and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Ruby." Debbie opened the door. "I've called you a million times. Why is your phone off? Do you know you're the #1 trending topic online right now? There's so much news and so many commenters you've slowed down social media." Ruby prattled on enthusiastically as soon as she walked in. No, and wow. Debbie was surprised. It was just one night. How did this happen so fast? Do you know?
No.
Ruby scolded her slightly. Be serious. Know why this is happening? Because the news isn't just about you. All the news about you involves Carlos Huo too. So not only your fans are interested. So are Mr. Huo's fans, casual readers, and businessmen. Oh. Debbie remembered. Xavier did his job? Bingo. And it's solid proof. Turn on your phone and see for yourself. You're famous now. Universally famous, Ruby said excitedly. She had racked her brains about how to make a superstar out of Debbie in the past, but nothing had worked well. To her surprise, all she needed was a piece of news about Carlos and the other big shots. And then, bang! She became a star overnight. Debbie turned her phone on slowly. The proof had cost her a fortune. She didn't have to read the news. She was curious about what everyone was saying. The article had been released by SG Law Offices. Debbie opened their official account. The post consisted of only one word, proof, along with 9 pictures. Yet it had been powerful enough to shake the internet. Debbie was impressed by Xavier's savvy. Some people who used to hate Debbie had become her fans. Holy shit. She was framed. So that's what happened. So apparently someone had it in for her. Didn't see this coming. All right, you win. Debbie read on to find that the next several comments all said, all right. Before she could finish reading the comments, her phone rang. It was Ivan. Ivan, what's up? Frankie approached me. Star Empire wants to sign you. Oh, Debbie said. It didn't surprise her. I said yes, Ivan told her. Oh, thanks. That's what I wanted, she said readily. However, Ivan wasn't ready to let her go yet. I've been worried about you. You don't seem happy. But once you're back, remember you promised me to help me. I'll need that favor soon. His mom had been pushing him to get married. It drove him crazy. Sure. I remember. Ivan had been a great friend to Debbie. She was grateful for it and was glad that she could do something for him. All he needed to do was ask. After Ivan hung up the phone, Ruby asked Debbie, Debbie, we've got some advertisers wanting you. You in? I've picked some out for you. The pay is several times higher than before. Oh yeah. Debbie agreed promptly. She was desperately in need of cash these days. The more the better. So of course she was happy to have these advertising jobs. That way money could roll in faster. If she didn't work hard now, she wouldn't be able to raise her daughter, not to mention when Carlos back. Ruby heaved a sigh of relief. She had been worried Debbie was so engrossed in pursuing her handsome ex that she even abandoned her career. Okay, good. Then I'll call Mr. Wong back and tell him you're in, Ruby said. Okay. At the general manager's office of ZL Group, sitting in his chair, Carlos looked outside the window at the city skyline, deep in thought. He was holding his cell phone, open to the Weibo post from the official account of SG Law Offices. He had already seen all 9 pictures they posted. Shifting his gaze back to the office, he pulled out the drawer and took out the photos that James gave him. His father claimed these pics were evidence of Debbie's affair with another man 3 years ago. Carlos tapped each of the pictures on the post and meticulously compared each of them with the photos in his hands. So Debbie wasn't lying to him. The photos of her sleeping in another man's arms were all doctored. Even the interview with her supposed lover was fake news. He admitted someone bribed him to make up a story and frame Debbie. And the man who left Y City with Debbie 3 years ago? Her bodyguard. The man already testified and produced his labor contract. Not only that, Debbie had surveillance video to back up her story. For example, if one rumor said that she secretly met and slept with another man, she'd have surveillance video with a time and date stamp to refute that rumor. And hard evidence was more convincing than any rumor. That was enough to quash all the rumors. Why did the mastermind who framed her have pics of her sleeping? That was a question that had no answer. Debbie said honestly that she was still investigating it. But what about the baby? And who engineered all this just to pry them apart? Debbie didn't give a clear answer yet. She was waiting for the opportune time. The news article was a long one. It would take at least 20 to 30 minutes to go through it all and absorb the info. At the end, there was also a link to a video. The video showed Debbie went to a temple and knelt in front of a statue of Buddha to make a serious oath. I, Debbie Nian, swear to all gods in heaven that I never cheated on Carlos Huo. If I'm lying, then strike me dead. I still love him. The whole process was recorded from beginning to end. The video shocked a lot of netizens. It was such a vicious oath. No cheater would wish that on themselves, and they knew that. Public opinion began to shift, and more positive comments appeared under her news stories. Carlos browsed the news in silence. After a long while, he called Frankie in. I don't care about the news about Debbie Nian. Let the PR team handle it. But I don't want my name in the limelight. Take down all the news stories mentioning me. Yes, Mr. Huo. In a short time, every article about Carlos Huo had vanished from the internet. In spite of solid evidence, there were still some media outlets that ran the fake news stories about Debbie. After all, it was scandal, and scandal meant clicks. So without warning, Xavier filed charges against them. Within 2 days, 10 odd companies openly apologized to Debbie on the internet and made arrangements to pay her for emotional damage, as well as damage to her reputation. In the Han family's residence, Jared copied the link of the article and sent it to Damon. After reading the news, Damon clicked his tongue and sent a voice message to Jared. She's as ballsy as she ever was. That's all I can say, dragging Carlos into her affairs again. Jared wrote, Did you even read it? You need to apologize, you jerk. Damon was baffled. No way. In your dreams, he replied to Jared. Little did Debbie know that when Jared and Damon met up next, the two brothers fought over her once again. It was a fair commute to shoot the commercials, but it was worth the money. When she finished up and came back, it was already 3 days later. Without taking a break at home, she waited in front of the elevator on the 6th floor of Champs Bay Apartments. At 8:10 p.m., the elevator doors opened. A well-dressed man stepped out of the elevator in an arrogant manner. Seeing the woman leaning against the wall, he ignored her and continued walking towards his apartment. Debbie called out to stop him. Hey, you see the news? I didn't cheat on you. So you can fall in love with me again. Carlos turned around and fixated his eyes on her. Yeah, I saw it. Proves you didn't have an affair. But I'm still suspicious of your purpose of coming close to me. After all, she divorced him soon after he fell unconscious and even swore never to return to Y City. But having Hayden's daughter was where he drew the line. How could she ask him to love her now? She was such an irresponsible mother to Piggy. Debbie was shocked by his reply. Look, I've been nice to you, but quit bugging me now. Or I'll trot out the papers you signed 3 years ago. Debbie wasn't intimidated. No, you won't. I'm an artist signed to your company. You won't do that. You really want to lose money? Don't think so. Carlos sneered and answered coolly. So I'll kill the label. I don't care. Debbie was rendered speechless. Damn it. I'm so naive. I thought he'd come back to me after hearing my oath in the temple. It seems like all that was in vain, she thought to herself. Okay, I have better things to do. I wasted 3 years loving you. And with that, Debbie turned and headed towards the elevator. Carlos froze for a second, but then went on walking without saying anything. He went into his apartment and closed the door. Debbie was angry and sad. He just left? He didn't stop me? Okay. He lost his memory. I can't expect to get him back so quick. Carlos, I swear I'm gonna bug the hell out of you when I have you with me again. Humph! She thought angrily. She was about to leave, but she wasn't going to go home empty-handed. So she rang Carlos' doorbell. No one responded. Debbie didn't give up and kept ringing it. She pushed the button again and again. Finally, the man inside couldn't stand the noise anymore and opened the door. With a deadpan face, he glared at her. Debbie grinned broadly. Hi, Mr. Handsome. I miss Millie and her puppies. Is Harley's family doing okay? She began trying to squeeze into his apartment. Carlos pushed her outside. No need to see them. They are doing quite well. Thank you very much. As he pushed her out, Debbie took the chance to lock her arms around his. She didn't budge a little and confessed, okay, that was just an excuse. I really miss you. How many men have you said that to? Carlos scoffed. Hayden? Ivan? Yates? Or Xavier? Expectation and excitement flashed in Debbie's eyes. Jealous.
Carlos sneered. No.
You disgust me. Debbie smiled embarrassedly. She jumped and pecked a kiss on his lips. Bye, Mr. Handsome. Successfully stealing a kiss, Debbie quickly turned around and ran towards the elevator. Carlos was still stunned by the sudden kiss. Meanwhile, he felt his erection again, pushing against the fabric of his boxers. The woman must be a witch. The news regarding Debbie finally died down, so did the uproar surrounding them, but soon enough, there was another scandal everyone was talking about. James, the present CEO of ZL Group, was having an affair. With ZL Group involved, the news soon went viral. It popped in many users' news feeds as it was shared again and again. Of course, it was Debbie who was behind the story. She paid a lot of money to make sure this was the top trending topic. And she also paid for some gossip rags to spread the scandal. James' scandal spread like wildfire on the internet. He was soon the name on everyone's lips as the gossip surrounding him was juicy. The head office and branch companies of ZL Group were swamped with calls. Carlos fans and many media outlets were to blame. All those calls were to petition the board to remove James and reinstate Carlos as the rightful CEO. Those who knew what was really going on criticized James for snatching Carlos' position while he was in a coma. Carlos had been back to work for some time, but James still held on to the reins of power. The PR department of ZL Group was having a hell of a time protecting the company's good name. The video of James' affair was already all over the internet. X-rated material was strictly prohibited on the internet. Good thing, or the person behind it would have uploaded the whole video. And they wouldn't bother pixelating it either. By the time Carlos got wind of it, it had already been shared to several different media sites. It had been online a whole 5 minutes. The scandal was spreading. Carlos knew this wasn't normal, and someone had to be behind it. And that person's purpose was obvious, to ruin James. After glancing over the news, he ordered Frankie in a calm voice. Tear those articles down. I want that scandal quashed. Give fair warning to those online gossip rags. Whoever posts this again will have their credentials yanked and be banned from the internet. Yes, Mr. Huo. But there's another issue. The phone lines are jammed with callers demanding an explanation. They want one from Mr. James Huo, Frankie reported honestly. Carlos thought about it for a bit. Then he said, I see. I'll take care of it. In the meantime, find out who's behind this. Yes, Mr. Huo. Frankie nodded and left to carry out Carlos' orders. At the CEO's office, bang! A teacup was thrown against the wall. It shattered, the shards skittering across the floor. That bitch. It must be Debbie Nian. Damn you. The arrogance. You dare set me up. James snarled in a fit of rage. At this point, he finally understood the woman came onto him that night was a trap, and Debbie was the one behind it. And he walked right into her clutches. The assistant next to James was frightened, his face pale. He unbuttoned the top button, loosened his tie and gulped. But he managed to collect himself and continued reporting to his boss. Mr. Huo's already issued takedown notices. As soon as he got involved, it started to die down. We haven't seen anyone ballsy enough to repost it. But the phone lines are still jammed. They want you to give an explanation in person. Or more precisely, admit to the affair. The assistant thought to himself. Carlos has it handled? James mused. A few minutes later, he hurried to the general manager's office. Carlos was talking on the phone with Tabitha. Don't worry, Mom. We're all good here. James entered hurriedly, knocking as he opened the door. Carlos looked at him. The old man had worry written all over his face. As soon as Carlos ended the call, James immediately launched into his spiel. Carlos, I can explain. It was a trap. So the news is true? You had an affair? Carlos inquired in an icy cold voice. James plopped onto the sofa and scratched his hair with an anguished look. Look, I was wrong. A moment of weakness, I admit. But... He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. But I didn't mean to do it. Someone set me up. The woman in the video was hired by someone. I was drunk and that woman drugged me. Help me out and help the company. His grief choked out his unfinished words. He looked really remorseful and helpless now. Carlos moved his eyes away and asked, You know her? Who? The woman in the video? I never saw her before that night. Now I know why she was coming on to me. She was hired to ruin me. I think Debbie's behind it. Debbie? Carlos frowned deeply. Yeah, it's got to be her. 3 years ago, that vicious woman threw our family into turmoil. I kept warning you away from her, so she always resented me. Now she's taking her revenge, James said affirmatively. There's someone behind the scenes, all right. But we don't know whether it's Debbie or not. At least not yet. Don't you trust me? I only trust evidence and facts. His cold words made James' heart skip a beat. He wiped off the tears from his face, in a vain attempt to hide the panic in his eyes. Carlos, I apologize to you and your mom. I've disgraced you. I'm holding an emergency meeting now and returning control of the company to you. Congrats, CEO. I don't deserve the title. As he finished speaking, he shot to his feet and made his way to the door. Dad! Carlos stopped him. James turned around to look at the calm man in the chair. Feeling the overbearing aura from Carlos, James was suddenly terrified. Compared to his cries and agitated emotions, Carlos had been cool and composed the whole time. He now felt a huge gap between him and his so-called son. Carlos was able to keep a level head no matter what. No wonder ZL Group was the top international enterprise under Carlos' leadership. He had the power and charisma to make it happen. Grow a spine and admit what you did wrong. And I don't need you to return the CEO title to me. If I want it, I'll take it, Carlos said. He hadn't fully recovered yet, so he didn't want to put too much pressure on himself. Not before he was ready. James replied with trembling lips. I know you will. And I'll keep my end of it. But promise me, Carlos. Don't go easy on whoever put all this together. After a pause, he added, Not for me but for ZL Group. You know the stock price of our company has dropped sharply in the last hour. The loss is immense. Not just the loss of money but also our image reputation. James deliberately shifted the key points to the loss of the company. He knew Carlos, and the handsome businessman wouldn't be so willing to help now that James had hurt his mother. But he knew Carlos wouldn't sit by and watch if the company was threatened. Carlos didn't respond but lit a cigarette. After taking a drag, he said flatly, I see. James wanted to remind Carlos not to be cheated by Debbie again. He sensed the cold man had no interest in any more words, so James had no choice but to leave the general manager's office. He didn't want to annoy Carlos any further at this crucial time. Left alone in the office, Carlos took out his cell phone and focused on a news article. He kept reading and rereading the final sentence of the article. Carlos has nothing to do with James' scandal. A DNA report reveals they are not blood relatives. Carlos clutched his phone tightly in anger. He had never taken such a DNA test. It must be Debbie who had done this secretly. Even though she told him James wasn't his biological father, Carlos had never thought of taking a DNA test to prove it. She crossed the line. She set a trap for James and exposed the Huo family's secret. She keeps messing with my life. I need to give her a good talking to, he thought. The truth was, it was indeed Debbie who had the DNA test done. They hugged and slept a night at her bedroom last time, so it wasn't difficult to get a few strands of his hair. How did Debbie have access to James' hair? The woman she hired to have sex with James, of course. After she had strands of hair from both Carlos and James, she had the DNA tested. So all the netizens that took James' side 3 years ago abandoned him. And Debbie was able to sway them to her side, thanks to the articles the media picked up. Even though the articles and posts were being taken down, people still kept excoriating James online. The old man himself had an affair, but still had the arrogance to make it look like Debbie had done the same. He didn't deserve to be Carlos' father or the CEO of ZL Group. More and more voices called for bouncing him out of the company. Much to everyone's surprise, Debbie had personally responded to one of the negative commenters on James. She wrote, "I don't condone his behavior, but I understand it. After all, my former mother-in-law has been sick for a while, so I get it." Debbie's comment brought more people to comment. So his wife couldn't give him any loving, and he was horny. They wrote. Debbie made the comment to deliberately give context to all this. Now she would look like she was sticking up for her poor former father-in-law. Her revenge on James had just begun, so she didn't want him to go down in flames too quickly. She wanted to torture him bit by bit. There would be more scandals later that she would unveil. Carlos had his ways of handling things. He was always able to get what he wanted in short order. In less than 30 minutes, Frankie called him and reported, "Mr. Huo, we found out who sold the video to the media." "Who?" "Debbie Nian," Frankie answered. That didn't surprise Carlos at all. He figured as much. He took a drag on his cigarette and said calmly, "Ask Debbie to come to my office." "Yes, Mr. Huo." 5 minutes later, Frankie called again. "Mr. Huo." Miss Nian confirmed it was her. "But she refused to meet you here. She said she was thrown out of your office last time and was humiliated. So, if you have anything to say to her, you can drop by her house. Any time." Carlos sneered. "She's got balls, I'll give her that. Tell her, if I have to find her that way, we'll do more than just talk." Frankie then called Debbie back and passed on Carlos' warning word for word. Debbie wasn't scared. She told Frankie, "As I said, he's welcome here any time. I promise we won't just talk. We can do something more interesting." Frankie's lips twitched at her words. He wondered what he'd done in a previous life to deserve this. Delivering, she said, messages with sexual overtones? Come on, guys. I'm just doing my job. Instead of calling Carlos again, Frankie went straight to his office and reported what she'd said. Before he could respond, his cell phone rang. He tapped the answer key and said, "Hello, Aunt Miranda."
Y Carlos.
"We need to talk," Miranda replied, cutting to the chase.
I'm listening.
"Good. Don't talk, just listen. First, stay out of your dad's mess. It's complicated and you don't know the whole story. Second, don't do anything to Debbie. You might regret it later. Third, you better think twice about marrying Stephanie. If you do, I'm sure you'll regret it the day you get your memory back." Carlos was stunned. "But why would you say that? Debbie's a good girl. I hope you two can get back together. I know Stephanie's quite well connected, but I don't think you need her help. She's not right for you. Marriage is for life, and a good marriage is a happy one. I don't want you to rush into things when you don't know your own heart. Your decisions affect more than just you now. Make the right one." Miranda never beat around the bush. Whether Carlos took her advice or not, she didn't hold back. In the end, she added, "Get your company back. If you want, I'll help you. No strings attached." "Aunt Miranda, did Debbie pay you off?" That was the only answer Carlos had for why she would have told him all that. Miranda didn't mind his suspicions. She smiled and explained, "Just remember, I only want what's best for you." That he could trust. Although Miranda was cold, she had treated him well growing up. "Yeah, I know," he replied. "Okay then. I have to let you go. I have some work to do. Bye." The office was quiet again. Carlos stared at his phone and thought hard about every word Miranda said. She never talked bullshit. Every word of hers had meaning. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth happened while he was in a coma. Why did Debbie hate James so much? It wasn't long before Debbie finally understood the consequences of turning Carlos down. She had already signed a contract as an artist under Star Empire. She was exhilarated, reporting for the first day of work with a spring in her step and a light heart. And when she rounded a corner in the wonderfully air-conditioned hallway, that was when she saw Carlos. He was her new boss. It wasn't long before all the employees were summoned to a general meeting. Carlos stood up on stage, a huge screen behind him. He introduced himself and the new employees, including Debbie, introduced themselves. After the introductions were out of the way, they got down to expectations. "All the new artists need to release a new album in 2 months' time," Carlos demanded. "Release a new album in 2 months? Are you nuts? It takes at least 6 months to produce a quality album. How can I do that in 2? You are obviously punishing me. I see how it is, taking advantage of your position to make my life hard," Debbie thought angrily. Nevertheless, Debbie accepted the challenge. She wouldn't admit defeat so easily. So she turned down a lot of other offers and locked herself in her room, concentrating on composing songs and writing lyrics. She lived every day at full throttle. 2 weeks later, at one night, when Debbie was busy writing lyrics, she got a call from Jared. "Hey, you busy? You gotta go out with me tonight," he said playfully. "I can't. I need to get this done," Debbie refused bluntly. She was almost driven crazy by the heavy workload and her hermit-like existence. She wasn't really in the mood to hang out with Jared. "You'll never guess what I saw tonight," Jared said again, smiling evilly. Debbie scratched her hair. "Quit your games. Out with it." She had only managed to compose 4 new songs. She still needed to compose 5 more to finish the album. But staring at a blank piece of paper had only dampened her mood, and she couldn't think of a thing. It was killing her. Sometimes she wondered if Carlos deliberately did it to stop her from pestering him. "You're no fun. Your ex-husband got drunk, and Damon couldn't drive him home because he had something else to do. So he tapped me for the job. Carlos is drunk. There's no better chance than now. Sure you won't come." As Debbie had strained her brain, she couldn't take all that in. "What do you mean no better chance?" Jared was disappointed by her ignorance of subtext. "A chance to sleep with him. Make him feel guilty afterward. And then you guys get married again. Get it? Sleep with him." Debbie sighed. "I wish. But Carlos has an iron will. Last time I got him into bed, but we didn't knock boots," she thought gloomily. When she didn't respond, Jared sighed and said, "Okay. Forget it. I'll let Stephanie know. She'll know what to do." Hey, wait. "What?" "Okay, I'm coming. Wait for me." Debbie finally figured it out. She stood up and rushed to the bathroom. Jared heaved a sigh of relief. "Hurry up. Room 888 at Orchid Private Club." "Okay, got it." Then she took a quick shower, put on a bare amount makeup and wore perfume with a light fragrance before going out. When she arrived at room 888, she saw Jared impatiently waiting at the door. At the sight of her, he quickly urged, "He's in there. I should get going now. No need to thank me." "Okay. See you," Debbie said to Jared. As soon as she opened the door to the room, a strong reek of alcohol reached her nostrils. She fanned her hands through the air, trying to keep the stench away from her nose and mouth. After taking a few steps inside, she saw a man in white shirt lying lazily on the sofa, eyes shut. She wasn't sure if he was fast asleep or not. He wasn't responding to the noise, though. Debbie put aside her handbag and patted him cautiously, hoping to rouse him. "Hey, you awake? Let's go home now." Hearing her voice, Carlos parted his eyelids slightly. He sat up on the sofa, head down, and massaged his brows to relieve his headache. Debbie didn't know what to do. She scratched her head, silently waiting for his response. But after waiting for a while, he still didn't acknowledge her presence. He just kept his head down. Left with no choice, Debbie squatted in front of him and moved his arms around. "Old man, are you okay? Come on, I'll drive you home and you can sleep it off." Why is he drinking like this? She wondered. That wasn't like him. He might come home a little buzzed but not sloppy drunk. As she was lost in thought, Carlos suddenly grabbed hold of her arms and pulled her into his. Caught off guard, Debbie banged her head against his burly chest. "Ouch! You're hurting me. Debbie Nian." His husky voice rang in her ears, melting her heart. She exclaimed in her mind, "Oh God, why? Even his voice is hot. I'm addicted to it." She locked her arms around his neck and gave him a charming smile. "Yes, Mr. Handsome. I'm here." Carlos held on to her and examined her face carefully. After a while he spat. "Are you that desperate to take advantage of me when I'm drunk?" She had put on makeup and even worn perfume. The tempting scent wafting from her body slowly turned him on. He began losing control. "What?" Debbie was confused. She didn't say anything this time, nor did she move even a little. He suddenly tightened his grip. In a hoarse voice he whispered, "You want sex? You're dressed for it." Debbie was even more confused now. She looked at what she had on. She wore a black skirt that hugged her hips. It had a lace hem and a slit along one side. But it wasn't short, nor was it revealing. It was just a common package hip skirt. Just as she opened her mouth to try to explain, she felt his lips on hers. After passionately kissing her for a few minutes, Carlos pinned her onto the sofa. Looking down at the panting woman with his dark eyes, he asked sarcastically, "So is Hayden impotent?" Debbie blinked her eyes in confusion. "Hayden? What do you mean? If he makes you happy in the sheets, why come to me?" Debbie finally understood what he meant. But she didn't want to explain anything. It was useless to explain, especially when he was drunk. Pushing down the anger in her heart, she scoffed. "I think you went impotent after the accident. You could have had your way with me several times, but no. Now you blame Hayden. That's not the Carlos I remember. Strong, capable. Hey. Ouch. Get your hands off me." He held her so tightly that Debbie swore she felt things popping. "Are you trying to get me to do something?" he said coldly. Debbie looked into his deep eyes. The cold look in them made her get goosebumps. She somehow felt frightened. She hadn't seen him quite like this. "Oh, Carlos, what did they do to you?" "Not at all," she said, struggling to breathe. "Let's go home now, okay? So now you switch gears. Playing hard to get. Huh?" Debbie rolled her eyes at him. "Of course. But that won't work on a good man like you," she ridiculed. "I'm never good." This time Debbie didn't joke at his words. She shook her head seriously and told him in a sincere voice, "No, Carlos. You're a good man. A very good one. I'm not budging on that one." Carlos grinned. "So now your strategy is to fawn over me, right? What the heck? Fine. Seems like he'll twist anything I say. I'd better zip my mouth," she thought to herself. "If I sleep with my ex-wife before my engagement, am I a good man? What do you think?" he asked, staring into her eyes. "What?" Debbie tried to process his words. But before she could figure out what he meant, that panty-melting voice came again. "You asked for this." And he kissed her lips again, hungrily and passionately, giving her no chance to utter a single word. In no time the VIP room was filled with the love aura and heavy breathing. He took her again and again, and she offered no resistance. Debbie wasn't drunk this time, but she felt like she was. It was like a dream. A very good dream. The best dream in the past 3 years. She felt the heat from Carlos' body and heard him call her Deb over and over. Just like the old days when they made love. Felt like it had been an eternity since then. Despite the fact that it was Debbie who asked him to call her Deb in the moment, he did it anyway. And he had called out that name many times in the heat of passion. And afterwards she closed her eyes, feeling safe in his arms, exhausted from their love session. Debbie hadn't slept this well in a while. Having to release an album in 2 months might have something to do with. When she woke up, it was already 1 in the afternoon. She slowly opened her eyes. Where was she? She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and that was when it dawned on her that she was in Carlos' private room at Orchid Private Club. Oh, we spent the night here, she realized. She scanned the room, but there was no sign of Carlos. She winced in pain as she tried to roll over on the sofa. She hurt all over. Carlos wasn't gentle to her last night, seemingly wanting to torture her to death. Slowly sitting up on the sofa, she noticed 2 pieces of paper on the table. One was a check and the other was a note with a message written on it. Flames of rage burned in her beautiful eyes as she read the note. Thank you for your service, but honestly not that impressed. It's only worth $1 million at most. She grabbed the check and looked at it. It was indeed $1 million. My service? Not that impressed. You were the one that wanted it. You were like a hungry beast that wouldn't let go. She cussed angrily in her mind. Frustrated, she looked at the love bites on her body. So he paid me $1 million to have sex with me? Like a hoe. She thought, disheartened. $1 million means nothing to me. Why couldn't he stay until I woke up? What a jerk. With trembling legs, Debbie left the club. It was sunny and hot outside. She hailed a cab and went to Shining International Plaza to cash the check. She wasn't a whore, but she could use the money. An hour later, Frankie entered the general manager's office and reported to Carlos. Mr. Huo, the check was cashed at one of the local banks at the Shining International Plaza. Carlos simply nodded, a dash of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Debbie did drive him crazy last night. He just couldn't help making love with her. As soon as he was done, he was ready to go again for another round. But James was right. She was after him for his money. Frankie continued. About $800,000 was spent on a designer handbag, and the rest was spent on clothing. Carlos sneered. Very good. Now get back to work. She traded her body for a handbag and some clothes. What a vain woman, he thought contemptuously. After shopping at the plaza, Debbie hailed a cab and headed for a high-end neighborhood. She easily arrived at an apartment and rang the doorbell. In no time, a woman's voice came from the other side of the door. Debbie, why are you here? Carrying the designer handbag in her hand, Debbie casually leaned against the door and replied, I miss you. Open the door. Aren't you afraid I'll call Uncle Carlos? Debbie tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. I'm not afraid. We just did the nasty. What more can he do? There was a moment of silence from the other side of the door.